Nothing goes bad under your spell. Kinda feels like I'll never die. If you keep me waiting, I'm not moving, I'm here. Keep me waiting. I got trust in you, dear. They say less is more, it's true. Only one I need is you. I just wanna give my best. I'm sorry if I fail with that. Could it be love? 'Cause we can do anything. Could it be trust? Shivers onto my skin. I can close my eyes, but I got peace in my mind. Could it be love? Could it be us? Keeping me up all night. Could it be love? Could it be us? Your love kept me up all night. Your love kept me up all night. Your love keeps me up all night. Your love kept me up all night. I just can't let you go. Lord knows that I've tried to. You said I was the only one. No one likes being lied to. You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I wanna burn all the bridges between us. I can't focus, I can't forget. I've been thinking too much lately. I just need to clear my head. I just need to clear my head. I've been stuck on memory, but it's not like I need it. And we may have some history, but we don't have to repeat it. You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I'm gonna burn all.
Good morning, one and all. Hopefully, you're ready for a day chock full of Age of Empires 4 action. That's right, we are back for more of the midweek recall. Checking out all the games that came just before us that happened on the weekend, because honestly, it was criminal. There were so many series that went uncast, and we want to fix that. So today we'll probably aim to do, I reckon, I don't know, like probably 6, 7 series. We'll see how it goes. Be nice if we could leave ourselves some for Thursday. I quite like this format, actually. I don't know. It's one of those things where I think I said already, like, the goal will be eventually maybe we shift the start time a little bit later, and then that allows us to do community games at the end. But for now, like, we'll just keep on this format because I quite like it. What's up, Ezra? How's it going, buddy? So we're going to be opening up, actually, with a Beastie Cutie series. And hey, there's my boy. Thank you very much, Ezra. Welcome to Swarm. Use dem primes. Appreciate it, buddy. Appreciate all the support. So, we got this to start off with. We're going to kick off with a Beastie series here. Beastie versus Elyon. I thought this would be interesting to check in on, just because Elyon feels like an unweighed quantity right now. I mean, they're very capable, right? But it's one of those things of they haven't really been able to perform very impressively so far in this event. So maybe they'll be able to surprise. They had an interesting turnaround between Qualifier 1 and Qualifier 2, where Qualifier 1, they got destroyed by Kazi Johan, and then Qualifier 2, they absolutely stomped Kazi Johan in the deciding series 3-0. So I'd say like it's kind of interesting. It seems like they're learning from the mistakes they go, but they need to learn fast in a group stage like this, right? Like very quickly. Like after one weekend, if you just get completely floored, you could be out. You probably are out if that's the case. So could you cast B versus Killjardy later? Wasn't B versus Killjardy cast? I'm checking now. I can add it to the list. I'm not going to say it will definitely get done today, per se. I'm going to try to prioritize series that like happen in round 3 and round 4 or earlier, if they still show, just because it's easier to leave the ones that were very recent until like later in the week, because there's a higher chance they're going to stay there than the ones that are like on the edge of just disappearing. So we might check out B versus Killjardy. Not sure if it'll be today, just because we got a lot of like that's a round 5 game. There's a lot of round 3, round 4 games I want to try to like get through before they disappear. Because we already had a situation where like some round 1 games were inaccessible, right? Like we couldn't, if I remember correctly, we tried to check the Wham versus Anatan series yesterday, and it was gone. So yeah, we have to be very selective and like in our approach as we go through this. But let me restart my game. I was noticing a little bit of lag there, so I'm just going to kick the game up. And then we'll hop in for BC versus Elyono. Interesting draft from Elyono. I don't want to call it one-dimensional, but in a way, you've now got you've got a lot of civs there that are going to fulfill a similar role, right? Sup, Corv? What EGC TV news would that be, kind sir? What have I missed something? Ad time. Wait, I can't hit the ad time because we literally hit the ad time a few minutes ago, mate. What EGC news is this? Did they announce something on the server and I missed it?
Welcome to Corvinus News. I'm Ash, bringing you the latest updates from the...
What on earth? Are you doing some sort of recap? Interesting. I won't show it on stream just because it might spoil some of the results. This ad time. You might end up spoiling some of the results, mate. Yeah, have you got specifics on series in this video? Oh, what's that? Let's have a look. What we got here? Where's my screen cap?
Corvinus News. I'm Ash, bringing you the latest updates from the world of competitive gaming. This weekend, EGC
Who
TV
is this guy,
hosted
Corv?
thrilling round-robin matches, showcasing the elite talent from Groups A.
Did you hire
and
someone on
B.
Fiverr?
Only the top 5 players from each group managed to secure victories, setting the stage for an electrifying showdown in the upcoming weekend.
This guy has
In
never
Group
seen
A,
Age of Empires
fierce
before in his
competition
life.
ensued as players battled it out for supremacy. With skillful maneuvers and strategic plays, only the strongest emerged victorious. Meanwhile, in Group B, contenders
Group B.
showcased
I love the way it
their
says B.
prowess in a display
Please have
of
him talk
tactical
about B
brilliance.
like that.
Beastie from Group B lost only one game to WAM, but managed to conquer
There it is.
his group. Marine Lord this time managed to get more than 80 bounty with his 3 scout and being unbeatable. With the dust settled, the top 5 players from each group have earned their place in the next phase of the tournament.
What is the Beastie, Lucifer, Beastie?
As anticipation builds,
Yep,
fans
seems accurate.
eagerly await the clash of titans as these skilled gamers face off in the upcoming weekend. Stay tuned to EGC TV as they bring you live coverage of the highly anticipated matches, where only the best of the best will prevail. From all of us here at EGC TV News, I'm Ash, signing off.
All right then. That's. Yep. All right. Moving swiftly on from that. Are you about to pay someone to do this every week? Oh dear, oh dear. Bless Ash. He has learned about the Bunty. That's all that matters. You've already set it up. Nice. There you go. You can handle the summaries. I'm going to handle the degenerate diving into 1,000,001 games. Oh dear, oh dear. Dude, that's reminding me, like, well, I don't know if I would have done it that way. It's reminding me of, like, an idea I had a while back for Dota 2 where I wanted to do a summary type, match the day type thing. But sadly, it wasn't, it was a bit difficult to get the funding where it was originally going to come from, so that never happened. But yeah, like, I honestly think the idea of, like, match the day type things is pretty desirable for a lot of esports. It's just not really done. Like, Dota 2 would have been amazing for it. I remember I pitched a show where the goal was, like, basically, what you'd see with the football. Like, I'd take the Gary Lineker-ish role as the host, right? And then you just get people that Dota love that don't really do much in terms of they're not playing or they're not, like, doing too much content creation, not kept too busy. So I was like, maybe we get Dendi to fly over and do these for, like, majors, right? But yeah, like, literally the pitch was made at the worst possible time as the funding was winding down. Unfortunately, the guy's job was, like, basically just sitting there nodding. He had no funding anymore. It's kind of sad. I still wish I could do that. Like, that would... I think CS as well. Like, there's so many scenes. Just actually, in general, like, an esports match of the day summary of, like, multiple different scenes would be amazing. But, like, no one's really doing it, right? So... people at least be informed. So... it's cool that you're doing it. I'd say, like, it's one of those things where it's kind of in a scene this size. That's not on you. It's a case of, like from a how would you make it profitable? How would you make it, like, sustainable point, right? That's where it's difficult to do in a scene this small. But, like, I definitely think a lot of the bigger scenes should have that type of thing, and I don't know why they don't. Apex, Call of Duty, Dota 2, League of Legends, CS, Rocket League, Rainbow Six. They all for sure should have it. AoE 4, there's a few different ideas I've got in mind. It's just going to take time to, like, weave in on that. Ooh. Oof. Dude, I just had a look at the tournament ELO update after the first weekend. Recon's having it rough, man. I feel bad for the guy because I know he's ill and having to play and, like, losing that many games. Oof. He lost 56 points. The biggest loss out of any single person. Biggest gainer seems to have been Louis, though. 35 points. Not bad. All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Tune, for that. So let's get ready for this one. Are we still lagging a bit? It seems like it's not smooth. I think we're smooth. All right. So anyway, we're going to be checking in on BC versus Elyoner to kick off the day. I thought this would be an interesting one to start with because Elyoner has a very kind of, I want to say, older style of drafting, it almost looks like. And I think their play style, like, they haven't really been able to prove themselves in tournament environments to the full extent yet. I'm not expecting a win. I'd be surprised if anyone was here against Beastie. But, it's one of those things where even if you know a person is likely to get 2-0'd, you want to see how they perform in those 2-0s. It tells you a lot about their potential in the upcoming weeks and months in tournaments. So, Byzantine Order of the Dragon is, like, an interesting mixer in there. Beastie also, by the way, is going to open with Order of the Dragon. So, it's quite comical because we just had that tier list from Vortex where Vortex was saying, yes, Order of the Dragon are the best. They're the only ones you ever need. Like, I'm wondering, is Beastie now on board with this idea, or is this something specific up against someone like Elyoner? I guess we can find out. Elyoner's known to be a Delhi main. He, however, left it for Beastie. So the way the draft went, I think they didn't have a choice. Yeah, because Beastie had first pick, and... oh, wait, sorry, no, he didn't have first pick. He'd banned, though, right? No, he did have first pick. I am always right on this. Haha, there we go. Because they're always left. So yeah, he banned the Deli just to be safe and then picked it first. Funnily enough, it's a little bit Papega, but that's because he had that makes okay. I'm a bit confused. So I'd love to know what BC's thought process here was, because he banned Deli, and then he had the pick first, and he picked Deli. Yo, what's up, Buck guy? Thank you very much, man. Glad glad to see so many Hom fans. I noticed a lot of people have Heroes of Might and Magic from their childhood as well. It's an amazing game. But yeah, so this is very weird on the draft. Beastie had final ban. Beastie had first pick. Which, by the way, for anyone who knows the Dota universe, that has been a long discussion of last pick first, last ban first pick, in the opening phase is really, really powerful. So it's a pretty odd choice. Maybe Beastie's thinking about Marley in the second pick. Yeah, but you have no reason. So bans are specific to the player. Picks are global. And even with the specific detail apart, it doesn't matter. If you're banning the Deli from Elyon, but you have first pick, there's no reason to ban Deli, right? So the only reason I can think Beastie would do this is that he didn't want to constrict the field further. He wanted to essentially allow Elyon to pick into something predictable, right? It's still a little bit weird, but it's next level big brain strategizing. It just seems a bit weird to me. It's hilarious as well, because I remember when he was showing off the draft with Killjoy in his stream, he used the example of not Killjoy, of Kazuyo, when he was doing, I think it was showing it off with Kazuyohan, and he used Kazuyohan's example of banning and then picking the Civ immediately afterwards as a bit Papega. And I was just thinking back to that now. So it's quite interesting that he'd done that with the Deli. Like I said, it could just be that he feels pretty confident about what Elyon is going to pick, and he just wants to keep the options open. Kind of like hoist him in his own petard sort of thing. Because look in this draft, I feel like Beastie got a really good one here, right? Deli aren't exactly directly addressed. Marlians are pretty free against half the civs he potentially faces here. Order of the Dragon seems like they could actually function quite well against French and even someone like Jeanne d'Arc. Byzantines, depending on the map, can work as well. But we're going to be opening up in this series on Gorge. And it is going to be a French OOTD matchup. Now, I know someone said that Elyon is a Deli main. Actually, I'd say Elyon is just as much a French and a Bassa main, which kind of explains the draft, right? So this is one of their stronger civs that they're whipping out. And French has been performing better. So let's see what they can do here. Let's hop into it. Well, these drafts are just getting kind of weird. Order of the Dragon, French, these things aren't meant to be happening in a tournament like the Elite Classic 2, but here we are. I don't know, welcome back to AO4 Action. We've got Elyon versus Beastie. This is one of the series that's played on the weekend from the group stage of the Elite Classic 2. A best of 3 between these two. It's some very interesting drafts, actually. Beastie getting a lot of nibbles at newer civs, and Elyon hanging around on something more traditional. We open with French versus OOTD on Gorge. And, this is interesting because I think actually on one side, French has been seeing a resurgence, actually. After being neglected and ignored for the last 2 or 3 months, some players have really started to just bump up that win rate, most notably Vortex and Lucifron. I think they've both been picking a decent amount. Lucifron, in particular, has been drafting it as the final pick in every one of his series, even using it quite frequently. And he's been winning with it. It's been impressive to watch, actually. It's still the surgical, brutal civ it can be. The question is whether it can be brutal up against a civ like Order of the Dragon. A civ that, in my opinion, actually has the edge here. I actually think Order of the Dragon thrives in the Feudal Age more so than any other age. And because of the power of the individual units, they can actually quite easily buffer away the French quickly. And it also is quite frustrating to play French against this civ, because when you raid any other civ, before textiles, your knights can 2-hit. Up against these guys, you can't, right? 65 HP means you're still going to need to get 15 more HP removed from these units. So opening rotation-wise, looks like Beastie is going to dive to the south side. Elyon, meanwhile, goes to the north. Elyon a little bit more contained in their approach, though. They didn't go all the way deep. It seems like they didn't want to make a gamble on running into the scout. Beastie, as a result, should end up with more of the sheep here, right? Because realistically, he can get to the back corner and then dart across to the north side, we can probably get his hands on what? Probably, I'd say about 4 sheep up there. So pretty good opening for him. And really important for Civ like Order the Dragon, right? They do exhaust their starting sheep very quickly. So you need to make sure you're optimal on the route. And getting this added benefit of the lap back and across your base, and then finding extra sheep afterwards. Mwah, chef kiss. And what are we looking at here? So this is Beastie, the man infamous for saying that he doesn't understand why anyone would ever go for mine work on the HRE. For a while, on the Order of the Dragon, he was going for the mine work. It seems that he's found something intriguing in his eyes about the Arkan Chapel. It's not bad on this map per se, right? Like, you secure the wood, you secure the gold with this. Practically every spawn, it feels like, bar the very rare ones where you get a forward spawn gold. Usually even then you get a small wood line with it. And you set up the farms behind your base quite comfortably. So yeah, this is interesting. The reason why I think Beastie's going for this is one of the few matchups where mine work doesn't really make much sense. So mine work is nice from a cheapness perspective, right? The efficiency of getting your techs. But the unique techs are not that desirable here, folks. Like, you got to remember, against the French, you're mainly going to be up against heavy knights. That's where your men-at-arms aren't that impressive, which means the most valuable unique tech, Golden Cuirass, pretty much feels worthless. So I'm actually okay with this choice. It looks like it's going to be... Wait, is this going to be a fast castle build? No, surely not. I'd be kind of surprised. I'm not sure OOTD necessarily has crazy power in the fast castle versus playing long feudal. I guess he just doesn't want to spam spears plus gilded archers. I don't think it's a bad combo, to be honest with you. I think that can actually deal with the French quite well. But realistically, if you get all the way up quickly into Castle Age, then you get a lot better tools, right? You get your hands on the Gilded Crossbowmen, you get your hands on the Gilded Knights, and those do actually hand French's asses to them, right? So we'll see if he is going to be ultra greedy here. It just could be because he doesn't want to invest in the starting Spearman, right? Like, the initial Knight is not going to dive your TC, but he will dive your gold. Other side of this, French about to hit the tier 2. Beastie. How are we looking? It is going to be the stables drop. Yeah, so this makes sense. I like this. It's not going to be fast castle, thank God. I don't think it ever really should be here. What he's aiming to do is aggro his opponent while not having to worry about home, right? And that's what you get out of this one outpost. It makes it almost impossible for the first 2 knights to do any damage to this area without taking substantial damage in return. I love that he's actually gathered a little bit of stone here. So we'll get the Arrow Slits. Really smart choice. Arrow Slits is more important on Order of the Dragon than it is on HRE. Both civs use it very well, but the reason why the Dragons need it more is because you typically have less villagers out where the outpost is. So you get less firepower against diving units. It means you're more likely to experience a knight going all the way in, even when there's an outpost there. On the side of Elyona's going to be going for the TC build. Oh, what... This could be really bad. And also, the fact that there's Gilded Horsemen coming out to meet the Knight, like, their damage is comparative here, right? 15 to 19. So as long as you don't absorb the charge, realistically, you can trade out close to even. Instead, it looks like Beastie's going to wait. This is really rough. I don't like what Elyon has done here, because by going for just 1 Knight with 2 Horsemen coming, there's a high risk that you either have to go for the most terrible TC you're ever going to see, or you have to postpone it, right? Because if you try to plow into the deer stacks, Double Horseman's going to block you. And hello to the wonderful Mister. Lovely to see you, my friend. Hopefully you're having a good time. Oof. You been watching the games, Mister? Let me know your overarching thoughts of the tournament so far. Shout out to Mister, of course, who would have been automatically qualified into the Elite Classic main event, but was a bit too busy for it right now. So Horseman wrapping around. Elyona is going to shift to the south side. If he's quick about this, he might be able to move out for the ball before he gets spotted. Well played, actually. That's pretty smart. He's playing to a lower value area, right? The food, the gold over here, the food in the front, like they're much better in that area. The ball is very far from the corner, and also this is kind of a punt from Elyona. There's a certain element of him praying that Beastie hasn't scouted this area. We can see Beastie has, but unfortunately he's in the wrong area entirely. Goes to the main base. Spearman did pull out to defend this as well. Does mean he could realistically dive into the main. Instead, it looks like Beastie is just going to start macroing up Castle Age. I actually quite like this build from Beastie. I mean, if you see your opponents on the stone like this, 3 or 4 horsemen is enough. It's a very expensive investment already. getting ahead in an age at this point, when you know Elyono is only starting to get the value out of the TC in maybe 2 minutes' time, is a big edge. Because by going for the second TC, Elyono didn't build many knights. It means they don't have a blocker against the relics on the map. So Beastie could easily turn this into a 3 or 4 relic game. He even has a split, right, on the left and right side, where feasibly his first prelate pull, at least one of the two should come back safely. Pumbaa being pulled in. Elyono, I love that he's trying to be optimal about this. I don't know if that was actually the case. But looks like he will get the TC up. And I can't help but feel that's a mistake gathering wood. I don't think he's mean to do that. Reignitz is now in the way. Elyono, I don't like it when someone has to go horseman like this, but he got blocked off the gold, right? So this is even worse than it first appeared. The choice to build the TC out here meant his initial spears were pulled to secure that. It means he had no way to secure gold. And it means that these horsemen right now can destroy everything you've built that you can fight with on the mid-map. There's no way you come too far out with spears. And now, because you haven't been pumping knights this entire time, by the time you start resuming, the Gilded Knights are going to be on the way. Yes, they take quite a while to come out, but they also pack an absurd punch. Beastie, of course, is just going to keep trying to idle out that gold. Archery range is on the way. Wait, what? Does he think... I don't think Elyono knows that it's a castle build. There's no way he knows. So this archery range makes no sense unless you think that Beastie's playing long feudal and adding in spears to counter your knights. Oh man, Elyono's in for a rude awakening here. Reignitz complete. This archery range is now essentially worthless. And now we should be looking at the first Gilded Knight coming in a second. There it is, gets queued up. Reignitz already producing the first prelate, and this is where Elyono needs to go out and block the relics. Unfortunately, this army is not exactly what I'd call scary. I mean, the way that he's building, I mean, Elyono is going to be hard split to try and defend both sides of this map simultaneously. I love this little detail from Beastie on the deer. Just spreading them out to the maximum to make sure Elyono doesn't get value there. Shout out to the boy is dead coming in with the prime sub. Appreciate you, buddy. We're about to see if this boy's going to be dead. Elyono, shaky situation here. Yes, he's got 2 TCs. Yes, you can see it's a very big eco lead, but it's Archon and it's Order the Dragon, so you really have to add quite a bit onto the account. Undermesh also on the way in, so these archers are going to tickle. Forever and ever. Never to be higher than that. Gilded Knight finally coming out. This relic, you're not going to secure it. You're not going to hold it, right? Like, there's no way you're going to stop Beastie from getting this. A knight and a horseman against a Gilded Knight? Yeah, re-roll, go again. In the meantime, the horsemen are also still trying to actively raid. They're going to move back over to the villager line on the gold. This is annoying. It's starting to really slow down Elyono if he has to pull away from this line. Instead, he's going to start losing villagers as he tries to hang around. Prelate actually gets targeted, so well played there by Elyono. Beastie a little bit overzealous with the prelate pull. Need to send the knight in first and then the prelate on a delay. Now Elyono looks like he now knows he has to shift away. Just too much damage done to his royal knight. If he tries to go in again, maybe with a cycle charge, but it feels like you'd definitely be throwing yourself away here, right? It's probably better to just reset on the second relic and then snipe another prelate there. Elyono. What is the game strat here? I feel like you can't rush castle yourself now, right? You probably have to wait until you're about 60 plus eco before you consider castle. You bare minimum have to wait until the relic situation is kind of resolved. And by resolved, I mean like you've either grinded Beastie into dust or he's got them. So like realistically from this position, Elyono's goal is to delay the relic recovery long enough that they scale into an eco lead that is substantial. Like we're talking 40. That takes quite a long time. Right now, you're running out of resources to even kind of threaten on these products, right? This one Gilded Knight is clearing this all up. Scout's going to go down. Spearman also now targeted. A Knight is moving in, but he's low HP, so he could easily just die off. Follow-up ones might be able to find the snipe here, but second Gilded Knight coming in. The body blocks could also get in the way. Well played, Beastie on the micro. Looks like the prelate is still going to go down, but now with 2 Gilded Knights here, Elyono's throwing a lot at this. And I don't think it's going to stick much longer, right? Like before this, when it was just 1 knight, you can kite. Now when it's 2, make that 3. This is where BC should be able to recover the relics. And because Elyono has shown they're willing to keep investing in feudal, it means that Beastie doesn't have to split the map anymore, right? He can actually take a more decisive approach to this. 1 relic at a time. Where better place to play than on that south side? 2 more relics already on the way home. He's been... Wait, what? Classic Beastie. He gets all the way around the back and takes one of the more risky relics. And this aggression, all just targeted towards this location, has only hurt Elyona at the stage. Elyona is now having to go full in on spears to try and contest this, and Beastie's read is on point. Gilded Langsneck as a follow-up is exactly what you need to just swipe this all away. Beastie now marching in with the Gilded Knights. There's going to be so many villagers out here. Remember, this TC went down early, and also it's a French TC. It produces quicker. Charge in with the Knights, and Elyona, even as quick as he may be to react, there's just too many villagers out here. An absolute massacre on the second TC. 9 more villagers have been struck down by this raid. More to come, though. Moves across onto the berry line. Elyona not shifting away quick enough. It's just heavy losses here. Essentially, your entire eco lead you built up is gone, right? Because remember, Beastie, these villagers, they're 28% more efficient by default. And behind this, we're looking at a 5-relic game. Beastie on his way back with them all. Knight, in the meantime, is going to at least raid in. We'll get some damage done there, but these are gilded villagers. They do not die quickly. Spearman is going to arrive to buffer this away. Now, the chaos continues. Knights hitting the main base. Secondary TC has been reduced to just 10 villagers. And this is where Beastie should just be able to double down on the castle timing. Someone's asking, is this going to be the fabled fast imp build? I don't think so. I think if you try to imp here, it's a negative play. You want to try to end the game in castle. I think this is a very strong point for you. You're already an age ahead. It's kind of overkill to go an extra age up. BC might just do it. Now, realistically, I think at this stage you built a lead that can allow you to do more or less anything. But I feel like with the Langsneck coming and the fact you've got Gilded Knights already, you pretty much have everything you need to close out the game now. Elyona just trying to move in to strike the main base, but unfortunately, doesn't really feel like a big enough army to do that, right? 6 Knights. Meanwhile, the other side, Langsneck! Oh my god! Alright, that's it. Dude, there's no coming back from that. Sorry, I got distracted fixing the map. That was an absolute massacre. 2 swipes, and that's right. That's all it takes. Elyona instantly loses their economy lead. Now 37 workers killed in this game. This game is over. And Beastie, no way he's going to try to go imp here. There's no reason to anymore. You end the game. Oh my god. I'm glad I caught that just in time. Bloody overlay. I don't know why it popped down. But bloody massacre in Elyona's base as all his villagers pop down. 6 feet down. All Beastie needs to do is defend this. If he holds against this charge in, game's over. Warlock's going to come out. He can't get it. Has to back away. There's more relics to work with. Beastie can keep doing this to him to buy more time if he needs to. More spears being produced. No more Langsneck coming, surprisingly enough here. Even though Langs would just wipe this out, he just wants to deal with the Knights. Fair and square. Gilded Knights stand their ground. Prelate heals are making him last quite a while here. This dive may do some eco damage, but I don't think it's going to be enough to even it up for Elyona. The arrow fire is just too painful here. Only a handful of Knights remaining. Spearman count is too low. He has to back away, and that surely has to be the game. Oh, man. Dude, I can't even believe that. I'm trying to think how many worker kills that was, right? Because, like, we caught... What was it? 15 over here. It was at the count. He went up to 22 when we looked over at this. There was 10 there, so he found it even more past that. Dude, what a quick swipe on the game. This is why you always have to keep an eye on everything Order the Dragon do. Just one Langsneck can set the entire course of the game. Beastie. If one Langsneck can set the course of the game, 2 should surely end it. Oh, man. What an insane game. This is just game number 1. Beastie styling with a Civ that's considered to be underwhelming by a lot of players. At least that's what's been stated time and time again, right? Order the Dragon, a Civ that needs to win early. They can't win late. And Beastie's showing you exactly how to win early. A little bit of greed, right? You get your late earlier, and then you use it to press for an advantage. And now Beastie, he's got the military lead. Langsneck and Spears, pretty much all you need to break this now, right? Like, Elyona has got 4 archers to their name and nothing else. What a crazy game. And we've still got at least one more ahead of us, right? And we've got to remember, like, Elyona's still got very, I want to say, similar civs to play with. They've got Roos, they've got Jeanne d'Arc, and they've got Abbasis to round out. So you've kind of got, like, you know, what French embodies, the others embody similarly, the idea of TCs, the idea of aggro and feudal. On the side of it, though, Beastie just has so much to flex still. Delhi, Byzantines, Malians. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if we're looking at a Delhi for Game 2. I can't remember if Cliffside was in the draw. Considering what your opponent has in reserve, I don't feel like there's many civs that deal with Delhi fantastically well there. I think the Jeanne d'Arc Delhi matchup is a bit more skill-oriented. But right now, Beastie's got to be confident about his skills after this game. And I believe we are now looking at an Imperial Age target. So he's decided if Elyona isn't going to just give up, if he's going to try and hang in this, then Beastie's going to have to force his hand. Guildhall on the way from Elyona. Pretty soon, I think we're going to be seeing Beastie get up into Imperial Age. Oh, Knight in as well. Wait, where's the defense? Also, where are the textiles, man? Like, you'd think after the Langsneck raid, he'd learn his lesson, but Elyona still playing naked and battered here in their own base. This one Knight can do a lot of damage. Tech up completes at least. Spearman is trying to contest this, but it's just one measly spear. Now Yona, they're about to lose the entire eco lead again. Oh my god, dude. This is brutal to watch. Talk about underreacting to what is essentially double Knight in your base. So it finally flops down, but as that's happening, Pulse of Swabia is now on the way. And surely Elyona's got to see the writing on the wall here, right? Like, food is becoming an issue. We already saw that it had to play wide on this ugly deer stack. They're exhausting this one over here. Ball's been long gone, and berries aren't looking pretty. So while your opponent's about to Imperial Age, you're about to need a farm transition, and your opponent already has that. Like, realistically, there's no way Elyona can play this game once that tech up completes. And I think they're going to know it. Like, they're a pretty smart cookie. I respect someone who just, like, tries to stay until the bell rings, but the only reason you can't hear the bell ringing is because of the hit to the face you took. The ringing's internal in your brain right now. There we go. GG. Instantly calls at the moment Imp comes in. Game 1, a very surgical execution by Beastie. That clutch Langsneck swing, just making it look so cruise mode as this game went on. But this game is only one of multiples being played here. We've still got at least one more game between Elyona and Beastie. A pretty dominant performance opening up from Beastie. Really impressive, that Langsneck, that swipe. Dude, I can't believe that, actually. I don't know what happened there. It looked like there was something aggro in the gold that sent the villagers back, and then he swiped in from 2 angles with the Langsneck. Just very clean, very crisp by Beastie. But only the first. We get at least one more between these two. And I'm going to check now to see where we're going to be going for that one. Looks like we're actually going to be going to Lipany. And I can confirm that Beastie is all about the new groove. Screw these old civs. He's proven himself on them. It's going to be this one. He's going for the Byzantines. Meanwhile, Elyona in Lipany, there's 2 choices here, realistically, right? You either go Abbasids or you go Rus. They opted to go Rus here. Is this better or worse? I feel like Abbasids, you can at least out-eco your opponent. Rus is just very strong all-arounder, right? Like, I think they can work anywhere. What I'd like to see in this game from Elyona in particular is this idea of like a proxy based on all-in aggro. It's not something we're used to seeing anymore. No one seems to do it. But if there was any place to revive that build, surely it would be here on Lipany. Game 2, Beastie already a match point. Elyona whipping out the dominant Rus. Beastie trying to make a point about the new civs, really, isn't he? Byzantines, definitely no pushover, I think, with the buffs they've received to the early game and the strength still remaining in the mid and late. They're a force to be reckoned with. I'd say, like, you get late game, Byzantines to me feel like a top 5 civ, top 6 civ, at least. They definitely got nerfed a little, right? Like, Streltsy are very expensive now, so they're not as sustainable as they once were. But I feel like their surge point comes a lot earlier, especially because of this buff in particular. The system going from a 5% to 10% buff at level 1 was a humongous buff to this civ. Allows you to just churn out your initial lombos a lot quicker, make sure you're getting your feudal age a bit faster, and essentially block out these overly aggressive plays. Beastie on the opener is going to go for a double scout. makes a lot of sense here, right? When you're up against the Rus, you just have to contest this. And it is going to allow him to also absorb a lot of sheep in the meantime. Elyon already queuing Wheelbarrow very early here. Now, this is fine because it takes a minute and 30 seconds, right? So what you do is you basically check to see if you're going to find enough hunt just before it completes. And if you find yourself at like 170 goldish, then you just allow Wheelbarrow to complete. If you don't have enough, if say you had the most terrible bounty run, you had 100 gold, that's where you need to consider canceling Wheelbarrow. Otherwise, you're going to idle yourself up for like 4 minutes waiting for a tech up. The Beastie, interesting pathing here, right? Like he went far right, and then he went left immediately to try and find the deer and contest it. Looks like he has found some links in on it as well. So kind of a rough part right now for Elyon. I mean, realistically, they should still find 2 wolves, so they should be fine here. Right, we've got 1 wolf over here. I imagine there's going to be another back towards their side of the map somewhere. Yeah, down here. So they should get enough to get their tech up. They just need to be quick about it, because this always feels rough. When you're getting very close to having the food required, but your gold is still lagging behind by 50, you're probably going to skip a tick, right? You're probably going to end up over booming. You have about 50 to 80 extra food, and that means you're just not being optimal with your fuel timing, which is important considering that slows down your TC. Other side of this, Beastie's lightly going for the Grand Winery. Yeah, there's no doubt in my mind, right? Like, you just don't see Hippodrome. Hippodrome feels... It doesn't feel unplayable necessarily against Knight Civs. It just doesn't feel great, is what I'd say. Like, you get very high base damage on the Horsemen, enough to do serious damage to the Knights. It just doesn't feel like the best exchange versus getting a lot more olive oil and playing for a later phase in the game. Like, the issue I have with Hippodrome and this type of matchup, if they've gone for it, is it feels like you're trying to play into a stronger feudal timing when I think realistically your strength is in Castle Age. I also just think Hippodrome is terrible right now. Like, I think I was one of the first people to be like, mark my words, right? This is going to be broken. This Triumph effect is not balanced. But at the same time, the way that they tweaked it and messed around with it, I think all they've done is guaranteed that it just doesn't have relevance at really any point in the game. The only exception we've seen is maybe some people trying to do things like Royal Knights or Horse Archers / Magadai. But even that feels pretty hit and miss. I think a B was the one who was regularly trying it, right? Like with Magadai. And it just didn't really perform well enough. I think the biggest problem with Triumph now, with Hippodrome, is the fact that you just don't generate enough tickets frequently enough to put it to adequate use compared to Grand Winery. Stone being gathered. I don't think we're going to be looking at a second TC. I could be wrong, though. Like, we're getting the second Cistern chained in. There's still a lot of gathering going on. Realistically, this could be a chain for a third Cistern out here, just for the double berries. But, you know, 2 TC wouldn't be the worst of ideas for the Byzantines here, considering that the Rus are always going to do at least 2, if not 3 TCs. In fact, we can already see Elyon moving across the stone now. Kremlin does secure a lot, actually. Deer on the front, and this area on the side. If you just short wall here with a Palisade, and then move around the back, you essentially have secured, what was that, like, I want to say 5,000 food almost, as well as the golds. Pretty good haul for limited investment to defend. We'll see if they want to play into that. Other side, it is indeed going to be the 2 TC from Beastie. So yeah, not expecting more than 2 TC here. This to me feels like a Castle Age race between both of them now. Whenever you drop Grand Winery, you kind of just make this statement that there's a surge point for you at the beginning of Castle, because of course you can build monks out of this straight away. So that's going to mean that Elyon, when they see this, they know this, they're not going to want to wait around, because also another issue is if this becomes a long feudal and you start to absorb these limited resources off the map, typically what the Byzantines do is they start adding in a lot of olive groves, and that just scales the merc count, the olive oil income, to a point where it's able to continuously contest you throughout the rest of the game. So for Elyon, it's imperative they target that Castle Age timing after 2 TC. For Beastie, it's just a natural mirror to get into a strong point. So, second TC dropped. Elyon probably going to be dropping the TC over here between the berries and the deer. I feel like gone are the days where we saw the Rus free TC builds. They just kind of evaporated, right? I think they were way too greedy. I remember saying a while back, like, if you looked at Rus Mirrors and you watched a free TC versus 2 TC build, free TC lost. It always lost. You know, you had to outplay so hard to win. 2TC into castle just reaches a very strong point for the Rus. Namely, if they're playing into knights, they just get their hands on Boy's Fortitude as they scale. It just feels a lot better. They get their hands on the relics, which enables them to pump more knights. There's a lot of boxes that get ticked. And of course, an earlier high trade house means more bounty coming in, which means you're unlocking a higher tier as you move deeper into the game. A little bit of annoyance coming out from Alyona scouts here. Looks like they are adding in the horsemen. So this is the discount knight opening, right? Like if you can't afford the knights, you go for the horsemen. But of course, he should have enough gold after that to pump a knight as a follow-up. Second TC is going to secure the berries. It doesn't secure the wraparound on the back of the base, but realistically, like what you need is protected, right? The gold is going to be in range. Stone, not as important. The Grand Winery is a little bit of a threatened here. I'd love to see BC set up a back wall here between the gold and the edge of the map, just to guarantee there's no 360 rotation for follow-up knights. Limitane now being pumped. So Sistine is going to chain in for the level 3. BC, this should actually accelerate him pretty crazily fast into those initial mercs. We're probably, in this game, I think when you're up against the Rus, you're most likely to go for the Western contract here. Lombos are very strong. Good base damage, very good at defending, even against Knights, right? Because the whole idea is Knights can't dive you. Javelins are more reserved for when you want to attack your opponent. I just don't feel like you want to come out before Castle, right? And if this goes late enough in the game that you find yourself in Imperial, it doesn't become a Streltsy versus Streltsy. It's actually just Lombo versus Streltsy. The Lombos shred Streltsies, especially when you go for the Foreign Engineering Company. Interesting, actually. Alyona went for the right side for the deer in the end instead of the left. I guess it makes sense. Like it's kind of safer, right? The reality is that this stays close to the Kremlin, but also it's the way you connect your starting tree line so that this can never be raided. Like wood is the most valuable resource for the Rus at multiple phases in the game. Feudal is definitely one of those phases. In fact, it looks like they're going to be adding in archers, so this is probably going to make it even more likely we're looking at Western contract. Wolves going up ambitiously is from Beastie here. Has got the Limitane, so smart read there. This horseman won't be able to stop this. This is a very greedy land grab from Beastie, but because of Alyona's opening where he failed to pump a knight first, this should work. Yeah, I don't like the fact that Alyona missed macroed, so they had a horseman coming out instead of a knight. I think that's a really big deal. If there was a knight over here instead, you can contest these opening Limitane, right? You could stop the villager, you keep this open for a second knight follow-up. Instead, what you have is this deadweight horseman that didn't really do anything. And now the hunker down begins for Beastie. And, ooh, okay. So he goes to javelins. That's interesting. I thought Beastie was just going to try to sit back, but I guess his thought process here is he needs to move out on the mid-map, because if this now turns into a castle rush from both sides, Rus are pretty fast, right? They can compete with you. And if they reach castle first, the Warrior Monks move very quick, and you wouldn't be able to secure enough relics compared to your opponent. By going for jabs, this does suggest that Beastie is looking to come out. Typically, whenever you want to just defend, Western's always the way to go. Jabs, really, the whole point of this contract, strong point is early game, and you peak in mid. Because it's all about javelin throwers, right? You don't want to be building grenadiers. I don't feel like I've ever seen a single Byzantine game where grenadiers have seemed worth it. And camels are only ever really worth it if you get your hands on the Foreign Engineering Company. Not too bad, actually, up against the Rus, if you think about it, right? Because with the camel aura, you're able to just screw over the knights. But realistically, that's what the Limitane are for. What's the icon next to olive oil? That is a broken UI element. Welcome to Capture Age, where we don't complete our products. Smiley face. That's what that is clearly that was meant to be an infinite sign to let you guys know that Byzantines will always get their oil. Because someone forgot the line. Army marching in. Limited angles to approach from, though. So we're not actually getting the Castle Age rush from either after the second TC in the end. That's kind of intriguing. Alyona playing this way is dangerous, though, because I feel like you have to end the game, right? Like, your army does scale, sure, but so does BC's. And I think BC, you have to remember, is a 2TC versus 2TC. But BC has got the added system effect that's scaling over time. You're adding in more, right? Because when you drop more buildings, you get paid stone. That stone's naturally going to go into additional systems. That's a problem. It means Elyon is becoming less efficient as the age goes on. At the start of the age, Rus are a lot better off, right? They get the 20% more wood because of the Kremlin. The bounty already gave them a booster there. But the longer the feudal drags out, the worse it tends to get for you. He needs to start hitting soon. Byzantines are going to move up north, Beastie. They have to remind Elyon that he's not going to get in for free here. And we have got Rams coming out, so Elyon 100% committed to this. The problem is that they are going into Steeled Arrows. They're relying pretty heavily on archers, right? Like, knight count isn't that high. Javelin count is. 12 already, and Beastie, like, the other thing is whenever you play jabs like this, defending, these choke points are huge. Like, between this TC and this tree line, it means he only needs half the Limitana he actually has to hold back knights. Behind this, he's going to get plenty more jabs. All the deer to work with as well. Just so much value secured in this area. Yeah, this is the annoyance of walls, right? This is why typically when you see an opponent wall, your reaction is to go Castle Age to try and kind of punish that later. At least in this situation, like when it's a very defensive still like the Byzantines, you have to think about what they've given up on this map. They've given up 4 relics, they've given up most of the pocketed resources. Elyon is trying to turn this into an all-in. I kind of get where they're coming from as well. Like, BC's not one of those players you typically want to go against in the late game. But I do think out of all the civs you could be trying to do this against, at the Rus, this is one of the worst ones due to the Limitane shield wall. Has been nerfed, sure, but it's still a substantial reduction on the archer's output against you. Wall's going to be broke through. Elyon, I think he's reached the point where he's like, okay, it's go or die later, right? Like, you just can't wait around any longer. Beastie. 16 javelins. This angle of approach is very dangerous, actually. Remember what we said about the tree line and the TC? It's even worse than that. These jabs can hide behind the tree line when you move in. And jabs, surprisingly enough, actually kill Rams at a decent pace now. Turns out going from 420 to 340 health hurt quite a bit. Limitane are going to try to move in for the freebie. Elyon will start to arrive with the reinforcements, though. Second Ram has been built into. Jabs are looking for targets now. Nice. Trying to go for the charge here. Are going to get baited and range to Limitane. And he didn't pull away the scouts. So Limitane are going to find some targets here. Javelin's starting to trade out against the archers. TC is being targeted, but not enough damage being done here. Rams already down to half HP. Beastie is going to be able to hold. Second wave of Limitane should be enough to put the fear of God in Elyon. And this feels like a rout. I mean, this feels catastrophic right now. A pushing attempt there, being pushed back the way it was. The losses on the entry, not great. The only upside is Beastie, this chase is a bit overzealous. Does realize it and starts to pull back. So good hold by Beastie. Doesn't lose the TC. Able to repair it up. Only thing I say is those Limitane shouldn't have been chasing. They should have just stayed back, right? Because like Beastie's goal is not to come out. Beastie's goal is just to hunker down and keep doing this until his eco is big enough that he's able to flood out with double the army. We're getting to that stage soon. It's 36 versus 58 military. Elyon. Yeah, these jabs are a problem. There is so many jabs right now, 20 of them. In fact, there are more javelins than there are archers in this game, which is absolutely absurd. Oh, sorry, he's got more coming, but in the fights, there are more jabs than there are archers. And look at this. Beastie, you cheeky git. He knows he needs more jabs, so he splits out into the flanks. Limitane, line formation coming out, and the clash is going to come in. A cycle charge in from the Knights. Well played there, but now you have to commit. And this commitment is going to hurt. There's still 20 Limitane left over. 14 Knights might be able to hold it. Jabs are getting rid of the remaining archers. There's only 6 left over. And these Knights, they need to reach those javelins, but they're not able to do so freely. Instead, the last Limitane drag the fight back. Javelins are going to have to walk away from this. They are going to take heavy losses on the retreat. Not the most ideal exit from Beastie. I'm a little bit surprised by the way that the Limitane got sacrificed and split from the jabs. It seemed like he hadn't got a rally point out towards the fight. Had he, I don't think this even looked close. Instead, Elyon gets a little bit of breathing room, but not for long. Knight's health bar's not looking great here. Jabs can clean up the remaining archers. And now there's enough Limitane here to hold. Militia do get a decent amount of value, but they're about to expire. And after that, I think this is the point where Elyon is just going to lose the fight outright. Oh, man. Dude, that was so tough. For a moment there, Beastie, extremely overextended, right? He didn't have a rally point sending out the extra Limitane. Had he been trickling in extra Spearmen there, I don't think this fight even looked close. But in the end, similar to Beastie's overextension, Elyon returns the favor. It takes a heavy loss, a heavy walloping there. Like, you've got to consider what happened on the destroyed value side of things. That's a lot of nights for a Civ like the Roost to lose. You know, starting gold is almost going to be exhausted. You have to move further out. That becomes a risk as the game goes on. Food sources are also not looking great. First year's already being exploited. Second one's being taken. So you're looking at a game where you have to, what, play out into boar and... Oh, buddy, no. Beastie beat him to the punchline. They both had a reason to come. Small group is at least going to raid onto the other berry stack, and Beastie's now on his way down there. Beastie has got a very big macro issue, by the way. That's way too much gold and no reason to have it, so needs to address that. At this pace, he could legitimately just buy an age up. And there's a very big difference between what's happening with these two civs now, actually. This is why you usually see civs like Delhi and Abbasids here a lot. Both these civs are now playing berries. That's not an advantage for the Roost. That's a huge disadvantage. It's a bad gathering rate for both, sure, but the Byzantines at least get 20% of what they gather as food as olive oil, which equals a lot more of these javelins. There's already more javs now than there are archers in the entire game. Another annoying thing about these javs and Limitane, the thing that is so tilting, actually, is the fact that this entire comp can dive defenses and not care. Right? The Limitane with the shield wall, javelins with naturally high ranged armor. It just means you're not doing any damage. And now he tries to escape away. Several more villages being taken out. Golden Horn Tower now on the way from Beastie. Now Yona, you know, for the last few minutes, I've just not really seen a decisive move that makes them look like they're still in this game. They are at least going to get the timing to match with High Trade House on the way, but realistically, the follow-up that's about to occur scares me. Beastie has a substantial army that he can rapidly upgrade. Elyon has been heavily depleted, and these knights don't really get any return value, in my opinion, in Castle Age until they've got their hands on Boy's Fortitude. And Boy's Fortitude is a 500 resource tech. It's not cheap. Sorry, 350. I was thinking 500. I'm an idiot. 350, still a lot though, right? 250 gold when you need to get all these veterancies as well. It burns a hole in your pocket. Speaking of things to burn. Wooded Fortress. Going to be torched down. Villagers are not going to be able to get away from this. So Elyon about to lose 5 more eco there. And the militia are completely irrelevant. Okay, this is tough. They've gone into men-at-arms, but the problem is getting critical mass here up against these javelins. The javelin veterancy will come through quick here. In fact, Beastie is... There's no way, right? Like, I don't think you do this, right? You're not going to just back-to-back tech. There we go. Who'll start buying? Legitimately, his economy was so good, he could have actually just waited 30 seconds and went imp. And, oh boy. Yeah, this is pretty bad. This is why Beastie's swings haven't been, like, knockout punches up to this point. It's the Olive Grove spam. We're up to 33. Other side of this, Elyon doesn't have more than like 8 farms to their name? Yeah, 8 farms exactly. It's going to be a dive on this outpost. Looks like that is going to be a small pocket eco by Beastie being thrown away. No way we'll be able to hold that, of course. But realistically, what he can get in return is much bigger. Level 2 ranged upgrades on the way. More jabs are being pumped. And notice that Beastie didn't rush to go into the veterancy. He could have actually waited, in fact, a little bit longer for the first jabs to come out, but it's all about timing to attack. And this is where the Byzantines become ridiculous. People saying Limitane are insane. No. Limitane are about to be insane. The movement speed is what makes them batshit crazy. 5 villagers going to get chopped down. Just about. Limitane are now moving in on the soft underbelly, the eco. Funnily enough, neither player has even tried to play for relics yet. That's about to change. Beastie's moving out for them. With an army this big, I mean, it should be very easy to bog down Elyon in one location and take relics from the other. These Limitane, look, come on, like, tell me this is reasonable. 1.8 movement speed. I need sounds from a McLaren on this. God. They are so insanely fast. This one Limitane actually could take down several villages. There's no textiles for Elyon. Okay, nice. Aggro at least switched over, so he's going to save the villages in time. Elsewhere, he's about to run into a predicament, though. This is a sticky fight that you don't want to be a part of. Limitane rush the front line. Javelins just annihilating the back of this. And Elyoner, this is the type of fight you can't afford to lose, but you don't have a say in it anymore. Men-at-Arms count is simply not big enough. The mass Limitane, there's just too many stabbers here. I mean, this is it. This is done. There is no way back now for Elyoner. They don't really have much of a front line left here. Crossbow count has magically just spiraled up to 14. Varangian spam is coming after this. Beastie has got late game economy. Elyoner does not. I think Elyoner played this series a lot better than I've seen them historically do, but this was just surgical as usual from Beastie. A good understanding of the matchups. I think he actually outdrafted Elyoner. The way he played game 1 was fantastic. That game maybe should have been a bit closer, but the strategy, the approach to this on Lipany, Byzantines isn't really something people think of as a highlight to go for, but we're seeing exactly here why Lipany might be their hometown. 2-0 for Beastie. Whew. Yeah, pretty dominant game, pretty dominant series coming out from Beastie there. Kind of a tricky one. I'm trying to think, like, draft-wise, was there something alternative that could have been done? Maybe... If Elyoner went for Abbasids, I don't think that's necessarily going to do much better against Byzantines. Maybe. I like what Elyoner tried to do. I think what Elyoner tried to do is address their mistake of game 1. Their mistake of game 1 was not being aggressive enough. Their idea in game 2 was to be fully aggressive, right? But Beastie, I think he played his spawn very well. He didn't overextend, and he just understood that this was one of those situations where Elyoner was forcing it all in, right? So you don't have to come out, you just wait, you just camp it. So well played by him to take it. The game 1 was the more impressive one. Like I think, like, you know, that game to me was the more important one from the way Elyoner played, in that I feel like they made a mistake. They gave something over. That second TC rush was not the right call. I think that left them very susceptible to this early all-in timing from Order of the Dragon. I mean, it's a civ that you should know inherently are going to want to all-in you anyway. Order of the Dragon are all about feudal castle age. Imp only feels good if you have a phenomenal lead. So, yeah, that, to me, the big takeaway for Elyoner in this is, like, game 2, you kind of got baited in. Sucks for what it is. Game 1 is where you need to reassess your approach. Right, so 1 series down. Let me move that across to the casted series list, and we have got more to go. So, hey, thank you very much, Jim. Welcome to Swarm, buddy. So, 1 series done. I think we can look at... We can either check out some more Elyoner, or we can have a look at maybe some Anatan comes to mind. I was thinking we could go for... Which one was earlier? If it shows up, let me check if Wham versus Anatan shows up. So, Wham. One sec. I think we can't do Wham versus Anatan. I think that game is too long ago, which is fine. We can just do... We'll do probably Lucifron versus Anatan instead in that case. There is one Wham versus Anatan game we could see. It would be the final game of their series, the Holy Island one. I think we'll just, like, go for the Lucifron series instead. So, Lucy versus Anna. Let me get that ready. Let me update the title as well. Any Marine Lord games? So, I think we cast most of the Marine Lord games, if I'm not mistaken. Yesterday... Oh, so I need to turn off my heating. So, yesterday we done Marine Lord versus Numidan. The mainstream done Marine Lord versus Puppy Paw and Marine Lord versus Demu. That would leave... I think that leaves 2 series, right? That would leave... So we can't watch Marine Lord versus Recon because that was too early. And to be honest, like, I don't think Recon series are going to maybe be worth watching. he's just not feeling very well, so he's nowhere near 100% right now, which is kind of unfortunate. It's unfortunate it had to happen to him on the first major event of 2024, but it happens. Marine Lord versus Cat is maybe one we could have a look at. I'll let you guys vote. Do you guys want Lucifron versus... I mean, we'll probably do both of them. It's just which one do people want first. Give you guys a minute, which is good because I'm going to run ads when I do this poll so that we don't have to worry about ads in game. We'll either do Lucifron versus Whatcast. We can either do Lucifron versus Anatan next, or we can do Marine Lord versus Cat. All right, there you go. 1 minute. Get voting. I'm going to run the ads now, so we don't have to worry about them in game. So, if you want to keep talking to me, subscribe. Boom. I got a feeling people are going to want Lucifron versus Anno, though. Maybe I'll be surprised. Only one vote? That's surprising. Okay. Guess we're doing Marine Lord versus Cat. Unless something drastic happens in the votes. Let me remove the bans. This overlay sucks with bans. Oh, wait, no. You guys keep me on my toes, don't you? It's okay. We can do Marine Lord versus Cat later. I guess we're doing Lucifron versus Anatan. So let me get the draft for that. Am I blind? There it is. Okay. So. I wish I could show the entire band draft because I really like it. Something drastic? Hey, if you think about the calculations, that's a very big percentage increase in the amount of people voting. And hello to the YouTubers. I noticed a few of you have been looking in on you occasionally. Chris and his bloody push-ups. I swear Chris is one of those people who doesn't like work out themselves. They're like, I'm part of it, man. When someone else works out, I'm part of it. All right, let me find the WAM Anatan game so I can load it. And then we can talk a little bit about the draft. Not WAM, sorry. Lucifron Anatan. There is also a WAM Anno series we'll look to do as well. So, double check. All right, there we go. Let me do my push-ups. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's have a look at these drafts, actually. Oh, did I not update to remove the bans? Sorry, let me get rid of those. Like I said, I have to remove them because there's no overlay I have access to right now that makes them pretty. So we've got... Wait, Ottoman's got through? I'm trying to think, like, if Lucifron got something substantial to deal with Ottos. I've noticed this. This is crazy, dude. I don't know what it is. They always let it through. That emote's cursed? Wait, oh, that one, yeah. And thank you, Silky. That's why I done the extra 3 push-ups, because I predicted that. So let's have a look at statistics. I'm trying to think... Lucifron basically picked the Japanese to secure the Delhi pick. But I imagine Lucifron also drafted Holy Island. He did, which is the biggest reason he does this. I really like Lucifron and Vortex's approach to the drafting, actually. You pick Holy Island, and then you open Japanese, you ban your opponent from Delhi, and you take Delhi. That's a really strong opener. I think that's like my favorite opener I've seen so far. It's very powerful. But Ottomans like counters Delhi, right? So that can't be your intent to play Otto versus Delhi. does Lucifron think HRE is a good answer to Ottomans? That's why I'm wondering. That's the for me. Whether he believes in the power of like the HRE versus Ottos. Like if we check statistics, I'm pretty sure surely they don't win that, right? No. The only hold on a sec. Let me pull up the Conk Plus for the most recent patch. If we look at Ottomans, the only civs that are beating them, sorry, Delhi actually do have a slightly better win rate. So it's 55% for them. And then the other civ that does really well is the English, and the Byzantines do okay. English are the ones that are dominating against Ottos. But English wasn't picked, and I'm double checking, it wasn't banned either, which is kind of intriguing. I think English on this map pool, like not being picked, obviously it depends on whether they select the right maps, and in fairness to them, like Frisian Marshes, Holy Island, Dry Arabia, none of them are right. If this had been like a draft where you picked Cliffside, or you picked Coastal Cliffs, then English is the default pick, in my opinion. You pick it in your second phase. So I'm not really expecting to see much of Cliffside or Coastal Cliffs in Lucifron and Vortex's drafts, by the way. They just seem to not prioritize them. Holy Island is always the one they choose to target in. And it seems like, you know, if players do choose to ban that, it's interesting because I feel like that's a weird advantage that like only they get, right? You have to remember that each player gets 2 map bans, so 50% of your bans will be going against like playing into Lucifron and Vortex's idea, like right, like they're the ones that are going to force you to ban. They're never going to ban it themselves. So compared to most of the other players, there's a very creative way to approach the draft that I don't think anyone else so far I've seen leaning into. All right, should we get ready for this? What's up, Myriad, buddy? It is criminal that this series did not get cast, so we're here to fix it. Welcome back to the Elite Classic 2 recap. We are casting the games that did not get cast on the weekend. And what a banger we've got here. Lucifron versus Anatan, a best of 3 in the group stage. A group stage where they've both been performing quite well, actually. We saw Anatan begin his group stage phenomenally well, able to take a 2-0 off of the Canadian phenom Wham. Excited to see what this series is going to have, especially considering that Lucifron's and Vortex, by extension's drafting process has been very intriguing, very unique. They've been drafting in a way that tends to prioritize Holy Island getting through and allows them to get a Delhi plus Japanese opening, essentially taking away the counter the Delhi and reserving that counter for a very strong map. On the other side of it, Anatan got something from the draft himself. Ottomans were, in fact, drafted in for the Belarusian. We're going to have to see if they do come out in this series. But we start with Game 1, Mongols versus the Delhi. And it is going to be on Dry Arabia. This is quite a good matchup for Delhi, no? I feel like this is a very difficult matchup for Mongols to do anything in. One of the big problems here is like you can't outpost rush in the opening. If you try to outpost rush, then the Delhi will just pull villagers to attack you, and they'll use the scholar to heal, and you'll never kill anything, right? You'll just lose out. On the flip side, this is not the best map for trade. It's like 2/3 distance. It's okay, but it's not crazy. It is relatively defendable. The problem is nothing feels defendable when you're up against Ghazi Raiders. Ghazi Raiders are infuriating, and I also think Ghazi Raiders are very good at dealing with Keshiks. The cost increments just match up quite nicely, and Ghazi are able to take out Keshiks quite quickly before they're able to sustain heal off the engagements. Then if this turns into a melee and ranged fiesta, we're talking about one side having a 20% attack speed booster built into their units, and the other having Yam if they don't get trade. So yeah, very difficult one. I feel like this is one of the few civs that Mongols just shake their head and hate the idea of going up against because of these details. Unless you're on specific maps like Mongolian Heights comes to mind, right? Where you can at least leverage fishing. But Anatan didn't draft Mongolian Heights here. In fact, I do have the entire map draft. The map draft is Dry Arabia, Holy Island, and Frisian Marshes. So Frisian Marshes would have most definitely been Anatan's choice. Holy Island most definitely would have been Lucifron's. So, opening-wise, we are just going to see a pasture. And the spawn here is not too bad from Anno from a defensive format, right? Like, realistically, your base isn't easily dove. The issue is just where the trade is and how far behind it is, right? Like, it's very open battlefield that the Delhi can raid along here. One of the awkward issues whenever you try to go trade as the Mongols is you need to make sure that you have map control to enable that trade, right? You can't wall yourself in, for example, like other civs. And that's difficult to do against the Delhi. Delhi are one of the most dominant map controlling civs in the game. The pacing they play out into the beginning of Field Age with is almost unrivaled by practically any civ in the game, right? There's maybe 2 or 3 that feel like they can match the aggression. But even then, it feels like a gradual losing battle, right? Because if you're not able to keep denying the sacred sites, you're slowly dying. Sheeple. Pretty decent, actually. Lucifron never needed to really go home. And in fact, dude, look at Lucifron's scouting pattern. Anatan, he's been out and about everywhere. Will he's find some extra sheep for his trouble, so not too bad of a haul in the end. But Lucifron has legitimately scouted the entire side of the enemy map first. Oh, I love that approach. It makes sense, right? You play on berries, you don't need to come out. And also, like, you want these berries as the highest priority anyway. Like, it's always good to have as a deli, but you don't want to risk a situation where you could be idled out on this risky resource if Mongols do somehow get a momentum edge. And it's going to be Deer Stones, Anatan. I had a feeling this might happen. Now you don't have any economical edge, right? I'm wondering if they try to go second TC, but that feels too greedy as well. I feel like you're going to be forced to do this kind of all-in around the sacred sites. And you got to be like very, very careful not to get split left and right too much here. In fact, the way that these have spawned, what kind of has me worried is, like, weirdly enough, if Lucifron gets a wall up in this area, he can short wall the tree lines and use them as kind of a Takeshi's Castle effect, where he can walk in and attack you and then walk out again, right? And Anatan won't have a quick reaction because he'll have to always go around. So that's something to maybe keep an eye out for, is Lucifron could get very tricky with some walls as this game goes on into Feudal. And Lucifron, he is actually going to be opening with the Rax. Interesting. So he blinks to what Anatan is doing. He respects the Keshik. It makes a lot of sense. You have to remember that Anatan, he didn't spend any of the stone, which means he's going to have enough for double Keshik pump here, which means he's going to have 4 Keshiks in the first minute of Feudal Age. So respectable read. And Lucy instead will now just chill, right? He went for the blacksmiths before the racks because basically when you go stables, you have to go stables first to get that velocity going. But when you go racks, because it's a reactionary play, it's a defensive play, you have additional time before your opponent hits, which means that blacksmiths can be built first. Sometimes you even see people go double blacksmiths here. I wouldn't have minded that idea. I think Undermesh plus Steeled Arrow queuing would have been fantastic of a timing to face off against Keshik. But it looks like Lucy doesn't want to go archers yet. Instead, it's going to be a priority on the stables and the racks. We're likely going to see a 1-1-1 build here. 1-1-1 is still really strong up against the Mongols. And the reason why usually 1-1-1 builds, I say out of all the civs, Delhi do it better than any other civ, is because with the Tower of Victory and the impact it has, it's nice to actually split your military between the 3 unit types, because it means 2/3 of your army are actually getting buffed. I know, on the way with those first Keshiks. Not going to find the targets he's looking for, though. Short wall on the backside for Lucy means there's no 360 rotation either. The wood is basically just defended by sitting on the south side. Anno. What is the follow-up here? It looks like it is going to be the archery range drop. So not double archery range. It's a slow pump because he's trying to keep the double pump of Keshiks going. And anything in between. Like, his goal here is to mass enough heavy cav to just commit hard into these fights. It's so difficult, though, right? Like, realistically, you think you'd have a good chance 1 Keshik versus 1 spear. But this isn't just any 1 spear, right? This is the 20% faster attack speed spears. So that makes quite a substantial difference in the quantity of Keshiks you need to overwhelm. Archer's on the way, but Undermesh already coming in. So Lucifron, the blacksmith early, already paying off. Stables on the backside does not have a scholar inside of it yet. That might be coming soon. Sanctity is about to complete. You cannot play out into these sacred sites. This is the smart move by Anatan. It's why he went mass Keshiks. If he didn't go mass Keshiks and Lucifron had Ghazi advantage, he'd be able to mirror any moves on the mid-map and play for sacred sites. But by getting this many heavy calves so early, it constricts Lucifron away from his economy escalation. But it won't stop him forever. Lucy now with the move out. The timing looks really good as well. The Keshiks are split on the left side. And the archers can't come out to play yet, right? Because now the Ghazis have arrived. Lucy really wants to try and keep this scout on the south side so you can see what's coming. We are seeing the Keshiks rotate around the back. Might be able to find a freebie as one of the spearmen is coming in, so we'll ride on to him. I love the fact that he jumps back stabbing. That's some serious ninja moves. But Lucy looks like he is going to get the capture. And folks, this is problematic now because this is the nightmare for Anatan. His comp can't handle these sites being walled in. Keshiks plus archers is not a great way of burning through. Sure, you can argue that the Keshiks at least heal, but in terms of torching efficiency, each of these units costing 200 resources, you'd rather build spears if your only goal was to get through a wall. One side locked in. Lucy not going for the lock-in yet with the walls. Keshiks are going to try to start diving into the base. You can see the hesitation though. Anatan, I think one critical mistake he's made here is no blacksmiths yet, right? Yeah, no, he never even prioritized it. He went double pasture instead because he didn't get enough sheep off the map. That's a problem because it means without the undermesh, there's no way in hell you dive that TC. It's just too expensive of a loss. In a game where you're both now investing fully in military, throwing away 3 of these 200 resource units would be the death of you. So unfortunately, he has to back away. Means second Sacred Site is also being locked in while essentially Anatan is doing nothing now. Archer range is finally going to be dropped, so Lucifron going for that 1-1-1 build we talked about. Not really a 1-1-1 build. It'll eventually turn into a 2-2-2 because you'll garrison the Scholars for double production. I love the fact that he's just prioritizing Ghazi right now, though. He's got enough spears to deal with the Keshik CCs. Ghazi will now win everything past. Keshiks, have they finally had enough? I think Anatan... There's kind of a hesitation about this that I think is just leading to a gradual beatdown. 2 Sacred Sites have been locked in. The third one is now being moved for. You haven't made a move to decap these. You haven't made a move to attack economy. Right now, you're being forced to essentially give Lucifron everything he wants. You're like the worst negotiator in divorce history, right? It just doesn't feel great. This might be a good fight, though. Ghazi are outnumbered. The problem is, like, you just don't gap close them. You can't stick on top of them, right? Third Sacred Site now being locked in. Middle one is at least being decapped. But that's not going to last, right? Like, I actually think that Anno got significantly screwed over by these Sacred Sites because of the openings. If this was a wider split, Keshik functioned better because of how short the map is between 3 Sacred Sites. It means Lucifron can always react in time with the massive spears. Anatan, whether he likes or lumps it, is going to have to attack this directly very soon. We're reaching a point where you do not have a choice anymore. Especially with what that extra gold's going to start doing. It's going to at least pinch 2 Ghazis, so that's a good start for Anno. It's so difficult when you're being chased like this, right? You're going to get poked and prodded on the retreat and you can't turn around. These Ghazi do actually pack quite the punch. Villagers. They have got textiles here. Lucifron hangs around with them for a little bit, but not enough damage done here, right? Only 2 villagers killed, but this is still 3 Sacred Sites locked in. And these Ghazi, remember, they are tickling away at these Keshiks. In fact, what the Anno! Was that a select all? I'm so confused right now. I think he meant to use 1 Keshik and accidentally clicked them all in the Sacred Site there. That did not look intentional. Heavy loss there for Anno. That's going to turn around with the Keshiks again, but these Ghazi, I feel like they're trading quite well against this, right? Heavy damage on most of the heavy cav. Archers are now starting to arrive. Spearmen are on their way back towards those Sacred Sites. And finally, Anatan does reveal the Pew Pew line, the Archers. Just as Undermesh is coming in. The Steeled Arrow is going to arrive before the main fight for Lucifron also. And Lucy, of course, is now spamming into those Archers. He has got the double production going with the Scholar Garrison inside. It's the 1-1-1 equal 2-2-2. And he still has the bonus Scholar coming that can try to recapture these Sacred Sites. Also, remember, this game's going to get uncomfortable soon. Anatan's about to run out of stone, so the double production is about to cease. Meanwhile, Lucifron still has the gold churning in, right? It's crazy, actually. That turn, that accidental looked like a misclick from Anno earlier with the Keshiks. If that hadn't happened, I think we'd be looking at a different state right now. I don't think Lucifron would be out in the mid-map at all. I think he'd be retreating towards the base to try and reset for a push-out. But small differences make the mar, right? New wave of troops building up. Lucifron should be moving out for the Sacred Site soon again. Decap coming on the left side, but I imagine capture, yep, will commence in the center. If this continues on, I think Anatan does begin to get a bit weaker. There's kind of this weird balance where you could argue that the gold from the Sacred Sites is less valuable because Lucifron, as he trades it away again and again, gets less in return. But the issue and the flip side is, like, you know, you're still going to have a similar production rate to what you already have. It's going to scale at the regular pace. On the other side, though, Anatan, now with this Uvu running out, their scaling in production is gone, right? Like, they've lost these surge points. They can't afford to just keep double producing anymore unless they move the entire production line. And, well, unless you got the pack-up tech, it's going to idle you out for, what, 30 seconds at least to do that. Charge is going to come in. Ghazi looks to commit into the fight. Keshic just trying to buffer that away temporarily, but Ghazi are starting to get in. Archimass has to spread out here. Lucifron starting to swell up. Spearmen need to be allowed through, though. The Ghazi are still body blocking this. Just tanking all the Archer fire to chase this all the way back to home. And Anatan, even with the Yam, disengaging from this is difficult. Keshic are going to try to turn around again, but it's still 17 spears left over. Archer's now diving into the eco. A great read here. Lucifron has the military lead. It's going to cost him to hang around here, though. Spears still home for the time being. Keshic's coming into this doesn't feel great. I feel like he's losing a lot more cav than intended. And at the flip side of this, Lucifron is at least going to be pushed back, but Anatan, heavy losses there, right? Eco starts to get hit a bit. New wave is on the way. And the Keshics, those health bars speak for themselves, man. Like, this is a bit of a dicey one. Anatan, this is the moment he has to strike, though. If he's going to take the win in this game, this is the weak point he was looking for. Lucifron over-macroing on the wood. He hasn't been spamming out the archers. And right now, he lacks the spearmen to hold this back. Trying to get around the back. Keshic are getting pinched now, though. And the retreat is going to get more difficult. Spearmen do arrive. And Lucifron now, still with the same number of archers as Anatan, has a clear edge here. Anno, I mean, this is just over. Archer count's getting way too low. He's way too depleted. Lucifron has made mistakes with his economy, but that's going to be fixed. He just moved out into the deer. He just moved out into the berries. And with the amount of wood he's got, he could easily add in another archery range and keep on spamming. Anno, meanwhile, gold is a problem here. The idle time hit him hard. The count of Keshic's is not looking high. Their health bars between them not looking great. Lucifron now able to lock in probably 3 Sacred Sites again and just go on cruise mode. Dude, this is brutal. This is the nature of Delhi there. I mean, for a moment, it looked like Lucifron was overextending, right? But like, it's always so deceptive when you watch these attack speed archers at it. It's crazy how good the trades can be, and I love the detail just going on the gold to idle the next wave follow-up. He still had troops waiting at home, right? He wasn't trickling them out, but now you can see the difference, right, on how this game has changed just by watching the minimap. Before this, Anatan was kind of just sending them out in groups, right? Oh, sorry, Lucifron was sending out in groups, but now Lucifron is trickling them out. The reason that Anatan's army is too weak to now raid sufficiently. Every time he takes a little dive attempt like this, there's a risk of your premium being completely lost. Villagers. Let me hit up on the deer here. We'll look to move away though. Spearmen are rallying over, and unfortunately this Keshic, I mean, against Techstars, right? It's just so difficult to get a kill quick enough. Let's give some overtime the other way. The difference, however, is Lucifron with archers here is going to be able to find eco kills. And the lead begins to build. Khan goes down before he can trigger the attack speed arrow. And that's problematic. Without that attack speed arrow, you can't even stand up against this mass archer. TC's at least going to force it back for the time being, but the Keshics not getting enough done here. They idle some economy, but they don't kill it. And the Keshics at home are looking weak. Only 3 of them left. Now, I understand he did a good job of kind of peeling back some of the troops, right? Shrinking the numbers, but that's only because Lucifron was willing to throw away a lot of archers. And now, the Keshic count, I feel like we're reaching the all-time low for several minutes. Love the micro there, dude. He snipes down 2 Keshics at once. And now, 3 Sacred Sites locked in again. Anatan, I think the issue I've had in this game, and it's not his fault, is he's always just been putting out fires, it feels like, right? Even these attempts to raid on the flanks, you know, when he tries to make a move, Lucifron has mirrored it with his own aggression. I think the way this turned into a dance on the Sacred Sites was the problem. Like, if I had to point to something where Anatan could have improved with Keshics, what he's doing now, he should have been trying to do 5 minutes into the game, right? When he had a few Keshiks out, he had that very aggressive timing. He didn't try to circle the base at all. He just kind of walked in at the berry, saw there was troops, and walked away each time, right? So content with this idea that there wasn't Sacred Site control happening yet for Delhi. He thought that it was a good thing, but the reality is if this was a game where you'd gone for Silver Tree, I'd agree. Like, it doesn't matter that your opponent has Sacred Sites or not because you went Disstone. If you had Silver Tree, you'd have an eco-escalation while Lucifron's being starved out. So, you know, to me, if I had to target an area where Anatan maybe had a better shot at this, it would have been at the very beginning of Feudal. His approach there needed to be more aggressive for the landmark he had chosen. Unfortunately, now we've just reached a stage where this game begins to look untenable. Compound of the Defender is on the way for Lucifron. Anatan, nowhere near. And, well, if these two armies clash right now, it'll be a fairly even exchange. I'm wondering if Anatan even hangs around. I mean, he could be ready to tech up in a minute. And this is a Civ that doesn't immediately get value out of their tech ups, right? It's not like when you're up against Juji, up against the Chinese, up against the Byzantines, where they can immediately upgrade their army, right? This is a Civ that's going to take a long time, especially with a Tower of Victory build. So, cues the upgrades. Farms have been added in very early by Lucifron. Not too surprised by that, considering he did have a lot of wood before. If you remember those earlier engagements, I was expecting a lot more archers to come out because he had over 1,000 wood in reserve. Anatan, he's actually going to go for a killing blow here. Attempt it anyway. Marching in before Lucifron's too strong, but Knights are already coming is the problem. Seeking out the eco on the backside. But the issue now is these Lancers are unanswered. Anatan now going back for spears. At this point in the game, how do you actually go fast enough to utilize those spears is the problem I'm having here. Relics are at least being blocked. I think that's a big part of why Anatan is also going for the all-in, is the size of his military in conjunction with the fact that Delhi take a long time to unlock techs, and also Delhi's natural play now is to go relics. He's trying to block that as a win condition for Lucifron. I don't mind Anatan's approach. Like, I actually think that if I had to give a lot of praise on something from Anno, I think it would be the way he adapted in the mid of this game and as it's trended onwards. It feels like he made the right choices. It's just obviously against the Delhi, when you make a mistake or you misassess in the early game, you don't really get away from that, right? I think Delhi, making a mistake against Delhi is one of the most unforgiving situations that exist in Age of Empires 4. Keshik Raid is going to hit nicely here, though. A lot of idle time there for Anatan. Lucifron now switching up into crossbows. We'll soon have the counter to this all. Spears. Nice quick reaction. Anno, he's been on point, man. He hasn't been grandpa reactioning to any of this, right? Like, he's always been quick on the reactions, doesn't get caught out very often. We had that one whoopsie with the Keshes on the left side, but outside that, he's been pristine in his micro. Lancers are now going to charge in, though. Archers trading out with each other. Veterancy still feels like it's a mile away, about a minute and a half out. But the Lancers are massacring this fight right now. Anatan stuck in the meat grinder. He can't commit to the castle anymore. He has to double down on his feudal play. And the archers start to step back is pristine. I love that. Lucifron, what he's doing is he's pulling these archers past the Lancers, guaranteeing that they get more free hits in as you dive. At the tail end of this fight, just a few Lancers left over. Archer counts more or less neck and neck. But remember, that attack speed difference is what really matters here. Spearmen being cut out. Spearmen upgrades are finally in. Archer upgrades are still delayed, but damage is done. Anatan, now reduced down to 25 military. He does not have the resources for a tech up. And the next wave of Lancers will break him. So game one will end in a Mongol demise with a Delhi surprise. Yeah, tough game here from Anno. I think, in a way, you kind of expect this. When we think about what was remaining in the map pool, I don't necessarily feel like Anatan made himself weak with this. We said that we've got Holy Islands and Frisian Marshes, right? Frisian Marshes can be okay for Mongols. I don't think they're S tier, though. I'd say they're mid tier. And, well, if you're going Holy Island Mongols, I just don't think this is the day and age for that anymore. I feel like that build fell off. It only makes sense, really, against English, and English wasn't drafted. So, from a drafting perspective and throwing the Mongols out first, I know a lot of the time we talk about it as an S tier pick or an A tier pick. A very powerful competitive pick, one that's ban-worthy a lot of the time. I don't feel like it's a complete wash now of a series because of this. I think the Mongols, this is probably the best map that he could have whipped them out on. It's just unfortunate that Luciferon was so clean with his Deli, right? Now Lance is starting to arrive in the base. Anno, credit to him, has somehow actually gathered the resources together again to try for a tech up. He's going to go for the Kurultai now. But gold is becoming a problem, my friends. Anno getting idled out now on a key ingredient here. He's begun the tech up, but it means he's not going to have access to gold afterwards. Spearmen are going to push away this little raid on the flank. Relics have also been grabbed since this aggression came in. So by the time you tech up, we're going to be looking at a 3, if not 4 relic game for Delhi. And on top of that, we're going to be looking at a game where Anatan has no gold access whatsoever. Fair to say this one has reached its conclusion. Anno is just processing it right now and needs that final push to be convinced. And this should be it. Lancers into the main again. Anno, for the final time, I imagine, will try to fight, but with a lack of spears and the Kurultai only able to do so much, the fact that you can only afford, what, like a single upgrade here? And oh my god, he actually goes to the Keshik upgrade. An ambitious lad to believe he'll ever get back on that gold. But this one is truly done. Means we will be looking towards the next map. And thinking of the picks they have on offer here, so there's Ottomans, Yuji, and there's Byzantines. Other side of it, Luciferon's got Japanese, French, and HRE. I imagine Anno's going to want to thin the fields. Holy Island is an inevitability one way or the other. You know you're not going to get Luciferon off the Japanese now, but you might leave him with Flexi on Frisian Marshes if you go there, because actually Japanese is quite good on Frisian Marshes. And Mongols would have been your best hope against them. So I'm expecting Anatan to choose Holy Island next. And we're probably going to be looking at Juji, right? I don't think you pick Byzantines there. Ottomans, it doesn't make sense either. We'll find out in a second, though. GG comes out. Game 1 will go to Luciferon. So let's go back to the drafting menu quickly and check in on our options. And big shout out to Marika. I see you come through for the raid. Thank you very much. Hopefully you had a good stream. I hope the team game's going well. It seems like you're making some fun friends there. I don't know why the alert hasn't popped up, though. But we get into an interesting game number 2. I can confirm we are indeed going to be going to Holy Island. And it's going to be the Japanese. This is the 1-2 puncher, actually. This is the very clean strategy by Luciferon, and I believe Vortex has been doing it as well. Japanese plus Delhi with Holy Island in the rotation is a very powerful format for best of threes. I think it actually might be my favorite if you want to try and get dominant wins. To me, Holy Island looks like the king map for Japanese, right? And the reason, by the way, if anyone's wondering, okay, well, why do you like, why Delhi, why Japanese first? The whole logic is that you ban Delhi away from your opponent, you pick Japanese, and then you pick Delhi afterwards. Because your opponent probably doesn't want to invest a ban back at you to mirror the Delhi at that stage. But the problem is, if they don't have the Japanese, they've lost access to one of the single best civs in the game at countering Delhi right now. So we're going to get ready for game number 2. It is going to be Juji versus Japanese. So we read it right. This is going to be a tough one. Let me update the score and make sure Luciferon's got his point. Because he might be getting another one quite quickly here. We kick off game number 2 between Luciferon and Anatan. Anatan with the Juji trying to make a point, a statement that this civ can function, but Luciferon has been making a powerful statement with this. Are Japan the new S-tier civ of Holy Island? The Spaniard bros seem to think so. And for good reason. This civ, incredibly powerful with its timing. Onto the dock play, the eco-escalation. With the fishing boats being so cheap, they tend to get into the tech age quicker than anyone else. And that enables them to get into these Coca townships that absolutely annihilate on water hybrid maps. Even after the recent nerf, still able to find a punch in. The question is going to be, can the Juji match the aggression? Can they exceed the aggression to overcome this threat? Or are we about to watch another full volley to what feels like the unstoppable Japanese? Well, Anatan, he'll have to find a way, right? Up against match point already. I just realized I put the score the wrong way around. Do not be deceived, folks. It is indeed a point on the board for Luciferon. He won that Delhi versus Mongol game. Anatan, we've seen this matchup once already. I think it was it Luciferon Magic we cast, where I think it was Vortex Magic, and Magic did not fare well against this. he lost to the Japanese very convincingly. A big part of it came down to the distraction play, though. The thing that I think is making the Japanese work especially good for Lucifron and Vortex, it's just amplified by the natural capabilities as Holy Island players, right? I think we can all agree at this point that Vortex and Lucifron look to be nigh on unstoppable when it comes to Holy Island play. They are probably the two best people in the game right now at splitting attention between Navy and land and forcing you to make mistakes, right? Forcing you to not notice a raid somewhere. Whether it's hit on the fishing or a hit on the wood line, there's always a detail that seems to leak through for them. So I'm curious to see what Anatan's response is going to be. Is he going to just try and create a defensive format that's unbreachable? Is he going to try to out-aggro? I'd love to see that here. It's a very creative idea. When you're up against this overwhelming threat, I think we've seen this more recently become a more standardized play, is when you find yourself being hit by never-ending barrage, you can't just defend forever, right? You have to try and go for an attack yourself. And, you know, there's two approaches there, right? You're either swinging as much as they are, or you're playing it like a defensive boxing match, where you're looking for that one knockout punch. Shuji, to me, aren't really a knockout punch type Civ, because their one-hit knockout punch is very predictable. And that's typically Mass Shuganu. And to Mass Shuganu, at an early enough phase, you'd have to be sacrificing water. So we'll see how this is going to go. It looks like the Koka Township should be ready soon. I'm not expecting anything else. Koka is just the way to go. Really effective actually up against Shuganu spam, just because Shuganu are way too slow compared to Shinobi, so you just evade them. And you have to remember, Holy Island's quite an open map, right? You've got this starting wood on the front, but then a lot of open ground on the left and right. What might help Anatan in this matchup in particular, though, is that is quite a disgusting meditation garden, actually. 25 gold, 25 stone. Then he's going to get the 36 food for the berries, and probably about 20 wood. You could also get double berry up here, which isn't bad if you want to get more land units, but I think he's probably going to opt for the wood. On water maps, wood just feels a little bit better to have. I don't think there's any others that just scream, drop me here. The Koka, in the meantime, is already being dropped. Anatan a little bit slower. That's to be expected, remember. They've both built 6 fishing boats at this stage. That means that you've spent 180 wood more than your opponent, and that's why you'll see Lucifron teching up first. And yeah, the food is down to 6, right? Because it used to be 8, if I recall correctly. Wait, no. Yeah, sorry, 6. So it'll be... I said the number wrong, didn't I? It'll be... 48? Yeah, 48. It used to be 64. I thought it went down to 4. My brain farted a bit there. So it used to be 8. Used to get 64 from 8-berry cluster. Now it's going to be 48. Still a bloody lot, but weirdly enough, he actually prioritizes the double gold and stone. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, that's very interesting from Anno. He knows about the alternative spot, right? But so here's the thought here. What matters more? An extra 25 gold passively a minute or 30 wood? Probably not 30 wood, right? Probably like 20, 25. It's the gold, right? Because what do you need gold for? You need a little bit for war junks. You need a decent chunk for explosive junks. When you're playing against Japanese shinobis, the most likely play is they're going to look to raid your gold to block you out so they can win demo wars, right? That's very doable for shinobi. What shinobi can't do is sit here long enough to burn down a meditation guard. That's just not optimal for a 120 resource unit. That's pretty crafty by Anno. You know, overall, the number would have been bigger here, but also you wouldn't have had as much gold to jingle around your pockets as the game goes on. Village in the meantime is going to have to run away due to that scout. Shinobi has also arrived, so Sabotage comes out, but well played. Anatan gets the first Springwood out. Shinobi barely gets away with his life. Anno? People never take the Shinobi attack speed seriously, do they? 1.25, folks. Always respect it. That was a long-range swipe, but what do you expect? These guys throw knives. They're capable of it. Meanwhile, on water, it looks like it's just a junk ship opening coming out, but Springwood reaction was pristine by Anatan. And Shiganu already being prepped, so This is where things get really frustrating. It's like, if you get enough Chiganu together here and you don't need to pivot left and right, very difficult for Anatan to worry, right? Very difficult for Lucifron to get anything. If, however, Lucifron can find 2 or 3 different angles of approach, Anatan is going to start hemorrhaging. Jump in with the Shinobi. Unfortunately, the TC did hit the injured one there, so not a great exchange. 1 villager for 1 120 resource unit. And now, because of the fact that Lucifron hasn't attacked on water, you're noticing that Anatan isn't leaving these unguarded, right? He's just sitting sprinkled here in case the Shinobi come on by. This is kind of rough right now. Interesting choice by Anno. I love this, dude. This is cool. He doesn't want to leave those docks unguarded, right? So what does he do? He sends in a fishing boat to see if Lucifron is building his navy yet. What does he discover? A single archer ship. So it means Anatan can be a little bit more greedy about this if he wants to, right? He can focus on more Chuganu if he needs to. He can even think about doing things like going for wheelbarrow and going for the eco upgrades. Because right now, the army of Lucifron isn't substantial. Might be soon, though. Double demo being pumped. I know. Actually choosing to go for the double down on water because of that detail. It's bold, right? Like, against a player like Lucy, someone who likes to split the map, you're giving him an opportunity here potentially to spam more Shinobi and then just get big into the army. As it stands right now, it just feels like the gold income isn't really that impressive. Hasn't gone for the specialized pick tool, which, if you want to spam a lot of Shinobi, I think specialized pick is worth it. And we haven't seen a transition into a new unit type yet. Them on the way in, though. That's going to be a nice connect. Wait, Lucifron? What? I am so confused right now by so much of this. Double Shinobi goes down. What a mistake there, Lucifron. The demo had an insta-connect, but for some reason it peeled off. He was worried about archer ship hits that didn't hit. He could have got a direct hit there and practically would have insta-killed the war junk. Follow-up demo is at least going to be decent, but great defense there by Ansan. Just blocks with the healthy ship. Counter demo is now coming in, and Lucifron is going to have to pivot away before he can finish this one off. In fact, the quick turnaround doesn't work. Lucifron, just one small error there with the demo ship, and it all unravels. Loses his starting fleet, loses 2 Shinobi, only kills a villager in return. Anatan has to be over the moon with that trade. Wow, that was crazy. I'm a little bit baffled. That's unorthodox. That's unlike Lucifron there. You know what? It's one of those things where it's the classic so big brain it's small brain type thing. He starter-stepped the demo ship as if an archer ship shot was coming in. So it looked like he'd looked away, looked back, hadn't realized that the archer ship had already shot, and then he pivoted. And that gave enough room, enough space for Anatan to break away with the Springle ship to not insta-get killed by the demo. That one difference made all the difference here. The fact that he also took out 2 Shinobis at 120 a pop is the equivalent of essentially taking down almost a war junk as well. Wow. I know. I'm impressed, my friend. And now more eco-scaling coming out. Well, here's the thing, right? Fishing boats might be cheaper for the Japanese, but when you're playing on less docks against a Civ that also has a faster production rate, you don't really feel that great about your eco-state. I know being raided on the backside, but we really highlighted this, right? A lot of gold. Doesn't really hurt him to be off the gold here, off the vein. He's got plenty in reserve. Bit of a mistake, though. Anatan getting distracted, but he is getting his own raid in the Chuganu! From both angles! What did we say? What did we say is the best way to deal with a player like Lucifron on this map? You can try to come up with the best defensive strategy ever, or you can just do it to him as well. He camps the wood line, and now Lucifron is without wood and without gold. Shift to the south side. He's trying to go Castle Age here. What a game sense maneuver there by Anatan. I don't think he had that scouted out recently either, right? He lost the scout a long time ago, so that was just a prediction on what was happening after the fight on sea. A fantastic prediction of that. It shows you the difference that losing 2 Shinobi makes. Horseman now being queued up by Lucifron. Lucifron, who's also trying to posture aggressively here. But Chuganu find him again! This is a problem, guys. This is escalating quite aggressively for Anatan right now. You know, a moment ago, Lucifron looked like he was going to get Castle Age. Now, Anatan is the one who could feasibly do this. Fleet's going to back up. Archer ship a little bit exposed. We'll stay just out of range here. I know. He's baiting him in. Lucifron knows he needs to be careful here. If you go a bit too deep, the demos come in behind, and it's just GG. So, shows respect, backs away, happy with the idle time. However, our idle time is being reflected on land the other way. These Shugen Nu. Finally, the answer is going to come out in the form of the Horseman. But the Woodline, the primary, has still been idled out, so he has to play onto a more exposed side here. Anatan, however, I'd be surprised if he has more interest in renewing this aggression. I think he done enough damage with this strike. And if you add in more Shugen Nu, that's less fleet, right? I know. Let's pull the fishing back. Demo should be ready to rock and roll soon, though. Demo actually absorbing a lot of fire there. Shugen Nu, wait, he actually tried to send in the Horseman, and that did not work well. Oops. No undermesh. This is kind of rough on the trade, right? I mean, you at least get one Shugen Nu, so it looks like he killed 2 last time. He should be able to clear these up. But there's another Shugen Nu wave coming in. Anatan is so annoying with this. And Lucifron now doubling down on Horseman means these Spearmen are going to find max pain, max value. Slits coming in. Lucifron, he may have overboomed into demos here. We've seen this a lot from Lucifron in the past, but we typically see this around 10 to 15 minutes when he's ahead. He's not ahead in this game. He's behind in every department that matters at this stage. Like, this demo here, it relies usually on Lucifron snowballing, right? Takes an initial fight, keeps pushing, keeps pushing, keeps pushing. But the issue I'm having here is I don't think he's got a big enough lead on water to do that. And yeah, the Shinobi have been killing villagers on gold. A few fishing boats as well, but the Shugen Nu have been taking just as much in return. Spin being added in as well. I think Lucifron's going to have to make a second unit transition on land, and you don't feel great about this, right? It's probably going to have to be Yuumi? I didn't say that convincingly because I'm not convinced I want to see it, but at the same time, like, your alternative is going Castle Age, but Castle Age could cost you everything here. Lucifron, bring away a free ship here. Anatan, now with the military momentum on sea, he looks to make the move because Lucifron has backed up entirely to cover a tech play. Lucy is going to try to float wide here. Come round the flank, demos to hit there, but Anatan, I think this is the moment where you just cut production. You don't rush more ships out. You now try to beat your opponent towards Castle Age. And again, if the Shugen Nu keep finding hits like they have been, why stop? Like, stopping food is one thing, but if you stop gold, it's the same effect up against this Castle Age timing for Lucy. Horseman, good god. We'll find a Villa kill. Credit to Lucifron, these raids have actually dragged this back. They're more or less even now, right? 52 to 56 economy. They're not going to be even for long. There's a big difference now coming. Anatan, he has macroed up. It's time. Shaolin Monastery is on the way. This is going to be a very powerful tool, not just to pick up relics, but also to beat into the base of Lucifron. Outposts are at least going to be enough to keep Anatan's raid force away. And Lucifron, this tech up of his is going to be later. And also, here's the thing, Anatan, now with his tech lead, he could get into these upgrades. He could get into things like the Springle Cruise ahead of Lucifron. That's a big edge that could shut out water. Lucy, is he going to stick to it? No, he's switching over. Rack's being dropped, so we're probably looking at Samurai here. Onabagisha can work as well. I think, like, Onabagisha, the problem is you're up against Lancers now, right? In fact, they're already being queued up and on the way. Springle Cruise on the way, Armored Hulls as well. This is going to be a big edge. I think Anatan, if he times this right to move forward, as the upgrades are completing, he could just wipe the sea. Ultimately, he's going to force some idle time, so Anatan definitely not being eco-efficient here. Still, Lucy, like, I don't see Anatan waiting around anymore, right? Like, this is the moment you move in. When you see the confirmation of the tech up, you go. Here we go. There's the info. Upgrades are in. These demo ships on standby, Lucifron. I don't see Anatan not spotting this, though. Check the vision. Sometimes I just feel like Navy military vessels have a bit too much vision here. Because it feels like the type of detail that surely shouldn't go missing. And, yep, there it is. He sees it. Okay, so Archer ship's going to split off. Lucifron, he's not going to be able to get in now. And that means the fishing's going to go idle. Demos have to pull back. And he's not making any moves on land. Instead, Lucifron losing a bunch of farmhouses. Don't worry, son. You won't be pop-blocked. Not with what you're about to lose here. Demos taking some damage. Map being constricted now. Lucifron doesn't have the gold to go for his own upgrades, right? So he can't really mirror or match the effective firepower, the HP pool of his opponent here. Demos are going to detonate. 2 being held in reserve by Lucifron, but the numbers are not in his favor. Copper playing only just got queued up. Food not looking great, right? He has 1 deep water fish here that he can access, no more. And the raid is reaching in. The Lancer has arrived. That's a big idle eco. 31 villagers running around. And no quick answer to it. On the flip side, Mount Samurai is also going to arrive here, but the Lancer's going to be there to mate that. And Demo's going to go in! Big hit! Big damage! Anatan looking like he's here to stay. The extra range just going the mile. And Lucifron, something you don't say often here, about to lose water. I know, looking in good position to force a game free. He needs it, remember. Lucifron's the one on match point here. Mount Samurai at least starting to scale up, but at the worst possible time now, Lucifron is losing access to that food. The desperation demo pump goes out. But I don't think the damage is going to be good enough here. Spiral count is still, what, 5? 3 ships remain. Lucifron has lost most of the fishing, though. Only 9 remaining down here and idled out. Lancers are at least being mirrored out, but the problem I'm seeing is Idle Eco on land, Idle Eco at sea. And you struggle to really see a way that Lucifron can re-grab a hold of this game. Demo on demo. Nice split coming out. Archer ship's going to get it all. Good detonation there, Lucifron. That was a key detail. 2-for-1 special. So keeping himself alive for the time being, but Anatan with such a big military lead, and also this now turning into an unlimited demo pump, I think he knows when the writing's on the wall. GG gets called. Anatan does the unthinkable. He takes Holy Island from Lucifron, and he gets us to a game number 3. 2 picks remaining, 2 options on each side, either the Byzantines or the Ottomans. For Lucifron, it's going to be either the French or the HRE. We're heading to Frizzy Marshes. I've seen some Ottoman plays there. I'm not entirely convinced. I'm not sure there's anything special about it. The other issue now is that your opponent has 2 very strong picks here. French or HRE are beasts. They're still some of the top picks on Frizzy Marshes. Anatan has to think outside the box here. His approach, I'm expecting this to be a Byzantine game. And I'm going to say, like, the goal for Anatan is survival. We might be seeing something similar to what we saw before between, I believe it was Lucifron and Wham, where we saw the Jeanne d'Arc all-in outpost rush versus the tanky 2TC approach. So we'll see which way he wants to go. It looks like we have got the game here, and I can confirm we are going to have... Oh, no, he actually goes Ottomans. I can't believe I'm saying this, but Ottomans are kind of underwhelming here. I don't think they hit hard compared to HRE. Because remember, this is the map where you get a lot of sheep. And if this turns into a castle-based race, Ottomans are not going to win that race. HRE 40% gathering speed buff is just uncontestable, right? So we might have an awkward situation here. If Anatan isn't going for some sort of feudal all-in where he restricts the map, where he tries to contain Lucifron, we might just see a Burgrave spam into an insta-GG. Let's find out. We're going to hop into the deciding game, the final game between these two. Lucifron with the HRE, Anatan on the Ottomans. That's right, the OP Ottomans. And we will be doing this on Frizzy Marshes. Now, reminder, folks, these guys, the alternative options remaining here was Lucifron did have the French, and Anatan did have the Byzantines. I think Lucifron made the right call here. HRE just feels a little bit more cut and dry, a little bit clearer. Anatan, it would have been troublesome either way. If you went for Byzantines and you tried to go for a fast castle build, tough to match HRE timing. If you go Ottomans and you try to go for a fast castle build, you still have the same issues. So I'm wondering if we see some sort of never-ending spree of troops coming out of the Ottoman base early on, because although Imperial Plus might belong to you when you get great bombards, the challenge is getting there. And if this turns into an imp race, that's also one that HRE will win. Love the opening here from Lucifron. Goes to the double scout. This is all about starving the other player out, right? So the goal here is by getting extra sheep, Lucifron gives himself the option of going for a Burgrave spam or Regnants, right? Like the whole idea is you don't have to choose one or the other. If you only get like 8 to 10 sheep from the map, you're not going Burgrave though, right? But this way you guarantee it with double scout. On top of that, what you're now doing is you're handcuffing Anatan. If he wants to try and turn this into a meat grinder, he has limited safe food. If he wants to try and go for a fast castle, fast imp, he also has limited food. So yeah, to me, I still think like a lot of maps have shifted away from the 2-scout opener. Might be the one where it's still logical if you're going to play a turtley style. The only reason you should not be going for 2 scouts is if you think you can play onto the fish. If you can't play fish, going 1 scout often feels like a death sentence. Feels like you're setting yourself up for failure. Oof, heavy haul here, Lucifron. Already 24 sheep compared to the 14. And he hasn't checked that south corner, so plenty more to get. The reason why he didn't check the south corner is Lucifron's about to run out of sheep, so he needs to get home with this scout. You can guarantee Lucifron has spent some time in just practice lobbies, doing rotations, and just kind of figuring out the specific time you have to return home for. And he'll be there just in time before the starting sheep would run out. Not entirely optimal here from Lucifron. I would have loved to have seen him, like, you know, club a sheep on the edge here, have the prelate in range to buff. But it's because he wants to have this near the tree line, because the Archon should be dropping here. No! This is a Burgrave. Guys, this is a Burgrave. Anytime you see an Archon Chapel placed away from the tree line, this is an all-in timer. If you go farms, you don't have enough firepower on the Burgrave. If you drop an Archon like this, it's all about the sheep. He checked the count. He saw he got 24. That's exactly what he needs. 24 sheep is an insane amount of food, right? That basically ends up being 6,000 food. 6,000 food means you can get well over 30 men-at-arms out before you run out of steam. Make it 40. Spim is at least going to come out to be a bit annoying. So that does mean Lucifron needs to get on the tree. He needs to basically get his hands on an outpost to drop this. Just in case Anatan adds in more. And obviously, you're going to have the spears naturally coming. And Anatan is indeed going to be sending more villagers on the way for an outpost drop. Because these 2 golds are Lucifron's entire world. And no, just to answer that question, you don't really dock drop this. Dock dropping this, it'll delete most of the sheep, most of the fish rather. None of the ponds typically on average are big enough to get you a dock that makes sense. You're always going to get rid of 2 if not 3 of the fish. Funnily enough, guys, I still remember the first time we had Frizzy Marshes on a cast. On the first cast, the first time we saw it, I asked the question, like, couldn't you technically walk around just dock dropping the enemy ponds and deleting the fish? And then the next weekend, there was an update to the handbook saying you could not do that. So, outpost on the way. Lucifron has a problem. He doesn't know about this. Oh my god, he's going to discover it too late. There it is. It gets revealed. Outpost. He realizes it as well. So, unfortunately, he cannot deal with this right now. The only upside is there's no arrow slits yet. So, Anatan can't shoot you down yet. Now, what is Lucifron's approach going to be? There's 2 approaches to this, right? You can pull a lot more people over to gold. That's one way of doing this. So you definitely get enough, plus enough for the initial men-at-arms. You get like 8 men-at-arms together and break the tower. The alternative is you pull all the villages right now. Instead, Lucifron is going to add in the Raxes now. What? That's crazy. So, no arrow slits yet. Stone Gathering was a little bit slow here from Anatan for this play. He's Lucifron. He's going to get what he needs to counter this. He's not going to go for the fast castle. Instead, he's going to spam up probably about 8 or 9 men-at-arms and then rush this down. And afterwards, he'll flood across onto the gold again, right? So now that we're getting Raxes getting added in, it becomes less likely it's going to be a Burgrave, right? Typically, when you see 2 or 3 Raxes added in Feudal Age, Burgrave doesn't really make much sense anymore. It is only 1 Rax, though, so there is still an opportunity here. I just think now, with the way that Anatan's opened this, Lucifron's probably going to be looking at the game and saying, okay, it makes a lot more sense for me to just gradually build up the men-at-arms and get Regnants as a perk later on. I know. Adding in the Sipahi. Not a bad choice up against men-at-arms. Lucifron, I'm expecting a Blacksmith pretty quick here. He's got, what, 12 people? Yeah, second Rax, dude. It's going to be all in. You go up to 3 Raxes here, you get Blacksmiths, and you just spam. And, well, the amount of gold you got is very doable. We've even seen Blacksmiths now coming out. So Undermesh should be the first priority here in prep for the Arrow Slits. There is going to be fortifications on this outpost, though. So Anatan, interestingly enough, prioritized that first. I don't know, maybe setting himself up for failure here. It's 24 sheep versus 12, and I always want to remind people that like the gathering rate is quicker for HRE. So if those numbers don't sound as far apart, right, it's like 1/3 versus 2/3. It was more like 3/4 versus 1/4. Because the HRE has been munching through these sheep so much quicker. And then also, Anatan's going to burn his slower because he has Madrasa. But like, the reality isn't the raw count on its own. That's definitely an important detail, but the other detail that really matters here is the rate at which you consume it. When arms count scaling upwards. Undermesh on the way. Lucifron. Timing's a little bit off, actually, I gotta say. I'm a bit surprised by that. Typically, you get Undermesh earlier if you got this much gold, but he went Siege Engineering instead. So yeah, he identified that he was up against the fortified outpost. He didn't want to try and torch this down, which is understandable. You would basically need 12 to 15 torches at least to feel confident, and that would cost you. This is just cleaner. And all you have to do is Clown Car inside with men-at-arms. If anything comes close, you jump out and kill them. Love the Spearman as well. It makes sense, right? Like, Anatan's most logical play here is Sipahi. So now when the Sipahi try to charge in to deal with the siege, to deal with the ram, you just jump out, stab them, done. I don't like that Ano's giving away free info, by the way. This always sucks, but you're against double scout and also Sipahi. They aren't great at killing scouts compared to horsemen, right? You have less of them, they move slower. Ram moving in, though. And interestingly enough, he's not even going to garrison. He's just going to stand here. Outpost fully garrisoned. Sipahi. He's trying to catch Lucifron not looking, but that's not going to work. Decent damage done there. Ram got down half HP. This is the double... Wait. He went for the double Imam point. Oh my god, dude. No, this is not it. This is not how you win. This is how you lose. Sipahi, you're dead. One left over. Ram is going to stay alive on 20 HP. This is it. That is everything for Anatan. Ram's at least going to go down. But losing double Imam, that many Sipahi, that's a GG. Ano, he's trying to go for castle behind this. Unfortunately for him, Lucifron, the amount of troops he's building, there's only one thing left to do after the outpost goes down. And that's to start moving towards the enemy base. Onto the gold straight away. Gathering what he needs. Food income's going to get him there in a minute. And the army, as big as it is, as scary as it is, Ano, not showing more troops, makes his play obvious to Lucifron. He moves towards the base. Oh, man, dude, I feel so bad for Anatan there. A good idea. Up against mass melee, right? Going into the Imam, but when you go for Sipahi, you just don't have as many raw units to body block with. Imagine how different this could have maybe been if Ano had, say, a proxy Rax here, a bunch of spearmen to just body block in that area. Possibly you see a game in which he holds, but no dice. Now, Anatan, the game looks increasingly dicey. Outpost on the way up. Trying to gather what gold he can. Sipahi's trying to uddle up the wood line, but that doesn't matter anymore. Lucifron does not care about wood. It's all about food and gold. And right now, you're not delaying either of them. Ram coming in. Lucifron not just going to blindly dive this, right? He's not going to lose troops to defenses. He's going to start denting the base. This is really smart, actually. If the blacksmith goes down, any hope of recovering this for Anatan is gone with it. And folks, it's going to be the Burgrave. If this game had been more even, if Anatan hadn't just thrown away everything there, we'd be seeing Regnants. But now, Lucifron knows. He smells blood in the water. Like a shark, he's eager to nibble. Torches out. Outpost going down. No gold access for Anatan. Mehmed Imperial Armory coming up behind this, but he essentially has nothing to work with here. Burgrave, halfway complete. Marching drills also being queued up. Lucifron's ticking all the boxes at the right time here. A split onto the food, onto the gold to make sure that there's no gathering on the flanks from Anatan. And it's time to start idling that eco. Ain't not working. Ram, in the meantime, hitting into the military school. Repair crew's going to try to keep it alive. But Lucifron, realistically, he could try to gather a bit of wood here. and go for an extra ram, but that would mean less men-at-arms. And men-at-arms is how you win this game now. He has 9 sheep left over. He already has 7 men-at-arms, 11 spears. Tech up complete for Anatan, but it doesn't look like a doozy. Marching drills just completed. Villagers about to go idle. No level 2 undermesh. The melee tech's being prioritized instead. Villagers do not have tech stars in Anatan. In the meantime, the ram is taking down the military school. And this is just wave number 1, folks. The more are on the way for Luciferon. He's probably going to be playing pocket resources onto the fish soon just to try and keep this going. I don't see a way now. Anno, how do you recover your base here? You've got no gold, which means no crossbowmen. You haven't cancelled the supply. You have 1 military school. There's literally no way he can get it together anymore. Maybe the marketplace, he could buy a little bit of gold, get 1 or 2 crossbows out, but as we know, against men-at-arms spam, you need a group of crossbows and a choke point to hold. And there's nothing to hold here anymore. Anno, not even with enough units produced yet to get the Janissary pull, to at least have something to snipe back with. Men-at-arms now in on the eco again, and this should be the end of this series. Anno just processing what is an inevitable loss here. I think when he sees the extra men-at-arms coming in at this pace, he'll understand that this is definitely a Burgrave timing. And he just doesn't have enough time to repel it. Cool series, though. Like, I'm still impressed. Like, Anatan, a little bit of a shaky way to try and apply that. I think the Imam was a good idea. We mentioned he just needed more meat for the shield. But the fact he was able to take Holy Island in this series shows you how capable Anno is as a player. Luciferon, though, does not skip a beat on Frisian. Makes it a 2-1 win to close this out. Whew. Dude, that was a really impressive execution by Lucy. I feel like he didn't waste any time whatsoever. I kind of questioned the undermesh on a delay, but that's because he wanted siege engineering first, right? Like, I think everything more or less aligned at the correct time there for Luciferon. He executed pitch perfectly in that game. This is why I rate the double scout opener so highly, by the way. I think double scout opener is just like the go-to behavior for HRE. If you're not doing double scout opener, whether it's Frisian or not, I feel like you're setting yourself up to lose the game. Because by going double scout opener, you make your play less predictable. If you go 1 scout, it's very obvious you're going to be Castle Age rushing into Regnants. If you go 2 scout, it gives you a level of Omniflex. The only time I'd say you shouldn't be doing 2 scout is when you're doing 2 TC. But once again, like, the whole idea is by sacrificing a villager and getting that scout, you make your overall game plan much less predictable to your opponent. And if there's one thing that makes the HRE suffer time and time again in so many matchups, is predictability, right? Same reason we've been seeing Iobid struggle a lot more compared to what we were expecting out of them, right? Is the idea that, oh, this cast-based play is expected. So how have Iobid players now been pivoting and getting more wins? They act like it's meant to be your typical castle game, and then they all infuriate you, right? Like, perception is everything. If you can convince your opponent you're going to do one thing and then do the other, you're already 2 steps ahead. Oh, interesting. You guys are talking about Iobid as I was talking about it. Yeah, Iobids. So, like, Iobids, the only reason you play Feudal is to bait your opponent. It's typically when they're expecting Castle, so they don't do anything but greed, and you punish them for it. That's why some players are doing Iobid Feudal. But, yes, Baltim's correct. Like, the way you're meant to play Iobids is fast Castle, pick up relics, build TCs afterwards, play late game. That's how it works. Like, if you can't close out and start a Castle, of course. If you can close Castle, go for it. But if the game's going to go longer, you literally TC boom after you get 5 relics, or however many. And then you're just ahead. You know, it's because the reality is, like, for a Civ that gets the benefits of the age up straight away, it's better value to get them earlier. Because, for example, if you're getting 8 extra villages at 10 minutes, that's a substantial increase in your economy compared to getting 8 extra villages at 20 minutes, right? It's a huge difference. So, let's have a look. What other series have we got here? Do we maybe do a B versus Zertan? B versus Zertan or B versus Averly? Which do we do next? Let's do a Zertan game. We haven't really checked out much Zertan, so let's check out some Zertan. Let me get the draft ready. I'm going to quickly run ads, guys. If you're not subscribed already, subscribe. I always recommend it, so you don't have to worry about ads. I'm trying to run ads in between games to help you guys avoid having them pop up in-game. It helps sometimes, doesn't always protect you, but I do it to help. So 90 seconds of ads, and then we should be ready for the next series. Boop. Okay, so let me quickly go across and get the draft for this one, because we're going to be doing B versus Zertan. Interesting opening game as well. Rocky Canyon. And it's going to be Japanese versus Jeanne d'Arc. They almost had the exact same bands, just the Chinese Malian difference. Let me hide the band civs. Every time I mention ads, you don't get any. I guess you're using some sort of ad blocker then. Maybe? France should definitely have Twitch ads. There's no way Twitch would operate in a country they can't push ads to. Because then they're just burning money, right? My theory would be... Are you getting ads at a different point? Because that's what it might be, is that Twitch won't push ads extra on top of you if you're already getting ads, would be my guess. That would be my guesstimate of what's happening there. So, 1 second, let me just... Oh, wait, done the title in the wrong order. There we go. Alright. It's just... Yeah, are you getting ads at all, is what I'm saying. Like, I didn't get an answer on that. Because like I said, I think what it might be is you might just be getting ads at a certain point, so it can't get to you at a different point. Rarely? What's rarely? I think mine's set to like 3 or 4 minutes an hour. Oh, B, come on, don't be that guy. Bloody B. He's closed his data off. Zertan wouldn't have done that though, right? Oh, please don't. You're going to tell me. I'm just going to message HC about that. I find it kind of dumb. Like, dude, if you have a tournament account, it shouldn't be private. Right? Oh, sorry. Zertan's got his main, hasn't he? Ah, thank you. Shout out to Zertan. Zertan's got a sword. Yeah, B's main is, like, privated. Actually, maybe I'm wrong there. Let me check. Alright, there we go. I think we're good. Sorry, guys. It's because I went on... Because 3DB, and then you got 3D and I remembered he plays on the Bill account. That's fine. I think everyone bar one person, I can't remember who. I think one person had their data privated. I just think it's, like, weird in the middle of a tournament. Like I said, like, I don't think there's a single player that plays in this tournament that doesn't have a Smurf, so... Definitely doesn't make sense. Wait. We didn't... Wait. What, did I say B? Yeah, we want B versus Zertan, so... Where is it? It should be... I think it was the third series he played, right? There it is. Alright, fantastic. So, we've got Rocky Canyon, Jeanne d'Arc versus Japanese to open up. What's up, Silver? How's the Elite Classic been going? Oh, we've had some amazing games, dude. Like, I think we've got some very interesting series already happening on the first weekend. Some interesting ideas around the meta. I think a few players have come in with a very different idea. I'm actually curious, like, Baltoon, is there anyone that's kind of surprised you in their approach to the new drafting system? I think for me, like, the Vortex Lucifron's been the most obvious one. Their whole ban Delhi, Japanese Delhi opener seems really, really strong to me. I'm not sure if I've seen anyone with one that strong. It feels like a draft designed to basically win in 2. First between Beastie and Elyon was incredible. Oh, no, wasn't that the one where we were like, it made no sense because Beastie banned Delhi and then picked it straight away even though he had first pick? I'm still not sure what that was about because I think it was like, that was the ban right before. Okay, no problem, Baltoon. He's keeping his cards close to his chest. Wink. Nothing special? No. Okay, yeah. I'm just teasing you. Yeah, wait, have you faced off... Baltoon, have you faced off against the Spanish bros? I'm trying to remember. I don't think you have yet, right? No, you haven't. I think it might be interesting for you to, like, review the opening, because you've got Lucifron in your group, right? Lucifron has been picking French a lot at the end, and he also has this very weird opener that I really like. Basically, what he does is he bans, like, his opening prior ban is on Delhi from the opponent, and then he picks Japanese first, and then he picks Delhi afterwards, which, like, you know, Delhi counter Japanese. Japanese counter Delhi rather pretty hard, right? But then you've got Japanese for Holy Island, and then you've got Delhi for land maps, right? It's a very powerful one, because I think they're the only ones that seem to be prioritizing Holy Island from what I've been seeing. So I'm wondering if a lot of players are just going to end up banning it against them. But I don't know if you feel great about needing to be the one banning Holy Island, right? We'll have to see. I think especially going to be interesting when you get deeper in past the best of threes, though. Because Holy Island's going to be slipping for a lot more, so people are going to have to come up with a creative solution to it. Yeah, agreed, Baltoon. Like, we just watched Anatan outplay to beat Lucifron's Japanese on Holy Island. But that to me was like him outplaying. I don't feel like Zhuji are meant to win that Japanese matchup much. Like, I might put it at, say, a 70-30. It's tough because, like, the thing is, if you get baited into banning Japanese, they pick Delhi. So I think if you have first pick, you have to take Japan if Holy Island's in there. Because otherwise, what just naturally happens is they can either, like, they get Japanese, or more importantly, they can, like, remove it, have it, and then also get Delhi. It's like, and I'm not sure if Mongols are still available. Do you prioritize Delhi over Mongols? Is what I'm wondering. It depends on the map pool, right? I think if you have like Dry Arabia and Lipany in there, then Delhi like becomes more highly desirable. It's definitely map specific, but the Holy Island thing makes it really weird. All right, let's get ready to go. All right, one and all, welcome back to the competitive Age of Empires 4 action. It is time for a showdown between orgs. We've got 3D Clan versus My Insanity here. It's B up against Zertan in the Elite Classic 2. We're doing the recap. So many series went uncasted, and that is a crime I will not stand for. So let's see what these two have got. Zertan is going to be opening this best of 3 series with Jeanne d'Arc. On the other side, B opts for the Japanese on Rocky Canyon. Now, this intrigued me, actually, because Japanese, typically we've been seeing them reserved for, I want to say, Holy Island. A lot of times when they're getting drafted with only land maps, they get ignored. This makes a little bit more sense to me, though. I think Rocky Canyon's a decent one for them. Frisian Marshes is also another option in this map pool. Basically, the draft was Rocky Canyon, Dry Arabia, and Frisian Marshes. So B had Flexi there. Japan actually fits that draft really well. I think if you get basically Rocky Canyon, Frisian Marshes, or Holy Island in the draft, Japan should be a high pro pick, probably in the first 2. In fact, let me just double check. I believe drafting order, yeah, it was B's second pick. So only Mongols was a higher priority there. Mongols likely being saved for Frisian Marshes if needed. Other side of it, while B got his hands on Mongols, Japanese, Abbasis, Chinese, Zertan got Jeanne d'Arc, Ayabids, Malians, and HRE. And Zertan, man, after my own heart here, he's going for a Spearman opening. I remember seeing this for a little while with Jeanne d'Arc, but then it just kind of fell off. But it's really good in this game. Because B's spawn sucks. He got double stone, berries, and gold all on the Ford. The extra gold is really far away. This is not a great spawn to be up against a Spearman aggro play. I love that read by Zertan. Zertan, was this an informed play? It was. Dude, that's sick. Because the Rats, I think, came out once he just moved past here, right? So he saw the Ford gold and then plays into it. And the question now, is it going to be an outpost rush? Oh, it is. We are getting a Jeanne d'Arc outpost rush. This is what I live for. It's something that's been theory crafted for quite a bit, right? Like this whole idea that she builds so much quicker, but we haven't seen much in competitive games. It's a smart read by Zertan. And now on the other side, you're not going to have the Coca Township as an answer. Instead, B is going for the Kuristo House, as he typically does up against the tree line. This leaves him open to the possibility of going to Yuumi. We'll not like to see Yuumi when you're up against Jeanne d'Arc, because she has the heavy cav to support. But it gives you that flexi, placing it here, and also saves 50 wood on a lumber cam. Spearman forcing B off of the blacksmiths. You know, I'm wondering if we do actually just see spear archers, because it's all you can afford right now. This outpost going up is going to block out the berries as well as the forge in a game where B only has 8 sheep right now. Spears. Ooh, getting a bit cheeky there. Trying to just deny it out. What? Okay, Zertan somehow got away with that. That's a miracle he actually got away on 1 HP there. So outpost definitely going to go up. Zertan shouldn't be ready for level 2 Jeanne for quite a while unless he wants to keep the outpost going. Considering he stopped at 4 spears, I'm curious to see if he's going to try to drop a second outpost here. It's very greedy, but it would essentially like completely constrict your opponent out of the map. Otherwise, he can still sneak north side to try and get the gold here. It would be dangerous because you're up against essentially the French, right? And although they're not going to fast tech here, once they do get feudal age, you're going to be looking at Skull Cavalry Knights, which is quite the ball buster, actually, for exposed villagers. Villager just about gets away with that. So, Berry's not accessible. Deer not accessible. Berries on the flank could be a grab here. Kura Storehouse is at least going to give some runway. That's the thing I love about Kura Storehouse. It kind of insulates you compared to other civs eco states, right? Where they just run out of food and be dead on arrival. This is the type of thing that keeps you going for a lot longer. Spearman are now going to move out to guard on the flank gold. Like the split, Zertan leaves 2 in the outpost to try and defend this. B, it is going to be the Yuumi, dude. If there is a single player that likes to build Yuumi at the highest level, this is the player. I've seen B do this in so many games before. We've even seen him go full Yuumi against Mongols all in just to try and counter them, and he has won those type of games. So Yuumi is going to slap pretty hard. You think it's bad because you're up against Knights, but the reality is, like, if you get your timings right, you know, you can actually get a little bit of an edge, do some decent damage. Reality is you're going to be doing 1 damage, right? But 1 damage adds up a lot when you have a crap ton of these bad boys. And if you get a Rax down, just 1 line of spears to support, the whole idea is you can just kind of turn this into its own raid force. But for now, it's just simply about reclaiming the gold. Turns out that after that walkout for the outpost, Zertan walked all the way home. So that's a lot of idle time. Yes, you've denied the gold away from the Japanese. You've been annoying for that. But let's think about what you lost in return. That's a lot of wasted XP gathering. Jeanne was not gathering for that entire time. In a way, the outpost kind of makes up for it, right? Because the outpost, when you build, you get a lot more XP. So I don't think she should be ready for level 2 the moment Skull Cavalry completes, but she shouldn't be too far off either. Yuumi spam continue. B has got access to the gold now. We'll get the space to build up the outpost. This is important because also now gathering the gold, it's going to get the stone to get the arrow slits. And, you know, that's kind of an interesting thing as Yuumi are effective garrisoning troops as well. Like, if you need something extra to just hop in an outpost. We even saw a very creative build from Corvinus where he would rush the enemy base to an outpost drop and garrison Yuumi inside. I don't expect to see that in this game. I just expect to see a little bit of a raid. And this is what I always value Yuumi for. I think that this is something that is being slept on by so many players at the highest level. Yuumi are a raiding tool. Think of this as a 2-legged Magadai. Is kind of an interesting way to look at it. Yumi move at 1.38 movement speed. This is actually a similar thing that I'm expecting to see HRE evolve into, by the way. Marching Drill's Archer's HRE can do a lot of damage to the enemy economy. I love that he's splitting these off into small groups and now going raid. Second outpost is coming up. Zern, he has gone for the Hunter form here. So this is kind of a weird one, right? Because like, if you're playing Yumi like this, I always say Yumi is like Zergling. Your goal is to overwhelm, raid, just outpace your opponent. The negative is you throw away a lot of units, right, into the blender. So that does mean that Zhong can get a lot of XP. However, it also means that she can get chased down by the massive Zerglings here. 1.38 movement speed on each side. Now, if you misstep, if you overstep, Master Yumi can actually snipe you down pretty quick. And you're not really getting much resource, much XP in return, right? You end up getting 6.5 XP. In fact, I haven't tested that. I don't know whether Jean's XP is integer or float. I assume that it is float, so it does count for decimals. It just won't show on the UI. Nice little snipe there. Does get a villager for their troubles. Yumi come around the back. Might be a mistake here by B. Oh, dear. Yeah, you just need to get out. Like, you don't want to be throwing away the Yumi here. It's a double. Got it. So it does count. Yeah, so it does count for decimals. Kao decided to follow me down the programming route instead of, yeah, just essentially saying it's decimals. But just to confirm, people float, and double basically means that it's decimals. Integers in programming terms means like you're just dealing in full numbers. You can't do decimals. The reason why I highlight this is, like, for example, the front-end UI is integer. Whereas, or single, yeah, whereas the back-end is dealing in double. That matters with things like Bannerman, because it means, like, for example, when you have the Yumi Ashigaru with 5 damage here, Bannerman gives 15%, which means you're increasing your damage by 0.75. But it will show as an extra +1 damage here. He's still scaling Yumi, man. Are we legit just going to get a full Yumi build? I called it at the start of the game. There's no way. He's going to have to transition. Against Mass Knights, it's kind of crazy because actually, like, if this was Women at Arms form, I think it would be very difficult for you to kill. But because it's the Hunter form, if you get enough of these Yumi, you just insta-kill her at the start of fights. And then it turns into this meat grinder where you don't care about what you lose because there's no XP feed on the other side. Knights are trying to raid in. Are getting pushed away, but that means there's no Knights here to contest this. Zern might get idled up at home. Already had to pull off of the deer. I love that from B. Just not overextending. He understands the Knights have pulled away, so he looks to back off himself. B, quick on the reactions, though. Gets in just in time there. That's a really crafty little game that's happening there. So, like, B, because he saw the Knights pull away, he thought they were coming back. He pulls away from the aggro. Zern then refuses to give up, goes in again. But B now just needs to rally home and look towards gathering enough stone to get gradually into your daimyo so that you can get your hands on the Bannerman. And then you just spam non-stop on these Numi. It might be instead he just goes to the Castle Age, because if you do go for that goal of getting your Bannerman, the stone gathering, it takes quite a long time. So I think we might now just be looking at a Castle Age transition for B. Wait, hold up. Just to confirm this, Kao doesn't even know. Has Kao been acting like he knew it was double all along, and he doesn't even know if it's double or float? That is classic Kao. This is why Kao, I cannot trust a word you say. Can't believe this. I feel lied to. I'm glad B is here with the Master Yumi to keep me content. Keep me docile. Zern. Wait, is he actually gonna fight me? Yes. I love the confidence with which he plays into this, because guess what? Zerton never got under mesh. Oh, man. Yeah, that's actually a problem with Zerton. It means he can't dive this base. He can't dive these outposts. It means that B is about to be an age ahead, and Zerton doesn't have a clean answer. Move out onto the deer location. Archers are going to get cut. Dude, I just love the Yumi, man. I don't care what anyone says. All right, Yumi work. Yumi work, you're just not using them the intended way. Look at the gap close potential. You move quicker than villagers here, even with the wheelbarrow. So we'll quickly get a little bit of a sniper going on. More idle time over here. Floating Gate now on the way at home. Now, B, this is where the Yuumi are going to die, right? That's an inevitability. But the goal here is you've dragged all attention away from your tech up. Usually, the Bible of RTS says you're meant to cover your tech up. You're meant to pull everyone back, but this is doing exactly what he needs to. It's getting in the breathing room. I love the way he's microing off 1 or 2 Yuumi to split the fight so that it keeps Jean away and gives her less XP. And also guarantees that some of these guys get to live. That's such a sick read by B. Floating Gate coming in, and I'm wondering, are we just getting Onimusha? I think we do here. Onimusha are so impactful against what Zertan's doing. Also allows you to upgrade the Yuumi very quickly here. Level 2 range damage upgrade coming in. Yorishiro hasn't been dropped in though. B a little bit too busy microing. B? Okay, he realizes now, so it's on the way. Yeah, this is going to be Onimusha spam. Oh, dude, this is so sick. You know what I've yet to see, actually, and I think it does hit pretty hard, is Mass Yuumi, Mass Onimusha. Sounds really memey, but the logic is that you just use these cheap Yuumi as a frontline unit against melee units and against Archer Fire. And then the Onimusha kill everything else. Speaking of which, Onimusha, they need to be body block protected by these Yuumi right now. TC dive coming in. Zertan just trying to get through to the other side, but it's going to cost him dearly in the night count. Luckily for him, Jean wasn't targeted there, by the way. She could have been brought insanely low. In fact, she could now die. Onimusha, they have more range. Sniping. Has got what? I think 2 more Divine Arrow charges to work with. Drag across towards the outpost. That's going to be more damaging on Zertan. This is starting to get so tilting. He just can't touch anything here. Night count now down to 6. He's got more on the way, at least. Gonna try to raid from the right side of the base now. The problem is when you just lose these knights like this, when they get target fired down, I think you'll give a lot of props to B for doing that. If he was just whittling away at these guys on an A-click, Divine Restoration would be high value, but because of what he's doing, it's not. A little bit greedy there, though. Mistakes made by B with that dive in. Yeah, I don't know why he's going for archers. Like, well, I kind of get it. He's scared for the Onimusha, but you just need to address the knights. Because right now, they're kind of farming up a storm, right, when they get on these Yuumi. Night raid underneath the TC. It's going to be blocked out, though. Archers are on the tree line, and B losing economy here. Marching up north side now. Villagers finally going to shift away. B. Yeah, the crazy part is if Zertan had just left these archers here, B wouldn't have noticed. Instead, he makes it obvious. Allows B to keep his economy alive. Divine Restoration is going to be popped. Yuumi now moving in range. Onimusha as well. Spears have arrived underneath the TC. Jeanne d'Arc has been taken out, so she's been removed from the field. And this means you can just commit with the A-clicks, right? You don't need to run away with the Yuumi anymore. Just get a few Onimusha out and cut this down. And behind it, Zertan has not chosen to go for a tech up. He's all in on this. And I honestly don't think he's doing enough damage. I mean, 9 worker kills seems great and all, but realistically, you're an age behind now. You're starting to lose map control. Night count has shrunk by a decent margin. Archer count is not looking great. This is where B can start to move for relics. First one is already on the way home. No Onimusha count is high enough to clean up the remaining knights here. In fact, that wall is going to pinch 3 more, so 3 losses like that, pretty expensive. He doesn't even want the fight, but he's not going to have a choice in it. Yeah, I don't think Zertan done enough damage to this all in, so we've got to start thinking, okay, how do you get Castle Age and how do you do it cleanly? Because right now, you're losing knights too quickly for a clean tech up, and you're against Onimusha while playing pocket resources. I think Zertan has reached a stage where he can't do anything but all in here. If he tries to just go for a tech up blind, he'll have no food at home, he'll basically be dead on arrival. The Onimusha count is now reaching a stage where these archers aren't really a sufficient answer. We've also got the ranged armor level 2 coming in 20 seconds, at which stage Jean de Hunter is not going to really be doing much either. Onimusha sniping down the remaining knights, and that's going to be it for Zertan. No cav left to work with. Last of the archers being cut down, and he's nowhere near ready for castle. Jean's arrived again, but I mean, there's not much he can do. Nice little snipe there. Nicely, it's going to idle up the farms, but now you're talking about a game where there's still a few berries left over here. You've still got the berries to resecure on the ford. You've got enough farms to afford a decent number of Onimusha, and because you've got relics coming in, you can always trade away some of this gold for food. Zertan, Divine Arrows are being wasted pretty quickly here. You can see what Zertan's aiming for. He's banking on level 3 recovering his game. It's not a bad idea, but B should be looking for a transition soon. In fact, it's coming. Mount Samurai. So this is what I was waiting for. It's like not a bad idea what Zertan's doing here. If he gets level 3, these Onimusha don't do anything. They just die. The problem is by the time you're going to get it, you're going to be facing off against Mounted Samurai, and they will rinse you. So, this retreat could also end up just losing John. Divine Restoration is coming off cooldown though, so nice turnaround. 3 picks there, and John has to be close to level 3 now. Zertan doing what he needs to try and keep any semblance of a chance alive here. Divine Restoration is going to get palmed. John left behind though. I mean, this could be a chase down actually. If you just gap close this, Mount Samurai moving in, almost should target it, and that's going to be John going down. Uma Bannerman also arrives, and that should be it. The Uma Bannerman detail buffing this entire army. This is why it's such a sexy follow-up against John and French, right? You open Onimusha, you go into Mount Samurai with the second Yorishiro, your entire army gets buffed up by the level 1 Daimyo. Now, third relic on the way home. B on his way to Zertan's home. Outpost being rushed up to defend. We've got the buyback coming in on John. She might not last long here, though. Gets level 3. All right, this is big. If Zertan's going to recover, this is the moment to do it. He saves the economy just before it's going to be hit up. Behind this, though, B is about to go up to 3 relics. He's capturing sacred sites, and he's secured additional gold. Zertan, right now, is struggling to get enough cav together. He actually pumps to Jean's Rider's point. A pretty smart choice here. But considering you're now up against Mount Samurai, it's going to be difficult to stick on top of the Onimusha. This Mount Samurai, they've only not arrived because they're dealing with the outpost. So it looks like it's going to be a resecure on the berries, and this is exactly what we were waiting for. B, I think he's done everything he needs to now. You know, there are games where level 3 Jean is a GG, but this doesn't feel like one of them. It feels like you're pretty disarmed, really, right? Like, this is a unit that only has 2 ranged armor against mass Onimusha. You're going to die too quickly to this. Mount Samurai now just frontlining for the entire army. Jean's Rider's trying to go in, but remember, they have 0 melee armor. It's all about the range resistance, and that's not going to cut it here. And talk about Kaburaya, like that's the other detail that matters, right? Like trying to pull away from these fights gets more and more difficult as it goes on. And yeah, so people realize that now I'm seeing in chats like, wow, Japan really counters French. Do you want me to like open your eyes for you? Full like eyeball popping moment. If B had gone for his Castle Age and Jean had gone Castle Age and they both pumped Knights, Japanese can still win that. Because of their ramp up and also because of the deflective armor and the melee techs. It's crazy. Jean being forced away. Divine Restoration already used. This is it. Zertan's going to be broke. B, game 1. Despite Zertan's opening looking like it would just shut Japan down, B, so creative to make great use of those Yuumi. It matters so much in this game and got him into cruise mode in the late. First goes to 3D Clan. Puts them on match point in this best of 3. We go back to the draft where we have still got at least one more game ahead of us, and we've got to review what's available to Zertan here. Ayabids, Malians, HRE. Meanwhile, B has access to the Mongols, Abbasas, and Chinese. I think Zertan's best play here is probably to whip out the Ayabids for game 2. If there's one that could turn it around, that would be the one I'd look towards. I think Ayabids on most of the remaining maps are really good, unless we're looking at, say, Frisian Marshes, in which case this might be an HRE play. But with Mongols still in rotation, it's very dangerous. So, just had Rocky Canyon. It's actually going to be Dry Arabia, which means Malians versus Mongols. Okay. That's interesting. Zertan. This is a matchup that now favors Malians, right? It used to be quite Mongol favored, if you remember back when the houses had less health. But ever since the health buff, that whole cheesy play of just outpost rushing their gold, force them to build the defensive landmark, has fallen off the side of a cliff. I'd actually say this is like 60% Malian favored, right? Maybe I'm wrong on that. Let's have a look. December 6th patch where it had a lot of games. Mongols versus Malians. Mongols 55%. Okay, so slight edge there. I think Dry Arabia is a little bit different in my eyes, though. I think Dry Arabia is one where they could easily be A-okay. But let's find out. Let's hop into it. Possibly last game of the series here. Dude, it always feels bad when they're so short. I'm looking forward to when we get into best of 5 territory. B versus Zertan. B with the Mongols. Turns out they're actually favored slightly. 55% win rate up against the Malians. Zern comes down to the spawn. Is it good or is it bad? It looks like a juicy one here with double gold and deer, but remember that that is a double-edged sword against a Civ like the Mongols. If this is going to be a Rax opening, an outpost rush can block you out of most of your resources. Let's find out. Switch across to make sure we know how many villages are working. It's 5 on the wood, so definitely looking at a Rax beginning in this game. Now, the reason why I said like Malians can usually actually do quite well here is because on a map like Dry Arabia, I feel like recently the neutral trade post spawns haven't been that great. On top of that, the other interesting thing is if you play into Donzos to mirror the Spearman, you win out the longer it goes. The reason you win out is because you have that hybrid attack, you have a ranged attack. If it was just a melee mosh pit, I think it's very difficult for most Civs to contest Mongols because of their efficiency with stone and double production. But this is a Civ that has a unique spear. A unique spear that has more health, has more armor, and comes with a throwable attack. Does cost a little bit more resources, but I'd say it's worth it for all those details. So we'll see how long B wants to play into this, because it looks like it is going to be the Rax versus Rax. Scouting rotation, how are we looking? 10 versus... Ooh, 6. Okay, he's got a decent amount of sheep behind this. That had me a bit worried. That's like the worst thing that can happen here is if this is about to turn into a full melee clash in Dark Age. You have got the higher attack. It is strong, yes, but realistically, if you don't have enough food to pump up to the numbers, you're not going to win because you'll just be outnumbered. B on his way with the villager already, so it should be an outpost drop between the two golds. Zern doesn't see this, by the way. If you drop an outpost right here, he's blind to it. So really important that he keeps the scout nearby. Nice little yoink there from B. He actually realizes the trajectory, cuts him off. Isn't going to see the scout, the sheep in the corner. Is going to move for the one in the trade post, though. So sheep haul overall okay for the Malians at 9, but that's already matched at home for B, and he's getting additional from your side of the map, right? So decent haul coming out from B. Wow, he's actually going to go for a deeper outpost than I expected here. That's pretty smart, actually. At this stage, Zern doesn't have the ramp up, right? He started to go for the houses first. Obviously, you need to for population reasons. So he's not able to get as many Donzos out as quickly. And it means you haven't got all these javelin throws. So it's an interesting choice by B, but realistically, he might be just quick enough with this outpost to get it up. If it wasn't for that detail, lets it in. Okay, this doesn't work now for B. He has to wait. The issue now is you've taken a stab there. The recharge is coming on the javelin throws. If you try this too early, you're going to die. But great micro B trying to cut off the one Donzo. Burn's starting to come in, but B, he's not going to cancel that outpost, right? If you cancel the progress here, you're basically going home. The only way this works is if you get it up in the next 40 seconds. Jaffro's coming in. Looks like the other one has not been expended, though. This is going to be tight, actually. I think Zern, with the 4th Jav coming back around, he gets the kill here. There's no way. B, this is cancel and go. Yeah. Okay, great hold there by Zern. That pull on the right side, getting the space, the timing as well. I think the bigger issue for me is B, a little bit too greedy here, right? He wanted the outpost close enough to block out gathering on the gold. I think you settle for just blocking the secondary gold extension and use this as a staging point. Instead now, he just has to cancel and go for his tech up. He has forced a big investment, though. Like, think about what just happened here for Zern. Zern had to invest in 5 of these Donzos. He's still investing. They cost 90 resources each. And the problem is, because you can't see whether the Mongols have stopped yet, you can't stop investing, right? So he's actually spent a lot more time in Dark Age compared to B. B. I wonder what his choice is going to be here, right? We already see it's Deerstone, so no trade. Makes sense. This is absolutely a terrible Dry Arabia map for trade. This is a big part of why I think like we're not seeing Mongols as the biggest priority in Dry Arabia. I think like you usually save them for, say, Mongolian Heights now, if you can get that in the draft. Actually, there is Mongolian Heights in the draft for this tournament, right? I'm not imagining that. Let me just double check. I wonder if my brain has farted, because I was just thinking we haven't seen it at all. Yeah, it is in rotation. It just always gets ignored from what I've been seeing so far. I think we've maybe had 1 game maximum. So Deerstone is going to give this ramp for B. It's unfortunate he could have got that outpost up because outpost with Deerstone is so painful to deal with. To be honest, if the outpost had gone up, with this many Donzo, you dive and destroy it anyway, right? So it's not the big tear in the eye. It's not like the grand plan for B is completely fallen apart. He is going to have to add in pastures, though, because he doesn't want to play on those flanks. I think this is a smart read by B. One of the big issues right now with playing against Marlians, I've seen a few Marlian players adapt their builds where instead of just rushing Castle Age before they build sofas, they've started spamming sofas in Feudal. That's a problem, because if this was, for example, going to be your wide flank deer stack play, if your opponent opens sofas, you're just dead on arrival. Tech up's complete. Archer range now added in. What is B's play here? He's actually is going to go for the archers himself. I wondered if he would do this. Archer plus Spear for Mongols feels a bit weird against this comp, so I'm imagining we're going to be looking at Keshiks on a delay as well. Otherwise, I'm not really sure what the full plan is here. Maybe he wants to go Rams, Clown Car inside them, and then just take out the pit mines. In fact, after the scouting, it's going to be double archery range from Zertan. Okay, that's interesting, right? That's a lot more all-in than I was expecting. There's no way Zertan tries to play out onto the map here, right? That, to me, would feel like a mistake. Like, your goal is still to get Ranch, still get Castle Age. I don't feel like you lean in towards a mid-map type play. You've scouted out your opponent. You've seen he's gone for archery range. You've seen he's gone Deerstone. There's no requirement for you to come out, is what I'd say here. Like, your comp should be designed entirely for defense. B. He is going to go for that deer play, or rather the boar instead. So, yeah, interesting he went for the pasture at all here then. Now, the question is whether Zertan is going to read this and try to move out to punish it. That, to me, would be an error. I think if there's one way you lose these type of games as Marlians now, is playing out onto the map in an aggressive fashion. This Civ just feels kind of busted rushing towards its tech up timings. And you know, maybe you're worried about your opponent Castle Aging as well, but what does the Mongol do immediately with Castle Age? I guess they could try to go into Men at Arms spam. So that's probably what's got Zertan a little bit worried, right? Even then, though. The power spike that you get, like, imagine if instead of Zertan adding double archery range racks, he had one rack, one archery range, limited troops, and then double mill pumping for ranches. Instead, Zertan, he's genuinely going for a feudal all-in. Not a single ranch in sight at 8 minutes into the game. Instead, he's heading straight towards B's base. Now, the one thing that makes this a bit dicey is up against this Civ, the movement speed, right? The Yam that they typically have due to the Deerstone, and also the mistake made, the Javelins ahead of the formation. I'm not sure what Zertan was expecting from this. Death, by the looks of it. Stabs are coming in. Archers just keep on chasing here, right? They want to keep the Donzos away to make sure the Javs slowly get stabbed down. Wow, that was expensive and unnecessary from Zertan. So he finds himself in the defensive format in the end anyway. Archers are going to turn around now to deal with this. Love the body block attempt there by the Khan. Able to keep them around a little bit longer. Forces the Donzos to come closer. And now it's going to force idle time on the pit mine as well. Well played by B. Behind this, he's got the boar gathering. He's got an outpost up there. He's starting to extend his Yam a little. I wouldn't even mind seeing him drop an outpost a little bit more aggressively so he can get more troops out faster. And Zertan now investing even more in this feudal after what he saw. In a game where we've yet to see a single ranch. Only the first one coming now. I think Zertan, like, he did scout the Deerstone, right? Like, I'm adamant I saw the scout walk in range because I'm trying to wrap my brain as to what the thought process is on why you have to add in so many units and come out. Adding in units makes sense. Yes, we see it a lot. But coming out is the part that's puzzling to me. It's almost like B not attacking him made him nervous, right? Like, it sounds kind of weird and fluffy. It's like, oh, no, you're just saying things to say things. B is a very uncomfortable player to play against. It's a weird one to play into. When he isn't aggressing you, you're always question marking what he's doing, right? This is the guy that does pro scouts. This is a guy that will proxy base you. This is a guy that you get in, and if there's someone that's going to have a weird and funky strat, it's most likely going to be B. So I almost feel like that got in Zertan's head, and he overextended for no reason because of it. Yes, there are boar being gathered. Yes, there's deer being gathered. But you didn't dive towards those, did you? You dived towards the main base. Zertan one thing that does scare me is if he continues on this path, he doesn't have many Donzos. If B identifies this in double stable drops, gets a few Keshiks out. Oh my god, dude, he... Well, yep, there was a reason why Zertan should have came out, it turns out. B is actually trading. This is exactly what I'm talking about. Now, it's not fantastic trade, right? 32 gold, but it's extra cheddar in the pocket. So this is very frustrating, right? Zertan, I don't think he ever glimpsed that, if I'm not mistaken. The scout was out earlier than when the trade came. But this explains why he was posturing, right? He had justifiable causes. Justifiable reasons to do this. Now B, is he macroing up for Castle? I think he is. Ranch is now being spammed in zone. He's double mill. So Cattle are going to come in quick. B, what a crafty fella here. If you get veterancy on these archers, they're not bad at dealing with javs. I think that is genuinely what he's aiming for as well. He's prepping under mesh, he's prepped steeled arrow. He's got a lot of food savings. Are we maybe going to see men at arms upon age up as well? No, dude, you get siege engineering improved, right? He hasn't got enough stone for it yet, but he will soon. I think you just save for siege engineering improved. Because like, if you just get a mangonel on your tech timing here, build it next to the base of Zertan, these javelins can't fight, and realistically, he has nothing else to fight with. Trader count keeps escalating though, up to 6 now. We'll have to see. Uvu has got enough stone left? No, it's going to be short. Okay, that's problematic then. So he's not going to have quite enough stone to buy siege engineering improved, but he has got the Kurota on the way. Dude, is this going to be a quick game from B? I mean, we're 12 minutes in, right? Like, what do you define quick game? But I mean, a quick end of the game, because if he gets the pack-up tech, which he has on the way, and he wheels the Kurota to the enemy base, gets the veterancy in here, Zertan hasn't begun his tech up yet. Javelins will struggle to hold that. A few more trays being added in. Zertan now playing with the deer to try and supplement his eco a little bit, but his food income is, quite frankly, abysmal. Tech up now complete. Veterancy's been queued, and this is the moment where Zertan has to be face-palming it. There's the confirmation. The Kurotai immediately sent over to the enemy base. And now you just back up. You just wait. You just let Zertan overextend again, just like he done earlier this game. Kurotai is going to start unpacking. Nice idea there. Almost baited Zertan at range. So this is big, right? The veterancy coming through, going to get the +2. Then on top of that, you're going to get extra 2 damage on these archers with the Kurotai buff. Fair to say the Javelin Throwers 4 armor isn't really going to account for much. We even see balanced projectiles being queued up. The Deer Stone. Dude, I love this build so much. He has the full aura. Oh, this is a sick timing B. He's going to crawl in with the Deer Stone. Walls going up from Zertan to try and keep him away, but it's not going to work here. Kurotai moving in. This has to feel so claustrophobic right now for Zertan. What do you do against this? Archer's moving in now. 8 damage, about to become 9. Over 50% of your damage going through, and then the buff as well. Good God, 11 damage versus 4 armor. Here's the dive. Armor arrow gets upgraded, gets activated rather, so no damage being done by the Javs. Oh my God, and Keshik are coming behind this now. Zertan, he's panicking. He's queuing even more javelins. Villagers gonna get cut down. 5 just dead. Oh my. Oh wait, sorry, they weren't villagers, they were the Donzos. Still, a lot of gold for Zertan, and not much you can do with it right now. The Kurotai is moving deeper. I cannot believe this. Spearman just absorbing all the fire. Zertan, he's actually just A-clicking this, which means he's not dealing with the archers. The archers are what kill you here. Wait, I'm sorry. Isn't this unit meant to counter this unit? No one specified what way it was meant to be. The javelins are trading out 1-for-1 up against archers. That is never a good sign. Kurultai unpacking. This is it. This is the death blow. Zertan has to stand his ground. There's nowhere left to run. And he is dying like flies here. Jab count. Just 12 remain. Soon to be none. Villagers trying to rush the tech up, but folks, if he sees this, if B just dives in, he can end the game right here. It's a cancel, the landmark. Zertan is stuck with no way out. What a timing by B. A fantastic timing at that. Zertan with the overinvestment in an aggro here. If his timing had been just a minute or two earlier, and the upgrade came through, we could be looking at a very different game here. But the archers are going to mop up what remains of the army. The Keshik have now arrived. And Zertan has nothing left. He's queuing even more javelins, for God's sake. Musafadi is just pathetic, by the way. If you're building Feudal Age Musafadi, the game is basically over. And the Keshik pump is not going to stop, remember. He still has more traders coming in. We're now up to, what, 10 traders? That means we've got the Silk Road effects kicking in. And sure, the archers are dead, but the Keshiks are now what remains, and they remain unanswered here. That's veteran Keshiks. I believe he did also get the Step Lance attack. This is just vicious. How to unravel the Malians. This is how. You know, Zertan, I think he'll look back at this game and realize that that movement out of his base was a bit of an overextension. It cost him dearly, and then the panic overreaction. B has blocked the Fulani forever. Oh my, no, dude, this doesn't even work. Even if you burn it down. I can't. I actually can't. Everyone's asking, how do you solve for Fulani? How do you counter Fulani? Counter it like this. Look at those eyes. Look in the Deerstone's eyes. That's the face of a serious competitor. And he just leaves. He's like, well, my work here is done. That's, by the way, that's not moving. That's never moving. When he destroys it, it's still going to be in the way. Oh, what a Giga Brain play by B. I mean, it was starting to look like the Keshik numbers were thinning. Maybe Zertan would be able to recover it, but that one detail, I truly think makes this game unwinnable. Zertan's going to have to make a stand though, right? Already up against match point. More archers coming in. Kurultai is wheeling on its way in again. And Zertan, you might be wondering, why does he not just build Donzos? Because Donzos die even quicker. I mean, realistically, actually, yeah, Donzos would be better, in my honest opinion here. But he doesn't have them upgraded, right? They're still Dark Age. He needs troops. He's panicking. Finally, they're going to start coming out. I just think it's too late now. GG! What an insane way to force a win. B. Oh, looking on fire in this second game. Actually, the entire series. Game 1 with the Yuumi all-in. Game 2 with the Oh Dear Stone in your Fulani. What more do you need? Surely you're entertained. Oh, I just checked the YouTube comments. This is great. KP is annoying. He calls the game so many times, even though clearly it's still going. Let it play out, man. Shout out to Jamie Sanchez for not using his brain to just realize when a game is genuinely over. I also love that, like, it wasn't even, hey, bro, can you just, like, maybe wait? Like, I don't think the game's over yet. He started with KP is annoying. Really, really smart move there. Let me tell you, there is such a thing as being delusional, and you, buddy, fit into that camp. So, yeah, like, I've said this, I think I said this literally yesterday. I really focus on only calling games over when we're talking like a 99%. And if the person makes a recovery, I will lose my mind and I will praise them to the moon. But I'm also not going to be delusional. Like, at this level of play, there is a state of play where the game is unrecoverable. Unless your opponent makes so many mistakes. And if they do that, we will then address those mistakes. But, if you don't like games being called over when they're over, I think, honestly, Jamie, buddy, you might be watching the wrong genre, because 1v1 RTSs are the one where that rings truer than any other in the world. So I think the baffling, most funny part to me, though, is that he complained about it in my stream. I expect it when it's on EGC stream, right? There's always someone who just isn't gonna like me. I'm used to that. I just find it hilarious that he came into my own stream and done that. That's the comical part to me. I won't ban him because I just like to actually counter that with logic. Okay, so let's get ready for another series. I need to move. Which one was that? It was B versus Zerton. Let's move that one up. I mean, Kurgan, we literally do break down the way it would need to be recovered time and time again. You can call a game over and then explain how it could need to be recovered, and then you can realize how ridiculous the recovery condition is, which is what we do. I always go out of my way to be fair to the comeback. But dude, even in Dota 2, right? A game that actually has much more combat potential than Age of Empires 4. I still distinctly recall the amount of times where I'd be to my casters, so how would he come back in this? And he gives the most absurd, unlikely way, and he explains that it's going to be an unlikely way. There is nothing wrong with explaining that something is unlikely, right? Would you give the same shit to a football match that is on its 86th minute and the other team is 4 goals up, right? You would highlight there is a miracle chance, but everything has to be perfect. That's the way you describe it. In fact, I'm pretty sure quite often in my commentary, I end up going with, this game is over, bar a miracle. So, yeah, I don't know. I feel like I'm quite fair in the way that I call these out. And the whole, the thing is, I've said this before, I want to be wrong. I actually like being wrong. Do you know how boring it is being right, calling the game 15 minutes before it ends the perfect way? So if you've never done it before, it feels great. It feels great for the first five games, and then it's boring. I actually want to be wrong, so I look forward to when they prove me wrong. And actually, I give all the bloody praise in the world when they do. But that game was no. Game 1, Game 1, and then the moment that Deerstone went down in game 2, you're not coming back from that. All right, so Wham versus Anno, Lucifrom versus Elyona, Baltoon versus Killjadi, maybe. Puppy Paw versus Magic could be an interesting one. Pretty sure that wasn't cast. I don't know. It's my Final Four. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I don't think I'm wrong on this though. Legitimately, if someone has a problem with a game that's realistically just over, being called over, you must take issue the same when Tasteless and Artosis. When Tasteless brings out the line, he's just processing the loss now. But then it still takes another 4 minutes for a GG. Right? Because this is what I mean. That there is a state, especially in 1v1s, where if the game isn't over, you're having a discussion in 10 minutes time about how someone choked pretty hard. You can praise the comeback within it for sure, but there is a choke. Explain the miracle for a comeback. Oh, dude, Kurgan, we've done that all the time. We even do it to a comical degree sometimes because the list gets so long. I've literally been on a cast before. It's so basically, someone needs to turn up in his room and pull the plug on his PC. Cow has found the perfect way to describe this. People would complain the cast is called that the game is over, and it would be the Killjadi versus Beastie game on Bridges. For anyone who didn't see that game, 20 minutes into the game, Kiljali had the same number of villagers you have at the start of the game. Rest my case. All right, let me get the draft ready. Oh no, like yeah, my take is it's more delusional to try and like fake hype. And I would never like. I don't care what someone pays me. I'll never fake hype. Like if I find something insane, I'll act like it's insane. If it's not, it's not. But like, you have to weigh expectations with reality. I call games quite deep into them, actually, into their game state. I wait for so many mutations to happen before I call a game. Because I have actually seen pros get into games before. 5 minutes in, they'll say that's a GG. And if they're right, that's where it feels disingenuous. Because it's small differences at that stage. There's still a lot of mutations to play out to reach the end. But being 15 minutes plus into a game where someone's an entire age ahead and they've taken the whole army, calling that a GG is not like an exaggeration at all. That's my take on it anyway. After casting... Whoopsie, what happened there? After casting and watching thousands of hours of RTSs. So, I wanted... What series did I want? We want Puppy Paw versus Magic. Ooh, Bridges Opener. Interesting. Chinese Malian ban difference. Ottomans, Ayabids, and Delhi were banned by both, though. Interesting. Yeah. Well, the thing is, Cameron, like, if you're talking about a game that actually had realistic chances for a comeback, it would be different, right? Like, comeback to the degree that has to happen, the viciousness. So, like Dota 2, genuinely, someone can be 40, like, a team can be 40k behind, and depending on the lineup, you can see a way, right? If this was like a game where you were getting absolutely bullied, but you had, say, Byzantines, you had the hyper late game, and you were kind of still having eco behind it, of course I wouldn't call the game. But dude, you're talking about like an all-in Jeanne d'Arc game, and then you're talking about a Malian versus Mongol game where the Mongol player is about to have more DPS than the entire Javelin army, and literally has just dropped a Deer Stone on your Fulani placement. That's not too early. Oh, Jake's got a point here. RTS high-level play isn't like football where a goal with less than a few seconds left in a match can decide a game. Exactly. I think so. The thing about RTSs, the way I always describe RTS is not about perfection. It's about the least mistakes, right? But within that, you have to ID when so many mistakes have been made that realistically the chances of a turnaround are like you've got a better chance of winning the lottery. Now, the thing that's different when you're talking about a duocast, and a duocast has a different environment, because in a duocast you can have the person that calls it and the person that tries to find a way, but the reality is you're talking about someone solo casting as well. So solo casting, because they're doing the analysis and the play-by-play, it gets very weird if they're trying to dissect to you why the game is more or less over, like it's almost unrecoverable, and they're giving the way, like, and then the flip side, they're trying to like hype play by play as if it's still recoverable, right? There is a balance to this. In fact, it's why when you watch me do duocasts, you'll notice there's a bit more weaving, I'd say, of like that, you know, here's the comeback potential, because you can play devil's advocate, right? You can play the different roles with your co-caster. It's less doable in a solo cast. Unless I start doing the voices, yeah? And I'll just be the analytical German. And then I will just throw it over to KP when it's time to do the play-by-play, yeah? Like, you know, I've actually done that on a cast before. Shout out to... shout out to PyCat. I still remember the time where we basically pretended to be different people, did the entire analysis of the panel, like for the draft, and then came in as ourselves on the cast. It was quite comedial. So we have got Puppy Paw versus Magic. Hopefully that gives some insight. I don't know, like, I see these kind of comments a lot, and it's just like, I'd rather give insight and try to inform them the logic of like, what they're asking for and why it doesn't make perfect sense. I'll always try to, like, take a positive outlook. Like, I always say criticism over flame. But you don't do anyone any favors if you don't give the realistic outlook on the game state. That robs everyone in the situation. So let's have a look here. We got the draft? We have. Wait, I thought I removed the bans. Ah, need to hit the update. Boom! There we go. So, Magic's always going to prioritize Chinese till the day he dies. I know that much. I don't know what's happening. Cal, why do the names do this when they're a certain length, by the way? I can never figure that out. I know I'm using like an alternative drafting overlay than I'm meant to. Which one was I using? I think I was using the default one. Wait, was it the default one? I can't remember. I like it for the in-game UI, is what I need, but obviously for the lobby, it's not ideal. Yes, that's right. It's the Warman Cup one. Was the Warman Cup one like best of threes, I'm guessing? And that's why it breaks a little? Thanks, Slade Ocalypse. Dude, my words today? I need some water. Water. Right. Got it. Thank you for the clarity, Cal. Water. Got my good old water. So, we were going to do... Let me find it. Where is the Magic game? Wait. Oh, dude, don't tell me we can't watch it. No, there it is. Got it. Okay, so game one is going to be Mongol Rus. I'm not even going to try to roll my R's. I would butcher it. Rus. On bridges. I feel like I haven't seen anyone play Rus on bridges. I'm wondering what the upside is to it. Obviously, there's no fishing. There's 4 deer stacks. Oh, that's interesting, actually. Yeah. I wonder if that's what Puppy Paw is going for. You can race towards more deer stacks than your opponent unless they open double scout. Even then, you can maybe like beat them to the punchline. Dude. Is that what he's thinking? Alright, so the start of this game is very important because this might be Giga Brain out of Puppy Paw. Welcome back to Competitive Action, folks. We've got an Elite Classic 2 group stage best of 3 between Magic and Puppy Paw. It's a Canadian showdown. And Puppy Paw has opened on bridges with the Rus. Something that hasn't been done by anyone else that I've watched so far. But this could be very creative. We're going to find out if that's exactly what he's aiming for. North side move. The logic here is if you go for scout spam on the opening, you can secure double deer stack and your own. So you get 3 deer stacks on this map. And there's a decent amount of wolf still on the map to find. So let's see if it works that way. It looks like it is. Magic. What? Being Mongols kind of makes this worse, right? Because you don't want to add in the second scout. Instead, he goes for a stables drop and adds in the horseman. If this was not animation cancelling error of AoE 4, I'd say this was a good play. I think because it's animation cancelling Age of Empires 4, it's a really bad play. The horseman's going to be very late here. And also, he hasn't dropped the Uvi, right? To get this timing with the stables. I don't think this is a good play by Magic. He's already given over 140 gold on the north side. He's now at least denying the wolves in the center, so that's good at least. There's extra wolves that are being neglected by Puppy Paw, though. I think he scouted that and is going to send the extra scout to deal with that. And now he's going to rotate north side. Typically, you get, like, what, 1 wolf up here? Looks like none this game. So there's going to be a dart to the south. I assume Magic made that rotation to try and take out more wolves. So he traded wolves for deer being lost, right? And he's still going to get back in time. So he's denying 170 gold on this screen here. So that's not too bad, but surely there's extra left here, right? Like, is there a wolf on the south? No. Wolf around the back? No. Did Puppy Paw slightly misplay this? Because here's what I thought was going to happen, actually. I think this is what Puppy Paw thought would happen as well. He went for the deer on the north side. He played close one because he expected the Khan to go for the north side deer. And then I think Puppy Paw's goal was to head across the center where most of the wolves spawn and maybe even get the deer from his opponent. So credit to Magic. Like, I don't think it was the cleanest, but it kind of cut him back a bit. Unfortunately, Puppy Paw has still got enough bounty. Probably about 210, 230 here. I think he found a wolf in the corner. Plus the one close to base can still be taken. So this might be a tier 2 bounty game. Because he's already got Wheelbarrow in the way, as well as the Kremlin. That's usually a really good sign for the Rus. If they're able to get both of those, you're in trouble. Their opening timing is just going to be so much quicker than yours. And the fact that Magic also went for the Horseman still is kind of racking my brain here. What was the value proposition necessarily out of that? I'm still not sure. Maybe the Horseman can idle the Kremlin a little. Like, it's on the edge of the TC range, but it's still close enough to cover, right? Love this Kremlin placement, by the way. Protects the crossing on the north side, gets you your stone, also protects the berries as well as the wraparound. So now you only need to go down here and essentially drop a little wall either at this point or this point, and you have safe economy behind you. The gold is still going to be a little bit exposed, mind you, but this wasn't a game where Magic opened with an outpost rush. He opened with a Horseman play. The question is he going to trade? Is that why he went stables? Like, I think you have to trade, right? If you're going to go for a stables opening here, it has to be Silver Tree. Because otherwise, this building's now worthless, right? If you go for Deerstone, you know, there's no way you're going to be able to pump Keshiks at a decent pace straight away. You need Silver Tree to escalate you to that. Like, you can afford a few, but when you're up against Knights, your goal is to outmass. So this is about to turn into a race over the north side. It's a cool idea by Magic. The thing that does scare me, though, is the lack of walling capabilities. And the fact that the only other way you can destroy the bridge that could cut your trade is if you now go for a dock in demos. That's expensive. So, tech up complete on the other side. Puppy Paw is going to start gathering stone. Pretty logical, pretty orderly. This is all standard play, what we're seeing out from Puppy Paw here. You can expect this more or less every game from the Rus. It's very rare we see 1 TC all-ins anymore. The power spike you just get out of 2 TC into either all feudal or castle is just too strong. And it's kind of necessary as well, because if you don't secure extra food sources with that TC, you end up drying up in your own base. We might even see him look to drop a TC on the northern island here. The alternative and more likely, though, is going to be a drop on the south, because that would secure your berries, your deer, and your gold. Dunford coming on the UV. Magic isn't reacting to this at all. I'm a little bit surprised the Horseman isn't engaging, but it looks like he was elsewhere on the map trying to find an opportunity. Oh, blocks. Oh, just in time. Puppy Paw, can he do this? Did he? Oh my. Okay, he's going to get it up. That was important. Magic, this delay on getting Keshiks out stings you, because the reality is right now is where you could get a lead. Your opponent isn't going to immediately produce Keshik, isn't going to immediately produce Heavy Cav, right? He's going to go for the TC first. So this is your opportunity to get an advantage, and you need that Keshik count advantage when you're up against the Rus. Knights versus Keshiks, if it's a one-on-one, Knights will win. And he goes north. Okay, so we have got a claim on the northern island here. If Puppy Paw is quick about this as well, he could even sneak out to fortified Palisade, the west side embankment, which would guarantee that Magic can't get up there at all, which means he won't be able to trade. Like, I legit think the play right now for Puppy Paw, maybe a proxy stables on the secondary TC, and then pull a villager to just drop a wall here. Meanwhile, Magic, he's trying to secure this area with an outpost. Now, remember, Puppy Paw has got free scouts, so realistically, there shouldn't be much that Magic should be able to get away with on this map. So we have at least got the Yam aura from the outpost, though, so has to play away from that. He's going to scout out. The trading has begun. And the villagers, oh my god, they're actually pulling north. He's going for the Wooden Fortress drop on the trade! Ah, Puppy Paw's game sense on this is pitch perfect. The timings, everything about it, right? The villager now has to go for a safer outpost, but now this means that trade isn't easy peasy, right? Because you have to rally the traders straight there. They're going to walk under the range of the Wooden Fortress. Great read here by Puppy Paw. Expensive outpost, sure, but now an impenetrable one, right? Like, Keshiks aren't going to want to contest this. You've now also got Puppy Paw moving back out in the stone with 4, so it will be arrow slits into likely, maybe even going castle turrets here isn't a bad idea. And yeah, there's still a unit garrison inside, so Keshiks are going to dive in, but this is just not going to work. I mean, it's 1750 HP. Magic behind this, only adding in more Keshiks. Interesting that he's targeting the Keshik first, considering he doesn't have arrow slits yet. Like, you're doing no damage right now. I thought he'd go for the Horseman, because the Horseman doesn't have a heal, right? But once arrow slits come in, you should be able to just out DPS the heal. And here we go. That can now begin. Villager's going to go for the repairs. Going to try right around the back. Puppy Paw is going to turn this into a dance. Yeah, it's kind of funny. Like, he would have benefited from actually going for the Horseman first. And can confirm, Castle Turrets is on the way. Scouts are not coming up here, by the way. Instead, they're just over here, distracting on the Silver Tree, gradually torching it down. Another Scout is going to come back here, though. Keshiks charge in, but you can't stop him from garrisoning inside. So, looks like the Keshiks are going to have to back away just before they die here. Castle Turret's just too strong. Remember, it gives +2 damage to every arrow coming out. It's an absolute brutalizer. So the other way of thinking that, by the way, is that that is a extra 33% damage on secondary fire, and just an extra 20% damage on your primary arrow slit shot. It's a lot of effective firepower. It's actually why Kremlin looks so busted, is Kremlin has that built in by default, right? When you build this, the Kremlin has got the arrow slits as well as the castle turrets. Second outpost. Puppy Paw's turned this into a cruel. Oh, big mistake not cancelling there, though. I guess he wanted the Keshik kill, but he clicked the wrong one. Knight's now arriving in the outpost deer stack. Magic. I think he's just getting blocked like a toilet right now. This ain't ideal. Knight does take a lot of damage. I don't know if that was worth the dive, but Puppy Paw has got more Knight spam on the way, and he's at least still blocking out what Magic's after on the north side. More army coming in, but Knights and Spears now on the way to contest this. Puppy Paw needs to target down those Spears first. Instead, he's going after the Keshiks. And charge comes in. Magic. Nice turnaround immediately to get half health off the Knight. This is getting tricky, though, right? The health bars are not looking good on these Keshiks, and each one going down is expensive. Spears get left behind. That's a good trade, right? Spear for a Horseman. Another Keshik's about to hit the deck. Now, the interesting part to me is that he's legitimately just targeting down the Keshiks to prevent the sustained heal, as opposed to going for the Spearmen, which are providing a lot of torch damage here. So this Wooden Fortress looks like it might end up going down unless Puppy Paw sends a lot more troops in soon. Fortress now on fire. Another Keshik's going to die. Militia are tanking, so no braces coming through, but the Knight doesn't go for the charge in. Magic, I'm a little bit surprised by Puppy Paw there. I feel like that shouldn't have happened. But Puppy Paw, he built all the production at home, right? So no proxy base, no quick reinforcement here. Has at least now got the archers. So we'll have another way of contesting this trade, but for the time being, Magic is getting access to what he needs. That's important too, considering he has gone up to 5 traders already. Unless you're at least going to chase this away. Raid now coming in once again on the outpost area, but that Knight is heavily injured. And the Keshiks are at least going to push him off the deer, so well played there. Magic finding the bandwidth to actually raid while taking the offensive fight on the north side. Has Puppy Paw given a little bit too much wiggle room to Magic here? Because now trade's operational. We have got Mass Archer on the way with Knights. I quite like Archer Knights versus Keshik Spearmen. Opposite comes down to eco-scaling, right? But you're talking about 2TC versus trade, and trade's a lot more exposed. And also, you're very close to that location. Knights will trade fairly well here. What I like even more is the fact that Puppy Paw's adding in all 3. So these archers are essentially uncounted now. Trade count. Still scaling, but this Knight on the backside has actually not been answered. 13 HP, and he could be quite the problem. Meanwhile, while distracted there, Puppy Paw comes out of the Stealth Forest. Oh, that's a sick one too. 4 villagers going down here. Nice read there by Puppy Paw. Distracts with the ping to the south side. Gets traders down here as well. And the Keshiks aren't actually rallying over to this yet, so a lot of eco damage done. And Puppy Paw, even if he doesn't kill these traders, they're now huge liabilities for Magic. One more might go down before the Keshik arrive. In fact, that's indeed going to be the case, so good value found there. Keshik count is a bit too big for Puppy Paw right now, so like this chipping damage is critical. Because at this stage, if Magic forces a main engagement, he will win. If we delay this by another 2 minutes now, with this chip damage adding up, that's where Puppy Paw can start to thrive. Sealed Arrow is finally on the way, and he's... What did we say is critical to securing the trade here? We thought Magic might consider it a demo ship upriver to take out that crossing. But instead, Puppy Paw is going to move first. This is going to be a boom play. Demos, 2 of them will take out the wooden bridge. And you know what? If you send an archer ship upriver as well, Magic can't do anything. He doesn't have mass archers to snipe you yet. Oh, this is sickening. I mean, even once he gets archers, right, the boat outranges you. So it's not a great solution. Archer's now moving in to snipe out the trade. And it's going to be an archer ship first, so not even going straight into the demo. Keshiks are now moving towards the eco. But Knights could block this crossing. Unfortunately, Puppy Paw doesn't want this fight. Too many Keshiks for his liking. Seems to be enough Knights to scare Magic away, though, so we'll retreat. He did scout the dock, though. This is important. Magic now knows about the dock. He needs to either drop his own dock, or he needs a way of clearing this up quick with the ram. Because the archer ship is on the way. Knights once again on the back, though. Is it me or is Magic just getting torn left and right? I think the issue here is he's not putting the pressure on. So Puppy Paw is getting all the breathing room. He's scaling eco lead. You have to force a fight. And this is Magic doing exactly that. He moves in. Attack speed arrow gets activated for the 2 archers that he has. And he will look to overwhelm this. But it's difficult, right? With the Wooden Fortress here, with the TC as well. The archers are starting to tickle him down. Meanwhile, he could be sending the galley upriver to cut reinforcements. TC down to half HP though. Magic looks like he should be able to get rid of this, but realistically what this is going to turn into is the archer ship will block out the trade and you'll block out the second TC, right? So neither player will get what they want. Ram almost done with that town center. No repair crew coming out from Puppy Paw. He actually pulled the villagers all the way home. So instead he's going to trade out the army, take as much as he can with him. And then surely he'll look to move upriver. In the meantime, Knights not able to find the same chip damage they did previously. But it is still a pretty big eco lead for Puppy Paw, so he has time to work with here. But Magic, right now, at a strong point in his game. Keshik's going in again. Archers attacking the ram. Is going to bring it down. I'm a little bit surprised that Puppy Paw hasn't moved upriver yet. And also, he's got housing issues right now. So second galley that was meant to come out never happened. Great read by Magic. Taking control of this game right here. And a critical point as well, because I think we were reaching the stage where Puppy Paw's raids to the north and south were going to become a problem he couldn't answer. He now gets a bit of breathing room, but still not out of the woods. This dock is still a substantial issue for him. And he's about to discover why. Galley's moving upriver. Has he got arrow slits? He hasn't got arrow slits. Oh, no. So this is going to be a problem. Archer's going to start hitting the archer. Archer ship, rather, is going to start hitting the archer first. But it's the trade I'm worried about. A slow-moving unit and more easily hit unit. Oof, even the spinman going down. I mean, this is a problem right now. Like, we talked about the demo ship possibility, but this in some ways feels worse because you feel like you can just keep investing in trade. So it leaves you more and more susceptible as time goes on. Archers, in the meantime, this count's getting too high. Even with the undermesh, you see the sting he feels. More Keshik's going down. Starting to feel like a Kekik here. 26 versus 53 military. Puppy Paw, with just a handful of knights and mass archers, is looking to turn the heat up. These traders are now going down. Oh, dude. I mean, he's got gold in reserve, sure, but this is still a huge loss. Archer's now moving in for the rest of the traders. Only one outpost went up. Arrowslit's not even in yet. And Magic, now he has to go for a counter raid. He needs to hit. Keshik's riding in onto the berry bushes. Puppy Paw needs to get reinforcements over here. We'll look to pull away. 1 or 2 villagers going down, but what matters right now is they are both essentially about to be 1 TC. But after that, Puppy Paw is, of course, the one with the lead, right? You've got 6 traders here. So that's over a 10 eco lead for Puppy Paw. Even Keshik's now being sniped out. This Galley has gotten so much value. This is insane. Keshik raid is going to keep going, but it's just basically hitting the meat grinder now. So some decent trades coming out, but Spearmen are starting to arrive. And now the main army is cutting it all off. Oh, dude. This is brutal magic. He also has other problems. It's not just the trade being shut down. He now no longer has food. D-stack, not much remaining to it, right? Berry's exposed behind this. Knights could easily ride in there. In fact, they're waiting to do so. And your cav raids have been shut down. 8 Keshiks remaining, most of them heavily injured. And the entire north side now secure by Puppy Paw. It's crazy, right? I can't believe I'm saying that when you see all the outposts around in this area for Magic, but it's just it's a non-starter. It's an irrelevant detail, right? The archers can just avoid this. They're even going to find more Keshiks. Getting found on the retreat. The Spearmen don't really matter as much. It's more the Keshik losses that sting. And all of a sudden, that north side of the map, just like Magic might as well just rip the page in half, right? He doesn't see that anymore. That doesn't exist on his cartography reports. Well, that's a big word for me. Nice. Villagers, too many here. Magic. The starvation is starting to show. Villagers are just going to get gunned down. And at this stage, we are talking about a 20 eco lead plus. Puppy Paw, dude, this is so aggressive. I love the way he played this, man. For a moment, it looked like Magic would be able to actually make this work. When he took out that TC, he almost had the guidebook complete on how to win versus Roos. But Puppy Paw's timing, his switch over to Mass Arch is just so much more food efficient compared to Magic that had to spam more Keshiks. Keshiks that he could only afford in gold, but not in food. Now, considering the boring and accessible, the Frontier never fully finished off and not accessible anymore, the fact that he never built into pastures here, this game feels like it's about to reach its full conclusion. Puppy Paw will never let him trade again. His wood line is already half cut through. If you spam pastures now, you're going to be out of wood. That means you can only build Keshiks. And if you're looking to spam Keshiks, you're about to be out of gold. It's going to move north with the army. Keshiks, a little bit splintered. Puppy Paw should just be looking to trade out what he can here. Start step away is good. I love how he was using the Gur against his opponent here to get in that choke point where the melee can't hit him. It means he's going to snipe down more Keshiks. Meanwhile, the raid around the back's coming in. Puppy Paw is about to go Castle Age. And I think that just might be where Magic calls it. He doesn't have the food scalability to play this game into Castle Age. He's about to lose practically all he has. Archers move in on the eco. Magic about to lose it all. Game 1. Looking firmly in the grips of Puppy Paw. I mean, we're talking a 33 eco lead. We're talking an age-up advantage. This one is undeniable. We're going to look forward to a later phase to see if Magic can recover this. Still has one more game at least ahead of him. He's got Jeanne d'Arc, Chinese and Japanese to play with. Some decent picks in there, actually. Japanese and Jeanne d'Arc could be a shining beacon for him in the Dark Knight here because Mongols has failed him. I love Puppy Paw even just securing his eco in case this game somehow turns about in a weird way. With tech up complete, Magic's going to have to take a fight. Because if he waits, he's up against the full Castle Age army. And, well, even if he takes the fight now, it's 26 military versus 68. You'd have to catch Puppy Paw, split, and spread wide across the map, and that's just not going to happen. Knights will move in for the final fight. Keshiks being reduced down to 0, and Magic right now is just processing the loss. What a brutal game. GG gets called. Game 1 will go to Puppy Paw. A strong showing as we'd expect out of the Roost, but we have to remember that Puppy Paw was facing off against a potent Civ in competitive as well. Let's see, though, if now that we've scraped the board of the most powerful picks, can Magic come up with something special? I have a feeling that Game 2, Magic is likely to lean towards his Chinese. Magic, more often than not, anytime his back is up against the wall, China's kind of his recovery point, his hope, his beacon in the night. So we'll see if that's the way he wants to go. Let me just grab it. So we just had the Bridges map. We're going to be going to Coastal Cliffs. It is indeed going to be the Chinese. But we saw this matchup on the main broadcast on Saturday. Magic versus Dumu, Coastal Cliffs game number 3. It was Chinese versus Byzantines. And Dumu dismantled the Byzantines in fantastic fashion there. Has Magic learned something? Has he learned a way to resolve this, or is he doomed to repeat history and fall victim to the Byzantines again? Let's find out. We hop into game number 2 between the two Canadians. Puppy Paw already on match point. Magic goes to his tried and true. The Civ that he always looks to in the darkest of days to see if he can make a recovery. But this is a tough one. I think China, they're not a terrible Civ here. They're just not a top 4 Civ. The reason is that this map is designed to favor aggro play over defensive play. Why? Woodlines spawn on the forward. Gold is safe, but stone most definitely is not. And food is limited behind your base. The entire design, the intent by Avali was to kind of force a dry Arabia slim fast variety that also forces you to be a bit more present on the map. And it has definitely done that. This is a map that right now is being dominated by the likes of Order of the Dragon, English. I think Delhi, not absolute S tier, but quite strong here. Zhu Ji with Chiginu all-ins also looking powerful. The question is, how did the Chinese perform? How did they contest this? Step 1 has to be a good scout rotation. Something that China always has an edge in because they see the enemy scout first. 14 sheep already. Meanwhile, Puppy Paw is about to be barren and destitute here. He has practically no sheep on this map. Well played by Magic. Puppy Paw, I don't like what he done here. This was way too greedy. He tried to head right over to the enemy side of the map. It's almost like he thought this was going to be a long cut from Magic because he had the vision advantage. Now instead, what does he end up with? He'll get that little back corner for maybe 2 sheep. But Magic now sees what you've done. So realistically, Magic's play should be to run across to your side of the map. In fact, what he's going to do, he's going to cut this side of the tree line, get any sheep he can, and now he's going to follow you all the way back to your base ahead of your rotation. Very creative, actually, there by Magic. And the sad part is Puppy Paw can see it, but now he can't really do anything about it. Any move he makes, Magic will see first. So Magic should realistically be going north here to cut this off. I'm a little bit surprised by his choice to go west. I mean, God vision, right? Like, we can see where the base is. He can't. Realistically, though, like most cases, at least every spawn I've seen of Coastal Cliffs, people spawn laterally to each other. So you can basically draw a line from your base to the enemy base to see where they're at. So a little bit ambitious to think that you can go west side and get more sheep out of that. Does mean the Puppy Paw actually should get a decent haul then. Yeah, there's like, what, 4 sheep left up here? I think we've got 1, maybe 2 more. Dude, Puppy Paw got scammed. That back sheep spawn is not great. Okay, so Imperial Academy on the way. Grand Winery coming on the other side. Let's look beyond the sheep. Sheep's definitely a big part of this map with the Chinese. It always is going to be because they tend to have an advantage there. We have to look at where the other advantages lie here because this is typically going to be a Barbican drop coming out from the Chinese to secure a resource. And usually that resource priority is on food. This looks like a jackpot. A Barbican here on the deer and the boar is a little bit far away from your base, but not out of the realm of possibility. And realistically, it's the only thing you could look to secure other than stone. So we'll see. Magic probably wants to go for like a second TC. I think most of the time you do. Typically, this matchup to me feels like a 2TC versus 2TC type game. I don't think the Byzantines can usually get deep enough fast enough. And then afterwards, you're going to see one player try to rush castle. The other one will usually try to all-in. That all-in player, if it's going to happen, is typically Byzantine, not Chinese. I don't think Chinese really have a potency to their dive at this stage in the game. For example, if you try to go Master Chuganu, which is the only way you're going to all-in someone and feudal as Chinese here, you're going to be up against either longbows or javelins, both of which destroy you. I like the olive groves as well from Puppy Paw. True. Neri's got a point. They should be going for fishing. Like right now, these guys should be walking their villages over to the edge of the map. And then their villages should be jumping off like lemmings and dying so that they can feed the fish to make them fatter so that then the fish eventually gets so fat from eating dead people that you can spear them from the coastal cliff. Genius. We figured it out. Yeah, just to clarify for people, I know Neri's messing around. This one, like these deep water fish, inaccessible. You can't get down here. Actually, that's not true. There is one way you can get down here, and it's if you play free-for-all Nomad. Sometimes villagers spawn down here. If I remember correctly, there's not enough room to build a dock, unfortunately. Puppy has snuck out for that stone, so we are going to get a second TC. Does he drop it here? No, I think he drops it back at home. If it's 2 TC, you don't drop it on stone. If it's 3 TC, you do. So he's walking back. It's going to be a TC drop on the south side to secure the deer. Meanwhile, the Barbican's going up where we anticipated. The question now is whether Magic's going to move out onto the stone. I think you have to scout what your opponent's doing first, right? I think that actually, this spawn that initially for the sheep looks really bad for Puppy Paw is really good for the follow-up detail. That stone on the backside is not only insanely defendable, possibly the most defendable stone I've ever seen on this map. It's also the most hidden stone I've ever seen on this map. Magic knows about it, but to go all the way and check it, right? Like, even with the extra vision you get from your Chinese scouts, you have to walk around the tree lines. You can't just peer in easily. So really frustrating. It wastes a lot more extra time to see what's happening. And it looks like we are going to clearly see what's happening on the other side. Magic going for that second TC. The good news is in a game like this, you don't necessarily need to condense the TC, and I really hope he doesn't. I hate when I see Chinese players default towards a TC next to their primary. It's wasteful. It just doesn't make you very optimal. There's a lot more walking involved. There's also a lot of inefficiency with new villages spawning. I think it's much better to try and use this TC to secure something. For example, dropping it on the Barbican would be phenomenal for ramping up your food gathering. And we did, of course, get the ball pulled towards the Barbican, so Pumbaa's dead. But the Barbican's been hit for 150 damage. The game is over. Oh, okay, I'm memeing now. Yeah, it's a pretty popular play. So if you aggro the ball towards the Barbican and then run off, the ball will run back to a starting location and then get shot and pull back towards the ball, back towards the Barbican. So just a very efficient way of dealing with this. Means you end up with no damage on your villagers. And now Magic. He's going to be moving out to the north side. So wait, is he going for an outpost rush? Well, I don't know if you can call it a rush at 7 minutes in, but yes, he is. He's actually going for an outpost drop. You cheeky git. So he's going to be staying on the stone for a bit longer, right? Get the 350 and then get a little bit extra for the hand cannon slit afterwards. Oh, that is so cheeky. I feel like you could go deeper than this, but the reality is Magic's maybe paranoid about vision. However, if he's paranoid about vision, he should know. Like, he plays the game enough to understand that, like, you can get a little bit closer. The problem is he doesn't know how deep the villagers are, which is why he's doing this. Like, he's playing it in a way that if the villagers were on the final berry, they wouldn't see it. Oh my god, dude, Puppy Paw's game sense on this. The one villager, unfortunately, a bit too late. You can tell that these two practice a lot together. And by the way, let me give you a little bit of insight about their practice together. Puppy Paw wins almost all their games, from what I've been hearing recently. I think Magic, like, he had a little bit of a spree where he took $70 from Puppy Paw because they were betting $10 a game, I think it was. But then, from what my understanding was recently anyway, Puppy Paw has just been winning most of the clashes. So hand can slit now in. Rax is also on the way from Magic. And Puppy Paw is just trying to rush towards Castle Age. So out of the dirt, into the light for the Byzantine Empire. Scout is also going to be lost. So Puppy Paw playing quite a blind game now, actually. He doesn't see anything. And the new outpost is up. And with the hand cannon slit, it blocks the farms. Oh my god. What a cool play by Magic. Now, he's going to want to add in a few spears to defend this. There is also a risk that you see cataphracts on the opening coming from Puppy Paw. It's unorthodox, but I quite like it. And I think that's why it's smart for Magic to do this, just because that's the thing that could kill you, right? Varangian will take a long time to arrive, but a cataphract or two diving will destroy you. The outposts continue. He's playing every area that Puppy Paw can't see perfectly. And it's all because of the initial outpost giving all of the vision in the area. What a sick read. Now, hand cannon slits will not be quick enough to try and block out a Golden Horn Tower being built here. He couldn't get one tile deeper, right? And now he's going to try for an extra one. He's going even deeper. What? Dude, this is too deep. The TC, he's way too close. Magic, that's... Oh my god. I think he's getting ahead of himself here. Lombos are now in, so this will be the end of the play. You're such a vile human being, Magic. Okay, so I don't want anyone giving Magic crap for this, all right? Because I'm going to be totally real on this. If you're going to flame Magic, you should have been flaming the crap out of Puppy Paw for months. I still remember Puppy Paw was beginning as a high-level player. When the game first came out, his average game length was 10 minutes long because he basically spent every game either playing Mongols or Chinese and outpost rushing his opponent. This is simply karma, okay? This is a return to balance on the scales. Magic now going to start stockpiling towards Castle himself. Eco lead is not great, though. Only 5. Kyro Siphon being built. Because why the hell not when you're up against a bunch of these outposts, right? Just in case they get fortified, this guarantees there won't be a problem. I love that he garrisons the longbows inside, so when you come by, you get killed. Boom, baby, boom. So Puppy Paw's mostly unshackled, right? Varangian on the way. Magic hasn't gone for the H-Harp. Instead, he's adding in more troops. Horsemen are now arriving, but I mean, if the Lombo contract comes in, these horsemen get destroyed. Feels like it's already happened though, right? The detail that matters, the outpost going down, Puppy Paw is reclaiming his base. Quickly garrisons inside to be safe. I love that, just to switch aggro over in case the horseman's not paying attention. But now the first Varangian is here, and this should be the end of Magic's offensive. I'm a little bit surprised that he's still adding in more troops considering he's Sim Varangian now. Usually, you'd look to cancel production now and just go up. Because you're building all these melee units against a unit that has more melee armor than your standard men-at-arms. So you do practically no damage. On top of that, you're adding in these Chuganu that, although they do free damage, it's still quite the tickling against Varangian. Kyro Siphon. It's just going to be thrown away by Puppy Paw, a bit wasteful. Has at least got relics on the way home now at the mid-map. And credit to him, Puppy Paw, like, it looks like a bad trade, right? He's getting a few kills, but losing the initial Varangian like this, what he's doing is he's distracting. Magic doesn't have a scout. He doesn't see what's happening on the relics just to his side here. It's a great pullback there. Puppy Paw getting one of the central relics. Varangian trading out the melee quite well. Chuganu mass is building, though. The difficulty of doing this, however, is that if your opponent just drops the Siege Workshop, the play is over. Of course, the issue is Puppy Paw needs to get enough Varangian together to defend against a Horseman flank first. He's just trying to gather up as much of the olive oil as possible, right? He wants to get into the next Lombos, because Lombos can eventually cut this down. Nice little dive there by Magic, chasing after the eco, but Puppy Paw this time has wheelbarrows, so does lose a few, but not as many as he would have earlier. Magic is legitimately doing a Chuganu all-in. I don't think I'd call it an all-in. I think there's going to be a break point where you just stop. But he's waiting for a reason to, right? What he's trying to force Magic to do is build a Siege Workshop, you know, spam out Lombos. Show him a reason that he needs to age up. Because we've seen Chuganu and Fuel Age can actually just win games. You get enough of them, you get some Rams together, it's a GG. That's exactly what he's going for, because he also realizes that at this rate, Puppy Paw's going to have to make a choice. Play risky on the flank resources, or go for mass groves, and either one does not feel comfortable in this game right now. But now he has got the berries on the backside. He has still got Pumbaa to the south. The deer to the north side is possible, but we just saw a horseman wrapping around the back, so Magic is keeping an eye out for that rotation. It's Chuganu. It's such a dumb unit. I'm not going to sugarcoat this. I hate this unit with passion. And the sad part, I always just like highlight this because I want it to drill in for people. It's never going to get nerfed, because if it gets nerfed, then Zhu can't function. Lot is going to get denied. There is a safe relic right here, though, right? So Puppy Paw can easily make this a 2-relic game. And that's going to allow him to start pumping out the Lombos. Interesting choice to queue up the Lang Stick. I'm pretty sure this is a Golden Horn Tower. you don't actively want to be building Landsneck against Mass Chuganu. It's the quickest way to throw away any sort of investment you make. The Lombos, however, are the teeth breaker here. Veterancy is in. They hit pretty hard. Magic, we're starting to reach the point where I feel like the ceiling upon this play has been hit. You have got Horseman scaling, but even Horseman will struggle against Mass Lombos. Chuganu diving in, though. Magic's been so bloody annoying here. This is crazy. He actually has granary transitions going on. I mean, credit to him. He's 80 plus eco, so it's not a bad time to do it. Varangian, try and deal with the Horsemen, but they're so slow to move here. So Lombos are going to get cut down, but the amount of Varangian spam coming after this is what scares me a little. There's no way that Magic can sustain this, right? Like, the food income is great at the moment, but the deer are going to run out soon on both stacks. That's what's keeping him competitive with 2k food income. I will never, ever watch Mass Chuganu against heavily armored units and not facepalm. If you're wondering why facepalm, folks, it's because you're in a situation where you should be doing 1 damage, right? If you're an archer, you'd be doing 1 damage. Chuganu are doing 3 damage. That's 3 times more firepower against the unit that's meant to count you. It's why you see so many Chinese players get away with this. And now, because they've been doing it so long, Song Dynasty 2TC, you know what that means. Float extra eco and go up. Clock Tower on the way. And Puppy Paw doesn't really have the Lombo mass together still to deal with this yet. Frankin are going to cut some down here. Magic. The negative of his play means he just doesn't actually have the extra spam coming out to keep this contained. So Puppy Paw is going to have a strong point in the next 3 or 4 minutes when he has 30 plus Varangian. The difficulty is if they're contested by 2 or 3 Nesta Bees in a choke point. That's what could end you. Landsneck leading the charge, not ideal. They'll get at least 1 slice out, make that a second. A little bit of panic coming in the formation for Magic. Pushback will continue. He's waiting for his upgrades, right? Veterancy is on the way, being supervised as we speak. Blacksmith upgrades not being supervised, but they are being queued. Dude, this one Landsneck is actually doing a lot of work. The issue is every time Magic loses 1 or 2 troops, it formation shuffles, and then the fresh troops end up getting stabbed. So more and more of his army is just getting cleaved down. Puppy Paw, great timing here. Landsneck still hasn't been killed. Oh my god, finally he goes down, but the damage has been done here. Chuganu mass down to 20. Lombos counter out the remaining. Varangian going to start idling out the TC. And behind this, map control achieved. Puppy Paw can now look onto the remaining relics. In fact, this looks like this could very easily now just be a 4 relic game. Great timing there. Magic, love what he's doing on the gold over here. Playing onto the risky resources right now is critical. If this game is going to get untenable in the next few minutes in the mid-map, you're going for a farm transition, right? You're weaker right now. And you're trying to counter Mass Varangian with crossbows. So you're defensively oriented. Right now, the crossbow count may not be high enough yet. Lombo spam does continue as well, which has me a little bit worried. Magic is going to need to find a way into Nesta Bees. Puppy Paw. If food was a problem before, it's not going to be much longer. 13 farms added in so far. We're about to be going up to 20. On top of that, he's still got the berries over here, the deer to the north side. He's not going to run out of food before he's fully fleshed into 30 plus farms. And well, if you think that the granaries are strong, keep in mind that due to the power of the Grand Winery, with Olive Grove nearby, you actually match kind of what you get out of China. It's just instead of going for food, you get olive oil instead. Lance is now coming out. Magic. Is he playing into Puppy Paw's best unit? I feel like he is. I get why he's doing it, but the problem is the moment you start making Lances, the logical play for Puppy Paw is just to spam Limitane. And you know he already has Raxes because he's been pumping Varangian at you. Well, true to form. Limitane, upgrades queued. Spam on the way. This is a problem now because Shield Wall screws over your crossbowmen. And of course, Limitane will always win against Lancers. Nesta Bees are at least there. That's the detail I love to see. But the scary thing for me, the thing that I think just makes Limitane busted here, is going to be the Kite Shields. Expect Kite Shields by the time Puppy Paw has about 15 Limitane. That's going to allow him to gap close at 1.8 movement speed when he's charging. It means these Nesta Bees are not going to be safe. For the time being, though, he gets a bit of breathing room. Lombos start stepping back. I love how he's skirting the vision here just to stay out of range of what would be seen. Second wave of Rangian are on the way, and that should be enough to scare the Lancers off. Magic a little bit ambitious, trying to play for stone here. He hasn't got enough for a keep drop. Oh, wow, that... His farms are essentially unguarded, folks. This is like this is the definition of buying a really nice Audi car while living in the ghetto and not paying $1,000 more to get the security alarm. He could just die to a dive on the right side here. Nestabes are at least scaling, but remember, Kite Shields is now coming in. Limitane about to be vetted up. This is a very scary point in the game for Magic. Another thing to keep in mind, we mentioned that the Olive Groves are offsetting the power granaries. It's worse than that still for Magic. Shu's getting 20% more in drop-off to kind of like be ahead, but remember, the system's at level 4. 22% buff gathering rates for the Byzantines everywhere in the eco. When I say everywhere, the deer are not being affected, but imagine, yeah, wood, gold, everything else, the boxes are being ticked. Nice little flurry from the Nestabes there. Puppy Paw. Diving in, has got the shield wall right, so he just kind of wants to absorb damage. I think that's an overextension. A little bit too early to go here. Like, he actually has military lead, but he's split his army, right? He needs to turn this into a contained fight. I think we're going to see that in the next minute, though. Walls are going up, so only one way into Puppy Paw's base. There are still a few Lancers out here, though, that already got through. All right, guys. One's if you think Byzantines mean business. Two's if you think the Chinese are going to bring Puppy Paw to his knees. I'm sorry, I'm looking for all the puns in the names. Is it magic or is it witchcraft? I think Mr. Magic might be about to get water dunked here. Important Trials of Witch. This army just doesn't feel like one designed to take a fight. It's one designed to take a raid. And these walls may just idle them up long enough. Lancers now rallying towards the army is not what you want to see. Military Academy also on the way, but food is competitive between the two. We're not even at full Olive Grove transition, right? 31 deep. Still got room for another 20 more. Choo-choo. Could build them out here, right? In range of the Grand Winery. Puppy Paw now actively adding the Lance Neck. You love to see this. This is huge. You're up against crossbows, right? They just don't kill you quick enough. And here's the interesting thing about adding Lance with Limitane. With Shield Wall, the Limitane move ahead of the Lance, so it means they absorb the blows. So the Lance Neck should always touch targets. Unless Magic is on point with his micro. That just puts more pressure on him. Split up the army here, looking to create a concave. Lancers being sacrificed. They have to commit to the fight. Spearmen are getting in. Lance Neck to follow it up as well. Lancers getting cleaved down. And the Limitane are in. Nestabes gets found. Spooner's on the way as well. And Magic quickly forfeiting ground here. Crossbows have been reached. Limitane attacking it all. Longbows are uncontested on the backside. And just a few troops are leaking in to finish off the Nestabes. Magic about to lose all the siege. I think it's fair to say, may have just lost the game. Military now trying to switch over into Mass Palace Guard. A good idea, but maybe a little bit too late here. It might buy him a little bit of breathing time, but you know, Mass Lance Neck versus Mass Palace Guard. I feel like this is a nightmare from the Dumu Magic series. We saw it before. We saw what can happen there. Lance Neck annihilate in that matchup. Magic, he needs to pull a miracle to turn this around now. This game is swinging heavily against him. Byzantines always keeping a 3x military number advantage. Eco reaching its apex for Magic. He can't go much higher than this. Springle is also uncounted. Means the Nestabes can't hold this back. Means the Lombos are tickling away at the Palace Guard. Sure, they're tanky, but they can't reach anything here. Springle just keeps on pushing it away. Mass Torches out now. Barbican likely to fall. Magic draining himself dry on the food to try and keep in this. And the Varangian pump continues. Mass Lance Neck now on the way. Magic, dude, he needs to clean up here. He needs to clean up fast. This is tight. Nestabees goes down, second Springald arrives, and this feels like the type of moment that sends you to your grave. Magic, if he cannot get 3 Nestabees together, he can't mop this up quick enough. Palace Guard count about to go down to single digits. It just feels like a meat grinder now that Magic realistically doesn't have the fuel to win. And this is before Mass Landsneck have arrived, folks. The pump is on the way. 10 are heading across the field. Varangian as well. The crossbow line looks semi-healthy on the backside, but the longbow count is still good. Puppy Paw will go for a temporary reset, but this next fight is going to be devastating. Magic still no counter to the Springalds, right? No solution to the anti-siege. Nestabees will get another flurry out, so well played there, but it needs to be 3 Nestabees or death. Front line already gone. Landsneck, clean it up again. And Magic, I mean, he's just in a state of limbo. The reality of what's going to happen in this game now is we've reached a stage where Puppy Paw is drawing him out. Magic's never getting a true win in these fights, but what's happening for Puppy Paw is his eco is continuing to trend upwards to maximum. Magic has reached the cap. There's nothing left extra for him to get. Except one thing, which he completely neglected. Oh, no. If he realized right now that Horticulture had not been teched, I'm not going to say it would have recovered his entire game, but it would have given him a fighting chance. But that is why he never was able to get the meat grinder going to full potential. Yeah, this like, honestly, if he even realizes now, I think it's too late. There's 29 Varangian on the way, 9 Landsneck. Spirals are dealing with the Nestabees, and at this stage, you've got a ragtag group of defenders together. Crossbow count is about to go down into single digits. The Varangian are on their way, and Mangonel as well, and this feels like the death push. This is brutal. I can't believe he never got Horticulture. I feel for him. These type of games, they kind of turn you on yourself, right? They force you into this blender where you feel a little bit too drawn in, a little bit too distracted. I mean, he got the farm transition growing, handshakes, firm handshakes. Magic made that happen, but imagine an extra 30% food income right now. That would have given him what he needs to break this. But now it just feels too late. Palace Guard run into Mass Lansk and Varangian. Mango on the backside getting a good wallop in. Sure, the Mango goes down. But now Puppy Paw has all the gold he needs to keep on trucking. Magic cannot dive away from this issue any longer. He cannot duck it out. Oh, man. Crazy game here. I actually think Magic would have had this if he had the Ecotex. I mean, if you can drag this late enough, right, realistically, your opponent can't play a gold-heavy comp, but he doesn't need to if he just spams Landsnecked. The Mango Towers. Oh, I hate these things so much. This is it, right? If you can't be allowed to have mangoes due to Mass Palace Guard, just get the towers. Magic, he's fighting for the gold. He's so paranoid about it. But the crazy thing is, like, realistically, he could try to gold staff this out with taxation. This dive might just end the game. Magic down to 30 military. A lot of crossbows being lost here. And the Varangian count now up to 40. Oh my god! Is it me, or was this dive unnecessary? I understand why he's freaking out, right? It's 65 olive groves now. 1,000 olive oil a minute is a scary thing to think about 5 minutes down the line. But, you know, between the taxation, Magic could afford to be gold star for a while, right? Instead, he throws himself in the blender, and he may have thrown away his one opportunity to try and get it back together here. 40 Varangian, now ready to charge in. Only 11 crossbows ready to wait and meet them. Puppy Paw. He's going to have to switch away from Varangian. That's the one positive for Magic. However, we are reaching a point where breakthrough might happen, and Mass Limitane are actually kind of better than Varangian, funnily enough. If you just spam Limitane plus Landsneck, you can run into the economy. Varangian are slow, right? 1.12. Limitane, meanwhile, they move at 1.44. God being tapped dry pretty quick here. Poppy Paul's like, just in case Palace Guard are going to go around me here. STB's being thrown away. Magic. I feel like this isn't even a case of just, you know, out-ecoing. It feels like it's not a case of outplaying. Poppy Paul has finally reached around. He's in on the farms. And this is where Magic's going to start to get idled out, right? In a game where the meat grinder can never stop, this is what's going to kill him. This loss of food right here. This was the thing Poppy Paul was waiting for. It's why he peeled back. It's why he reset and relied on the static defenses, right? Set them up, then stacked a push in that could end this game. Magic's farms are about to get idled out. And this is just the beginning of a never-ending spam, right? That wave was slow. The next one is not going to be. Proxy Raxus, love to see this. Mwah. Chef's kiss, because I've seen so many players rely on the vast power of the systems to produce, but not realize that sometimes having proxy is just as good. This is a smart play. It means that Poppy Paul is going to be able to keep that meat grinder going. 3,000 food plus a minute means Unlimitane is on the way. It's tough, right? Like, I wanted to see a way back into this one for Magic. It's one where it was like on the edge of over, but not truly there. But I think the issue is Magic hasn't been able to find a way to scrape back into this, right? We haven't seen him, for example, send Palace Guard into the enemy economy. We haven't seen him get his Eco Tech still several minutes later. Had he done one of those two things, you could maybe shine a beacon for Magic. But the way I see this playing out, you know, both players running out of gold. One has Limitane. What do you really have to match that? Yeah, and I think Magic, like, the reason why some people might look at this and go, why do you not go Imperial Age? He's paranoid, right? He's spending so much gold. Think about what he's pricing himself out of here. 25 gold per Palace Guard, 40 per crossbows, then the Nest of Bees. He can't afford to risk Poppy Paul going into Imperial Age, because Poppy Paul going Imperial Age with even more olive oil at his disposal, Landsneck and Limitane will break you. So Magic just got kind of forced into this meat grinder. It kept him away from China's true strong point in the game, which is Imperial Age. Okay. Walls at least have gone up. Magic trying to reduce access, but this is so good. Oh, look, a nice little entry point for us. In we go. Poppy Paul does have a gold issue, so if he wants to tech up, he needs to stop producing any gold-related units. He also needs to consider moving the relics out of the Grand Winery into a standard monastery. But realistically, he can eventually get towards Castle at Imperial. I just don't know if he's going to bother. It feels like the type of game where you would just win if you went into Imp, but like we have God Vision, they don't, right? Like each of them could maybe just say if we went Imp, we would have won this. But it's because they're paranoid that they both just continue this meat grinder. Dive is he reaching into the reproduction lines as well. I don't know, man. I just, yeah, that's it. He's bought it. He pumped it first. He bought the gold with the food. Palatine School's on the way. I think Magic might just call this the moment the tech up completes. Like, this is now untenable because you going into a tech up doesn't solve the problem because you can't afford the upgrades as well, right? And there's Mangonel Towers. Bloody hell, they're at it again. It's just a fight over the little gold that's left on this map. And Magic, a heavy wallop from this Mango Tower. He can't afford to lose these crossbows. Not like this. Finally starts to stutter away, but still heavy losses, heavy injuries. And Poppy Paul is about to reach his late game state here. He needs to get a little bit more gold together. It is a problem. But once these Limitane get upgraded, once the contract comes in, that should just signal the end of the game. Magic says, I got one more push in me. One more push, one more opportunity before the tech ups come in. It's smart, right? Like, Magic's been in this game 33 minutes. It's the final game of the series for him. If he loses this, he might as well just see, has his opponent actually got it? Has he got the win? Has he got the gold to get the win? Unfortunately for Magic, we can see Poppy Paul is finally getting it. This upgrade is all he needs. Elite Limitane will win this. Dude, it's so harsh. The shield will just soak so much of this in. Keep drop now on the way from Magic. How many olive groves are we up to now? It's insane. It must be 71. Yeah, this is the broken state of the Byzantine economy when you can do this. You can go like 80 eco onto just food. And because you're going Limitane and then Mercenaries, it's sustainable. Villagers rushing up a key. Magic's desperate for just a little bit of gold. He's like, 1,600 is all I need. Maybe. Possibly. Probably not. Well, he might have the key, but he most definitely doesn't have the gold. Magic is officially tapped dry at this stage. He's selling all of his food for cents on the dollar, man. Like, this is the sad reality. This game was just a race to see who could get 3,000 food together to buy gold. Puppy Paw won that race. And now this is officially over. Magic, credit to him for almost making it work. I think, like, if he once again had those eco upgrades, think about how different this game would have been. He would have got the extra gold together. He would have been able to sell the food first. He would have had his tech up, or he would have had enough Palace Guard to overwhelm. But unfortunately, that not so small detail, actually, a huge detail in this game, leads to this outcome. I think that's why I had my doubts as this went on. Like, Magic, the entire time, I feel like I've been staring at that eco tech and seeing it never researched. And now I think I never will. Oh, dude, what a brutal way to lose as well. I actually believe he could have forced a game 3 if he had that tech. Because he would have played wide flanks with extra Palace Guard. Like, think about what would have happened. An extra 30% here. It's not a small amount. That's an extra 7 or 8 Palace Guard a minute. And that's enough for you to just go on the flanks and hit your opponent's eco. But unfortunately, he was never able to do so. Now Magic is switching over into Chuganu. What is he looking for to get back into this game? This is kind of the sad reality of, like, the Byzantine comp at this stage. You're just praying your opponent runs out of wood, and that's just not going to happen. GG gets called. Magic getting a fierce and painful reminder that eco upgrades can make or break games. I don't know. I don't think I called that one early, right? That's what I mean, right? Like, it's okay to call a game early, and then what do? We highlight the one way you can recover the game, maybe. But he didn't. Like, he never went for it. What is up, Brit Boy? Thank you very much for the 1,500 bits, you absolute legend. Have a few beers on you. I most definitely will. Might even stretch to a good old Moscow Mule with that. But yeah. Like, you see what I mean? That's what I'm talking about. Like, it's okay to say a game looks over as long as you're doing it justice in, like, okay, what is the thing that would have made this different? You can assess where it went wrong, and you can also tell how it might come back. And I think we've done that quite fairly there. Right. So, I want to quickly grab a breakfast bar so that I still have energy to keep on pumping. Bear with me a sec. What I'm going to do, I think next we will do Lucifron versus Elyona. So, I'm quickly going to grab a breakfast bar. I'm going to run the ads now as well. And when I come back, we can do... Let me actually update the draft there now so we have that detail up. Yeah, okay. So, there's the draft. I'm going to put some music on, play the ads, and then munch on a bar quickly, and then we'll hop into Lucifron versus Elyona, so stay tuned. Hello. So I'm a pig. I ate my breakfast bar, and then I also brought out chocolate bourbons. All right. When's the time for community games? Maybe we do 1 or 2 tonight. We'll have to see. If not, we'll probably aim to do some on Thursday and maybe Friday. Sorry, guys. I forgot to show a draft. All right, loading up the game now. Interesting. So they start off in Dry Arabia. Japanese versus Ayabids. That's interesting. So, just before we get into this, it's important to talk about drafting dynamics. In a best of 3, usually your best opportunity to catch your opponent off guard is actually the first game. Because in the second game, someone has already leveraged an advantage, so you become predictable. Right? So it forces you to do something very obvious. And then you read based on what remains what your opponent's going to do that's obvious, right? So like, for example, if Lucifron won game 1, but let's say Marlians felt like it was a threat against multiple remaining civs, he might throw English into game 2, knowing slightly that Marlians going to come out. I say the order priority where you can catch people off guard in best of 3s is game 1, game 3, game 2. So what happens in game 1? Look at Lucifron's draft. He picked Japanese. You might think, oh, we're going to be looking at another one of those Holy Island games. No, he doesn't actually have Holy Island in this rotation. The Japanese pick is designed to counter the Delhi. But Elyon threw a curveball. He tricked Lucifron. Lucifron has gone for the Japanese. Elyon went for the Ayabids. That's very cheeky, creative drafting. That means Delhi is potentially still hurt by English because I think Coastal Cliffs is in. But if you pick Delhi somewhere outside Coastal Cliffs, you're fine, right? That's very crafty. And you could play Marlians on Coastal Cliffs. It's not terrible. All right. Let's see if we can make it work. Dude, I think if there's a draft that would, it would be this. Let me reset the board. Why French, though? Because Lucifron's obsessed with French. He actually makes them work. They're pretty good. I think they're a nice, like, rounder out for a draft because they don't get banned. And also, there's a few civs they can actually counter quite well. We even saw them look decent up against the Delhi, actually. All right. There we go. Sorry, just needed to check everything's updated. Oh, wait. Did Elyon? Oh, you might be right. Let me have a look. Ooh, yeah. Elyon did. Good eyes on that. I just anticipate, like, my brain was like, Lucifron. Elyon going French. Oh, I think it's Jeanne d'Arc. So, Jeanne d'Arc versus French to me is more of a, like, I actually think it's a skill-based matchup. It's all about micro. French is actually decent at dealing with Jeanne if you're good at outplaying, right? Because, like, the reality is you build Heavy Cav. Heavy Cav counters both level 2 forms of Jeanne. So, I think that's why. Yeah. Lucy micro better. Here's the thing, boy. If you go into everything thinking that, like, your opponent is just better at everything, you suck. And you're not going to do anything, right? You have to have confidence. You genuinely have to have confidence in your abilities. You play to your strengths, sure. Don't be delusional about what you can or can't do. But you genuinely have to believe in your capability. If you go in thinking, oh, Luciferon's unbeatable, he's going to whip my ass, then you're just going to be someone else's, piece of ass 24/7 in life, right? Genuinely, the number one thing that's required to be like a pro, a true like top level player, is a willingness to improve, a hunger for it, and a desire to always win, right? And although you might be like, oh, his micro would be better, if you were to think, Jeanne d'Arc, what have I got here that basically could like match that out, contest that? French. French is where it becomes about the skill I have instead of the draft. Okay. All right, Elyono actually tricked Luciferon. He got outdrafted here. Welcome one and all back to the Elite Classic 2 group stage best of threes. We've got Elyono, the second best French player in Age of Empires 4, going up against Luciferon. Is he the first or second best Spanish player? I'm not sure at this point. Playing as the Japanese. So Ibis versus Japanese. Let me explain how Luciferon got outdrafted. Luciferon allowed Elyono to get the Delhi, but picked the Japanese themselves without Holy Island being in rotation. So Luciferon's goal was to counter the Delhi pick. We're opening up on Dry Arabia. Of the maps that are available here for this series is Dry Arabia, Coastal Cliffs, and Golden Heights. While you can play the Delhi on Coastal Cliffs, Dry Arabia seems more of a shoo-in when you consider that Elyono still has access to the Malians and the Ayabids for their full draft. So Elyono throwing out the Ayabids on the opener, I think they actually tricked Luciferon. I don't think Luciferon anticipated an Ayabid pick, because Japan is your best civ in your draft to counter Delhi. A backup that isn't bad is English, admittedly, because of Coastal Cliffs. But realistically, like I'd say the best all-rounder counter right now against the Delhi that doesn't handcuff your draft too much, for me, is going to be Japan. They're going to be the number one go-to civ. The fast castle timings are a little bit too aggressive to really be contested. And on top of that, they can even play a long feudal that competes with the Delhi, courtesy of the Bannerman auras, the extra melee techs, and the speed at which they can also yoink away berries. So, let's see what's going to happen in this very different situation. Ayabids versus Japanese. We're probably going to be looking at a fast castle build, typically going to be opening with the Desert Raider as the Ayabids. The question is, what's the follow-up going to be? Are we going to be looking at a logistics play? Is it going to be a growth? Most players have been going melee wing with the camel into the growth wing pretty consistently here, right? Like, it's a very powerful timing. The reason why growth wing is so good for Castle Age is it gives you your strongest power spike in the game. You begin Castle Age at like 9 minutes. You add 8 villages instantly on. That's a huge buff to your economy at that stage, right? That's basically like 25% extra. And then on top of that, you're playing into your strongest power spike. Not just because you've got access to Camel Lancers, but also because you can get access to relics. It's such a potent point in the game. The question is, does the Japanese want to try and match that? Or do they want to try and play something more feudally aggressive? We're going to find out. Kura Storehouse is on the way. Pretty standard here. You're never going to see a Coca Township in this matchup. At least not on land. And Sheephole was pretty decent. Elyono is still grabbing a few remainder. I'm impressed, though, actually, by Luciferon. Can we just highlight the fact that playing up against the Berry Civ, where he didn't start on berries himself, he was able to get the same amount of sheep off the map. That's not easy to do, so well played by Luciferon. Let's check on those berries on the other side. So they're already being gathered. We're probably going to be seeing Growth Wing or Advancement Wing. If this is Growth Wing, I'm gonna vomit about this because I hate to see this every time. I've seen so many players do this where they exhaust the berries and then still go for Growth Wing afterwards. So it could be that he goes Advancement Wing. The reason why you consider Advancement Wing in this matchup is if your opponent doesn't build any military, it's a fast castle race. And although you have a very big power spike at the beginning of Castle Age's Ayabids, I'd argue Japanese is one of the few civs that truly matches that potency. The power of the Yorishiro to pump out stable units or archery units is absurd. And I imagine this matchup, if it is going to be a race towards castle, we should be seeing Camel Lancers versus Onimusha. You could realistically go for Mount Samurai as well. Like, your pump is a bit more aggressive and consistent. But I think, like, Onimusha slaps pretty hard here. You just kite out your opponent. You split up your Onimusha so the Camel Lancers don't kind of get one tap into one tap. And you whittle them down. tech up complete. Actually, do you? I'm kind of like second guessing myself because this is interesting. Like Onimusha versus. I think you might just go Mount Samurai, right? You follow up Onimusha for sure, but Mount Samurai is really nice. The reason it's really nice is like if you go Onimusha, remember Lancers charge incredibly fast and they charge for longer than alternative heavy cav units. So Onimusha can't really get away from that, right? And they're going to lose half their HP to that Lancer charge when they try to kite. And they can't just immediately absorb the shot because they only have 80 health. It's 85 health. It's not really impressive. I do like Onimusha as a follow-up, though. But you're probably going to be looking at Samurai just because you're expecting archers after Camel Lancers from your opponent. The reason why Mounted Samurai are better, by the way, is that they can immediately just absorb the blow from the charge-in, and also that first shot is deflected entirely. Meanwhile, your first shot in isn't going to be deflected. You're going to do raw damage to your opponent. And although you have a 20% damage reduction from unease, with the extra melee tech, with also the fact that like you've essentially taken a shot out of your opponent's cavalry, it balances things out somewhat so that Mount Samurai can actually win that fight. So, first tech up complete. Elyon already dropping the stables reveals your plan. So Lucifron has confirmation it is most definitely going to be a Camel Lancer spam. And we'll be finding out soon what they want to do themselves. Love the one outpost here. The Desert Raider can't contest this. He has 3.5 tower range. Gets you way too close. Or 4.5, sorry. Gets you way too close and you just die. Farms already being added in for free. Not all have been occupied, though. Lucifron didn't go for the berries either, but that's to be expected. You'd have to outpost to secure them. It just doesn't feel good. The better approach is just to open with your Castle Age play, get your Mount Samurai out, push the enemy away, and then go on berries, because you start to get map control at that stage. Elyon is advancement wing, though. Makes sense. We said already, like, this is going to be a Castle Age race on both sides. I think any matchup where you're expecting a Castle Age rush from both players, you have two choices as IBIDs. You either feudal a pressure to force them off that timing, or you have to go for advancement wing. I think that's a non-negotiable. It's one of those two options, because otherwise you're never going to beat their tech timing if you wait for the full cost. So Floating Gate with 8. And we're probably looking at stable timing. I actually like Lucifron's optimization here. 4 on the wood. Move that over to 5. Should be enough to get the stables built as the Yoroshiro comes out, as the Floating Gate completes. Oh, yeah, no. Has at least got 2 Desert Raiders to be annoying for the first Mount Samurai, but, like, I don't like the idea of just contesting that first Mount Samurai with the Desert Raiders alone. We've only got 1 stable so far. Wait, is Elyon going to rush the relics? I think they are. Usually you're adding in a second stable by now to get that double pump going. This looks like it might be a play into a mosque instead. Or they just mismacroed slightly. I don't think you transition Gulems. There we go. I was about to say, like, you don't go Gulems here. Like, this is the worst matchup to do Gulems in because Japanese Samurai destroy you. And it opens the door for Japanese to spam Onibugisha afterwards from the same building. It just makes you very... It makes you feel very disarmed in this matchup, shall we say. So Stables comes up. A little bit late there. Yoroshiro dropped in, and Mount Samurai now on the way. So we've got double stable versus essentially triple stable. This is an edge. Lucifron could even think about playing into the berries soon. Has got the Tawara, but no Takazaiku yet. I love that he's sending the Shinto out to the north side. He's already scouted out what his opponent is doing, right? He sees the Horseman, he sees the Desert Raider. This is actually really good scouting by Lucifron. Most players would delay moving that Shinto out because it'd be too risky. He has all the info he needs to yoink one for free. Meanwhile, Elyon hasn't even added in the mosque yet because that's not how the build works, right? You get 6 Lancers typically against this type of matchup, and then you go Dervish. Otherwise, you're leaving yourself too weak against the Mount Samurai spam. Lucy, a little bit light on the gold, has to be said here. He went heavier on the wood, right, to secure the Shinto Shrine. First relic's on the way home, though, so that's going to boost him up in the gold department. I'm wondering if this is just feigned to switch over, right? Like, the comp that I was talking about that I quite like is Onimusha Mount Samurai. I think he's done it the right order. If you go Onimusha first, we mentioned already the Camel Lancers charge you down. If you go Mounted Samurai into Onimusha, the Mounted Samurai just absorb the blow and then Onimusha can pick these guys apart. The cool thing is that like follow-up play, you know, you can always just switch over into Yuumi if you want to go for like a secondary lighter raiding force. I doubt you're going to use Yuumi in this game simply because like you're up against the Ibid Archers, and if they have Sultan's Mamluks, you're feeding them the buff. Nice raid in though. Here's the eco line of Elyon. That's 2 villagers down for free. Actually continues the dive here. Lancer is finally going to arrive. Oh, he cancelled the charge there. Elyon will at least get rid of the scout, so Lucifron now flying blind. And Elyon needs to go. He's going to try to cut reinforcements. I just don't think that's the way. He needs to go into the base and hit the economy. Right now, when you see this build coming out from Lucifron, your understanding is he must be spending a lot of gold. So it means he should have extra villagers out on that gold. That's exactly where he's going to look to strike. Meanwhile, on the other side of it, Knights are trying to ride in and around. Shinto does actually absorb the charge. That was good news for Lucifron, actually. That Lancer charge would have hit probably 3 villagers otherwise. So instead, yes, he loses a Shinto, but he's already got 2 relics home. He's protected himself, and Elyon has yet to get a Dervish out. They've built the mosque, but they've yet to produce. Oh, what? Wait, Elyona's getting baited. Knights are going to ride in. Elyon, slow to react again. That's going to be 2 more villagers going down. Lucifron hanging around a little bit too long. He's distracted by the dive towards his own base. But we'll peel away. This is the power of the deflective armor, though. Like, think about the damage that would have been done to, say, a Rus or a French player. Their Knights would have been a lot more dented by that engagement. But that initial Lancer blow just being absorbed is so powerful for this Civ. And in fairness to them, right, they do pay more. They pay an extra 10 gold to get that. It's definitely worth it, though. That's that raid on the eco line. Elyon just returning it towards Lucifron. But the Spearmen are now on the way. So this is where he's looking to unshackle himself. He did go for the rats. We don't see Spearmen very often, and it's not a Yorishiro rat. So this is just all about a few spears to defend while the Knights go raiding. I actually really like this. The issue for Elyon is with their comp, they're attacking and defending with the same unit, and it's not a very cost-efficient unit. And the interesting thing about this matchup is, like, you're spending just as much gold as Lucifron is, right? It's very awkward because it's not like you're in this situation where the thing you're attacking and defending with costs half the price, so you can split it. You're in a game where every unit matters because both of you have so few. These Knights just once again getting in. The big eco here. 20+ workers just not working. Still only 2 relics so far for Lucy. Villagers are going to get hit. Looks like Lucifron's playing a little bit distracted here. Spearmen are at least on the way to start pushing this away permanently. Just enough Elyon just overextending here. Going a bit too deep. And we got what? Yeah, Yorishiro in the rack. So we are going to see the spammer Spearman. Upgrade coming in 15 seconds. Once the veterancy is there, Elyon needs to switch unit type. You can't just keep going Camel Lancers. This is how you eventually lose the game. And there's the Archer Rangers. So, on point, on time. And we should also see Blacksmith coming down soon. That hasn't been added in yet. Kind of awkward. Elyon hasn't got many people on wood. I don't like this. You really need to just prioritize getting into the Steeled Arrow as well as getting into the Mamluk's Bravery. That's where you have this kind of ramp-up potential in the fights. Relics are at least on the way home now for Elyon. Elyon does have some idle time. Oh my... Wait, what? Elyon forgot about Wheelbarrow. Oh no, dude. Elyon actually... I think they forgot. This is such a long walk. They have no food. Okay. Small mistakes lead to big losses. That's what we talk about at the highest level. And this might seem like a small mistake, but it's going to be anything but for 2 reasons. 1, the time it took you to get out here. And 2, the timing of you getting here. Lucifron. That's 12 villagers with no Wheelbarrow. And Lucifron with 5 Mountain Samurai finds them. An absolute massacre here. Elyon not able to get away from this. Heavy losses. And still no food. Oh my god, no witnesses. Not a single villager makes it back. That's a 13 eco lead for Lucifron. And now all he needs to do is protect himself. The lead he's now built is one that Elyono will not overcome with 3 relics. Elyono has to raw outplay. Instead, they are being raw slapped here. It's falling apart. I think Elyono hasn't been able to keep track of this anymore. Warlord's going to come in. Eco down to 23. The upside is almost the entire eco for Elyono can be protected. The downside is you're dead. You're basically dead here. Oh my god, and no counter raid either. The spearman play by Lucifron was just so smart. Elyono, they didn't spread their eco correctly. They didn't get that archer transition, so the spearmen were always the answer here. What a great last few minutes we've seen out of Lucifron. Mass Camel Lance is still here, but I just don't think it works anymore. Spears are gap closing this. At this point, if Lucifron just moves into the base with Spears and Knights, this is over. Because Elyono has nothing. Like, for the love of God, he has 10 food income a minute. Make it stop hurting. Oh my God, Lucifron. World's his oyster, right? Full Yorishiro spread now. He's got one in the farmhouse, one in the forge, then one in the racks and stables. I mean, at this stage, more Mount Samurai and go, right? This is a very comfortable game. Lucifron will understand just how big that hit was as well. This is not a multi-TC, right? It's not like Ibid's ever go multi-TC before they finish picking up relics. I'm just struggling to see a way now. In fact, he might bait himself into death here. Chasing him to Lucifron's eco. Lucy's going to run past this. But surprise from the Spears. Hits the backside of it. Formation shuffle. A little bit of griefing going as he tries to retreat away. But now you just split the Spears to chase after the camels. Send the Mountain Samurai after the archers. And I think we'll be heading back over to that deer location soon. Yeah, a little bit scrappy by Lucifron. That's very bold to run through the enemy line, but it makes sense, right? If you run away from Lancers, you definitely die. Now the wall in. The wall in! Oh, that has to be it. There's no easy way out anymore. Lucifron sacrifices 1 or 2 villagers to hit the camel line again. Elyono with no dervishes left over. Heavy damage on most of the remaining camel lancers. And now, trying to switch into crossbows is a death sentence against the Japanese. Like, this should just be an Onabugisha rather spam the moment he sees the first crossbow. Lancers are in. Or Mount Samurai, they found the eco. Well, Elyono, he got a few units together, but he's about to be without food again. This is absolutely brutal. I don't remember the last time I saw an Ibid player this starved. Which is harsh, because these guys don't even have fresh foodstuffs. GG! That's it! He's had enough of a beating. Lucifron, a surgical execution to get the 2-0. Unfortunately, Elyono, they tried to get crafty. They tried to get creative here. And it simply didn't work. Wait, what do I mean 2-0? I've been watching too many. That was game 1, wasn't it? My brain. They tried to get creative here in game 1, and they lost the lead. Sorry, I've been casting too many series. We've still got one more game to go, but that is a brutal way to open the series. Oh, God. So they have an opportunity to strike back here. Don't panic, guys. It's only 1 point in the board. I just miscounted because we've been casting a bunch of Elyono and Lucifron series today. But this is... Oh, wait. Am I on the wrong one? There we go. I didn't show those games. Thank you, Cal. No, that wasn't a spoiler, actually, because Elyono played more custom games afterwards, and that he also played solo rank, so we're fine. Because that Lucifron series was much earlier. No one saw anything. We're fine. So, yeah, my brain fried a little. I done a little Pepega. We have at least got one more game. But that game 1... Surely you just pick English against Delhi now. And I feel like that's a fairly good matchup for English. You could do that. But Lucifron is still scared about the idea of the Malians. Which makes sense. I think Malians has come in as like a second tier rated pick for Coastal Cliffs, not like top 4, but it fits in there, right? So you can't go English. Instead, it's going to be Delhi versus Jeanne d'Arc. We've seen this matchup. This matchup, to me, feels like a skill-based matchup. I think there's ways either one can win. Delhi have ways of picking apart Jeanne. They have very efficient infantry. And I'd say Jeanne d'Arc, more often than the French, tends to lean into the idea of infantry in their comp. So this is going to be an interesting one. Let's get ready for game number 2. Lucifron leads on match point already. It's not over. I think, you know what I've done? I think I mixed up the Lucifron and like Avali series or something. We hop into the second game. Elyon playing as the Delhi in the blue, and on the other side, Lucifron in the yellow as Jeanne d'Arc. Jeanne d'Arc on this map. I'm trying to think who benefits more from a tight map like this. You've heard pros say Jeanne d'Arc count as Delhi, and it makes sense. Oh, I agree, it makes sense. I think it can be skill-based, though. Like it's on wider maps anyway. Because I think you can kind of scale Ghazi and you just kind of chip away where Jeanne isn't, right? Like the logic to me is that Ghazi are like, they feel like the best raiding unit in the game. They're so flexible and so disposable, and it's so much easier to reach a point where you can just clump the enemy. So, like, the logic is that, say, you know, let's say 4 knights ride into an enemy eco line, but 8 Ghazi go in, right? The 8 Ghazi can body block and kill off villages more easily than knights can get in. So my logic here is, like, I think Delhi, if you play wide flanks and then you just avoid Jeanne, you can essentially get to a stage where you dive each other's bases and you take more away from Jeanne. That's where I think it's a good map, a good situation for Delhi. This map, on the other hand, I think Delhi's a mid-tier pick. They're just outside it. Not mid-tier. Like, they're probably 4th or 5th best civ on this map. I think there are better civs involved. Like, English is #1 for me every day of the week. The question is, like, where does Jeanne measure against them on a map like this? Because you've got a very tight spawn. You can't play the wide flank we talked about as the Delhi. You're going to have to take direct fights. And that's going to be direct fights versus knights. That can be direct fights that involve Jeanne. I think this is a very smart snipe in the draft by Lucifron. You know, after game 1 being that weird one where he's probably expecting Delhi, he got Japanese, having Jeanne in reserve to deal with the Delhi has worked quite nicely for Coastal Cliffs, because Coastal Cliffs isn't a map where we can get that wide arc we talked about. Even if Jeanne d'Arc plays onto pocket ecos, the pocket ecos are going to be essentially down a direct line to the enemy base. Makes it very difficult for Elyon to force fights away from Jeanne. Tech up now on the way. So Free Villies building it up. Other side, this tower victory is now coming in for Elyon. So nothing unorthodox here. Just looking at the spawns as well. Berries are a little bit exposed. Deer are in the middle of an open field. To the side, admittedly, but it's the type of areas that knights look to raid into. It's not that you've got this wood line where there's, say, berries here, and you can then wood off this, right? You can palisade off this wood line. It's all kind of exposed. You could try to do a full surround, but that's very expensive. What we might see out of Elyon that could benefit from them, actually, is the Sacred Site spawned quite nicely for this. They might go for a short wall along to the tree line, and then they might complete it all the way down. What is probably going to be undoable in a game like this, because the civ you're up against, is walling the entire map. We have seen a few Delhi players do that, but that's usually against, I say, more defensive civs. All right. People watching live, people watching later, get your bets in. Are the Delhi too strong? Put 2. Or is Jeanne d'Arc the solution? Press 1. I still think this is, like, even if it's a little bit favored towards Jeanne, I still think that, like, there's an outplay element to this. Maps matter a lot. And I do think between, like, when you compare the way that game 1 went, you compare the map choice, I put Jeanne d'Arc and Lucifron. 75%. I should have a fairly strong plan here. House gets built, School of Cavalry is already complete. He's going to set up the mill, which I love here. So the mill will be set up, and I believe that should be enough XP to then go up to level 2. Spina going up. Elyon has arrived in the New Age. What are we going to get? Is it going to be the Ghazi opening, or is it going to be the spears? Typically, we've been seeing French
forcing Delhi to go spear opening simply because they need to defend first. I wouldn't be surprised if that's the same case, especially considering if you open Ghazi and you don't have enough, you might get sniped. Pumbaa being pulled. Not far enough, though. Cheeky Alyona. Tried to be a crafty bugger there. Okay, so Lucifron, he will get the level 2 quicker by doing this deer, right? And then afterwards, the villagers can be pulled here. The knights are coming out. So Lucy already has one circling north side. Another one's going to go south. Alyona, how many sheep did they get? They've got 12 to work with. That's good. They're going to need it because they can't actually come out of their base straight away. It is indeed going to be the Rax opener. Good timing by both of them there. Pull away and also the spawn. Lucifron. I don't think we see multi-TC play here. The stone is way too loose. It takes too long. It's not optimal. And you are up against the Delhi at the end of the day, right? So if you do blink, you do choose to be greedy here, the Delhi are going to snowball a main army to fight you. Love that it's just guarding on the flanks, though. Like, Alyona might try to get cheeky and play pocket resources first before they're forced off them. And I like that Lucifron's playing in a way that he kind of IDs that, and it gives them the circle around to the back of the base, right? We talked about this issue where you can at least get the wall up here, but you can't get a full wall in if you're the Delhi. Not easily. It feels very unattainable in a game like this. Jean d'Arc online. Okay, so, you know, like Gully was saying that like a lot of players feel like, you know, Jean d'Arc is a good counter to Delhi. I'd agree because of what we're now seeing here. You've opened spears as the Delhi, and you're up against Jean d'Arc, or Jean de Cleve as I like to call her. This melee unit is a problem. And Divine Restoration means that you can actually easily absorb the fire of the first 8 spears. It's not until Alyona gets to like 30 or 40 military that you become kind of spooky for Jean. But at that stage, what's going to happen on the other side, right? You're going to be looking at probably 10 to 15 archers, 10 knights. That's enough to get a main engagement going. And then if you're so focused on trapping Jean, all Lucifron has to do is just kite you out, waste your time. Jean is now here. That eco line. Oh, this is awkward. If you want to go archers, which 1-1-1 would make a lot of sense here, this is the only wood line you can access. I love this from Lucifron. This is a big part of why English feels so good on this map, is if you get like a one safe wood line and you block it out from your opponent, it's practically GG. Oh, you're not. Well, at least keep hold of it for the time being, but you can see how uncomfortable this game is going to be. Stables has been dropped, it has been garrisoned, so we are getting Ghazi coming out. And it is going to be a double Blacksmith build from Alyona. On the other side of this, Blacksmith being dropped, Archery range also on the way. Lucifron understands his timings. You need to make sure you're very clear about when you drop your Blacksmiths against a Civ like the Delhi. Otherwise, they will get a clear tech edge, and then you can't rush it behind, right? You still have to wait a bloody long time. A minute in these feudal fights can be everything. And no, we did not already watch this match. I got Goldfish confused, and that's why I said 2-0 in game number 1, because my brain fried, and I totally forgot, like, we watched a different Alyona series, where they may have got spanked. Lucy. Oh, no, dude, the timing on this? He pulls away. But surely he's going to check again in a second, right? Spearman. Ambitious to try and hold that. This scout, I can't believe this right now. Alyona is getting away. Well, not with murder. The opposite, actually. With not getting murdered. Those knights there, starving him out, would have just called the game, right? Like, Alyona at that stage would have only had the finite resources underneath their TC, which is only 10 sheep. It's not a lot in the grand scheme of things, considering what your opponent has on the other side. Ghazi's at least going to idle up something on Lucifron's side of the map. Well, Ghazi are going to wrap around, but this wood line should be mostly unattainable. Archers are going to start spamming out pretty aggressively with the double archery range. We haven't seen Alyona go for the 1-1-1 yet, which is a bit surprising. I figured they'd lean into it, but right now, like, I guess they feel like it's more value to just have mass spear, mass Ghazi. It does make the fights a lot simpler. You just A-click them. And I always like Ghazi as this unit that can just definitively grab like no other, right? Like, it's very tanky compared to standard Horsemen. It's the same speed as Horsemen, and it's able to just easily body block your opponent and force them to commit. a raid in here. Lucifron has been doing these walls a lot. I'm actually a really big fan of this. I've got a feeling it's going to catch on and we're going to see a lot of players doing it. The same with the wood line. They do these, I call it the bird walls, right? Because when you look at it, it's like a little dot and then it's a flappy bird, right? You've got the wings on each side. It's much harder for your opponent to raid and also buys you enough time, even against cavalry, to run to the TC. Reason why it matters a lot on these areas like the wood line is because it lets you see your opponent in the shroud because they have to run near the tree line. Alyona needs to get these sacred sites soon, but military's not really great for it, right? If they fight now, Alyona has really good food income. If they just commit it into extra Ghazi right now, there is a good moment for an engagement here. It's all about the timing. Lancers, sorry, Knights moving in. Scholar, it's going to be scared away. Knights need to body block this though. Archers start stepping back. Spearmen are being targeted down. Lucifron needs to just get away from this. Jean is not here. Where the hell is Jean right now, actually? What? Oh my god, she's the one defending the eco. Alyona, what a great raid here. Those guys are going to get cleared up, though. Both of them should end up getting brought down. Archer not quite able to finish it off, but the Archer mass Lucifron loses 2/3 of the Archers to this. There's still Spearmen left over, 9 of them in fact, but Jean de Cleve coming in. She's going to tank this all. Divine Restoration does get popped. Spearmen hitting the wrong target right now. Finally turned onto the Knights. But this is an XP grinder here. Both of them losing a lot. Lucifron keeps 6 Knights alive, has got Jean, and she has been fed. She's as nice and plump as these deer right now. The amount of XP that just got injected into her, that just took about 3 minutes off of her timer. We're probably looking at about a 16-minute level 2. And 16 and a half, 17 minutes. It was quite a lot of XP gained. Now, the good news is Alyona didn't just feed the game over. If the Ghazi had died instead, this would be GG. 14 XP each is insane. Lucifron did lose a lot of archers in return. That was painful. The amount of archers he lost, I think he had about, like, was it 18? When we looked up, it was 6 left over. So pretty brutal beat down there. Still, that was a surge point for Alyona. Food was up over 1,000 before. It's now down to 400 as he's moved out into the deer. Lucifron does have to play risk soon. The issue he's about to run into is that he's struggling to defend the eco right next to his base, right? You just saw what happened here. What happens when you have to move out for this deer? What happens when you have to take risks and go to the boar on the enemy side? Like, do you go farms instead? And how feasible is that? Ghazi. Counters at 20 plus. I actually think, like, Lucifron, at this pacing, the Knight count's going to be big enough to contest this. It's really scary because, like, you have to remember your opponent has consecrated, so he's not paying as much. So 205 resources compared to 140. The difference isn't that big, but the effective firepower is 2 Ghazi to every 1 Knight, right? Then you add in the fact that you've got Divine Restoration on Jean to heal off 30%. That's where these Knights fare very, very well for Jeanne d'Arc. I'd actually say, like, French versus Jeanne d'Arc, when both of them against the Civ, French are more likely to lean into heavy archers. Jeanne d'Arc, it's more about the Knight count, because it's units that use the heal better. And because of their extra mobility, it's easy to peel them away injured to heal them off. And also, once that 30% is done, right, you've got Chivalry afterwards to top them off the rest of the way. It's just a very powerful tool. Six site being decapped 1 Knight. The walls are going up. Lucifron's making it harder to find a raid target. Jean! I love that! Up against the stone outcropping to last longer. Divine Restoration gets popped. Knights need to clash quicker than this. Feels like they're outnumbered. Perfect time for Alyona to take the fight. Oh my god, Alyona! What a performance in this second game. Ghazi now reaching over to the archers. Knights have to peel back. Buyback does come in on Jean. What a strike there. Nice play by Lucifron. He plays up against the stone outcropping so he doesn't get fully surrounded, but still just doesn't matter up against this much melee force. And finally, Lucifron blinks. He accepts what is going to happen, what reality is here. Spearmen are on the way. And level 3 is in! Oh my god, Elyon. I think they overextended here. What was that? That fight was so good once they killed John, once they chased the archers, but once they continued it, they threw it away. Cleave comes out, more going down, John is dead. No buyback here, but you got the champions out. You've now got the level 3 when she comes back, and Elyon has nothing to show for it. Oh my god. You see what I mean about like Delhi versus other civs, because they always spam horsemen, those horsemen cost more. When they flop, when they drop, it's basically the GG. Level 3 Jean, she gets brought back. Cooldown over, and now you have no solid answer to this. Archers are going to keep booming out. Level 3 Jean is a critical issue here. Elyon, only with one Sacred Site locked in, doesn't have the type of economy now to rush Castle Age. I can't believe that, man. Elyon, he was doing so many things right there. You know, the small details aside about how like Lucifron was trying to last longer in those engagements, I think it really is going to be a case of when you look back at this game, when you look back at this series, the moment that mattered most was that 20 Ghazi count flopping dead next to the enemy base. A scenario where you know Jean's going to be involved, and the way he gets baited in that engagement is just ugly, right? Like, trying to reach Jean first doesn't work. He ends up surrounding on both sides, and then all of a sudden a cleaver 2 comes in. You have to remember that the way that Delhi play nowadays isn't a heal. It used to be the Dome of Faith was the way to go, and they'd build like 20 of these scholars in feudal, they'd heal through it, right? That doesn't happen in these games. Ghazi die over time. The reason why they seem so impactful is usually when you got up to 20 of these Ghazi, half of them are basically death's door, but it's the extra health that keeps them alive. And because the formation shuffle puts them at the back, you keep them for longer in these engagements. But there's still a liability, right? There's still something that could die at any moment. And we've reached that moment. John peels back. Archer's going to absorb the blunt force of the Spearman. Divine Restoration pump on the side. And Elyon, nothing but a win will do. Unfortunately, they're about to lose military advantage here. Jeanne d'Arc, pretty much an army of her own at this stage against this. Elyon, barely any Ghazi left over. Spearman count is looking underwhelming. No cleaves left over is the one positive in this game for Elyon. Everything else is turning negative. Lucy picks apart the last of the Spearmen. And these Ghazi are not going to be able to contest Jean on their own. It's crazy how much fire she's absorbing. The aggro behavior, I love the micro from Lucifron. Like, he keeps running her around in the fight to get more units chasing him so that the archers aren't being killed as fast. No, you're not. I think we're hitting the final surge point, aren't we? Yeah. He's sneaking Deer on the enemy side. Deer and Berries over here, exhausted soon. Once that's gone, it's a farm transition, and oh my god, it's ugly and already underway. Jean, now that you're not fighting, is healing. You know how Delhi's kind of like one of those civs where it's like, if you're not fighting them for Sacred Sites, you feel like you're losing, that pressure overwhelms you, and you feel like you need to do something. Jean is the same when you take a bad fight against her. If you can't kill her, your brain is instantly like, okay, she's healing. I need to fight her soon. If I don't fight her, I'm going to lose. That's probably what's running through Elyon's head right now. That's why we saw that double down, even though he's up against level 3 Jean. He needed more time, but if he waits, Jean just gets more impact in the additional fight. Jean, only one cleave to work with here. Archers need to re-rally. Spin count at 7. Elyon is going to commit to the dive, but now you're reaching enemy production lines. Nice Argon charge in. Ghazi are body blocking right now. And the champions are in. Here we go. This is what Lucifron was waiting for. The one unit in Lucifron's comp that Elyon has no answer to. Jean's champions. Mountain side is also going to find the economy. There should be enough to scare this away, but now that you've been snooped on here, now that you're known about, you should see a few more knights heading up there. In fact, that's exactly where both sides' cavalry is going to be heading. So what's Elyona's out? How do they get back in this game? Because like they're doing a good job of brawling, but the reality is like if you're brawling with no advantage coming in, you know what that means. You mean to give more XP over? That's not a good idea unless you're getting some in return. It means that level 4 seems more doable as the minutes go on. The way Elyona finds the way out is to Sacred Site cap. They're not getting it though. There's a blocker on the south side. The north side is now starting to be contested just as being captured. They need to find a way of pushing Lucifron in his base, and as soon as they do that, they need to be taking the Sacred Sites. But instead, we're seeing the opposite now, where Lucifron is starting to get an army together and starting to emerge from his base. Divine Restoration does get popped. Spearman count, not really looking scary enough here. Jean's champion still feeling uncounted. And also now having the spear aggro. This is a cool detail. Lucifron, he leads with the Jean's champion, so the Spearman can't brace, and that means the Knights can then go in afterwards without getting stunned. Elyona, this is breaking point, isn't it? Military lead has dried up. Lucifron now takes the lead in military. XP is just farming for him. It's an absolute stormer. Elyona now running out of food at an accelerated pace. I think, God, when was the last time you looked at a Delhi play in Feudal Age and this exists? Yeah, that says everything it needs to. GG is going to be a 2-0 for the Spaniard. Really cool draft approach from both players. I like the idea put out by Elyona to bait the Japanese and pick the Ibids instead, but unfortunately Lucifron had prepped for this draft and anticipated what would happen. If we went to a game 3, I think that's where it gets interesting. I think, you know, Lucifron, he doesn't have the English as an option. You'd have to do like, what, Malian Byzantines? I think Malians can fare all right there. French versus Byzantines is also not too bad. So if we got a third game, maybe we'd be looking at a potential upset here. But Lucifron drafted really cleanly for a 2-0. That's something I've noticed about the Spanish bros. They've been doing this a lot. The way they draft is designed around a very aggressive opening 2 games to get the stomp versus going longer in the series. And interestingly enough, when we have been seeing 3-game series, that's where we've seen a few games being dropped, right? I don't think they've been 2-0'd by anyone so far, but we have seen some unexpected performances from people like Anatan. I believe there's also a Wham one in there, where when they force that third game, things get a little bit more uncomfortable for the bros. Another stream, another Delhi defeat. And it smells damn good. Let's not pretend we don't all like seeing the Delhi get defeated. So, trying to think what we do now. Because I'm going to eat in 20 minutes. Well, at least I think we're going to eat in 20 minutes. I don't... Oh, wait, no. I think we're going to eat a little bit later. So, no, we should have time for another series then. All right. Tier list? I don't do tier lists. Leave that to the players. I think we... Oh, wait. Have I been listing these series that I've been casting them? I don't think I had. Whoops. So Lucifron versus Elyona? Maybe we could do Louis MT versus CSO. That could be an option. Talk about Adabeg. Yeah, I'm surprised more players aren't going for Adabeg. Like hot take, I think Adabeg is really good in Feudal Age. I think Adabeg into either Advancement Wing or Growth Wing is going to be a really good build. Because you just drop the Adabegs inside the stables and your Camelancers become unstable, right? They become insane. With an extra almost 50 health, they're really powerful. So, yeah, I'm surprised I haven't seen more people do Adabeg in Feudal. I think it's because they don't want to give over the Desert Raider. Like, the Desert Raider is actually a lot more important than it appears at first. Adabegs is later better, sure, but in the other game, the reason why Desert Raiders are so good is because that opening Desert Raider forces your opponent to react, right? And that reaction gets you an edge. It's the same logic behind Ottomans opening with Military School and setting a Spearman out. That free unit forces your opponent to do something they don't want to do. That's what makes it so powerful. Okay, so let me have a look here. What is it with CSO's cursed names, by the way? I think this is him. Let me double check. Map selection. CSO's names are truly just cursed every time I see them. So we have got Gorge, Jean d'Arc versus Irobids to open. Let me have a look. Yeah. All right. Let me go ahead and pull the draft for this. Of course, they had to name themselves stupid crap because they want to annoy me. Bloody clowns. We've got Alak the Hun and Kazimierz. So let's have a look here. So Jean d'Arc, that is Louis. And then, of course, means CSO's on the other side. Right, there we go. Vils into Atabegs against Fast Castle HRE or Otto. Then Desert Raze is just better. Yeah, well, that's like, don't know, dude. If you're doing Vils against HRE, you deserve to lose. You don't do Vils against HRE ever. That's like the worst thing to do. Because like the thing is, if you go villagers against HRE, then you're not slowing down their tech up timing. You're letting them have it for free, right? The whole point is you're meant to punish them for that. All right. Yeah. Also, wasn't there someone asking about community games? I'm pretty sure I would explain this. We're going through the Elite Classic games. Community games may happen later tonight, or they'll happen later this week. Because we have to get through the games while they're still available. You need a lot of space to do Atbegs? Yeah. Came like 30 minutes ago? I'm pretty sure I answered you when you came. I recall answering. Pretty sure. Could have sworn, Rumpy, you asked earlier as well. Yeah. Commie Games is either going to be... If I do a long stream today, maybe we squeeze some in after I eat. But I think like I might have a shorter stream. I might go when I eat. We'll see. And then maybe we squeeze some Commie Games Thursday, Friday. To be honest, it works better on weekends anyway. There's just not enough people around on like weekdays. Are you a commie, KP? No, dude. I can prove that actually the only filthy communist here is not me. And then you can figure out between you. Here. I believe in capitalism.
So just a few
because I live
designs that
I live on planet Earth, but there is one place where capitalism cannot touch. Do you guys know where that place is? It's not here. Ignore this crap. Screw you. Ads, no. There's one place that communism cannot touch.
Commander, you've rained on my glorious parade. For this, I'm sending everything I've got at you. But I won't let you have the satisfaction of catching me. I'm escaping to the one place that hasn't been corrupted by capitalism. Space!
It's just, dude, it's the way, like, I love Tim Curry. Just this moment right here. This is a pristine actor.
Space!
I think I need to update, like, I genuinely need to update my, my alerts, right? I think I need that in my alerts. It's so good. It never gets old. It's one of the top moments of the entire Red Alert franchise. Oh. All right. Let's get ready to go. Well, it's not quite space because they haven't figured out how to get there yet. We're in the medieval age for Louis MT versus CSO. That's right. No Delhi in sight, but it's all Team Elephant here. Dude, what is it with CSO's names? I'm just going to move on. We're in game number 1 of this best of 3 in the group stage Elite Classic 2. It's Jeanne d'Arc up against the Irobids. And well. How about that for an opener? We've been seeing a few players go for these outpost rush builds, and I'm a big fan of it. I think Jeanne d'Arc's powerful for this, especially when you get a spawn like this. Tell me you want to go game 2 quick without saying you want to go game 2 quick. Oh my god. And Louis has already scouted it. He knows. Spearman already on the way. It does mean he's going to get less sheep on the map because of the way he played this, but he's still going to get a decent haul, right, for this type of play. And also, if you contain the IB threat and keep them off the gold, you can play onto deer and berries because you don't have to worry about that camel lancer timing with a fast castle build. So really like this opening from Louis. It reminds me of when we saw, well, I can't remember which player it was. I think it was B, would pick like French against Malians on Gorge and then outpost rush them. It's kind of a similar thing. It's more impactful, right? Because you pull Jeanne and Jeanne builds a lot quicker. Funnily enough, Louis doesn't believe in pulling Jeanne though. It's just going to be a normie villager. The Spearmen arrive. Looks like there's going to be enough gold for a tech up. Maybe. Maybe. Yeah, CSO, we need more. We need a lot more. So House of Wisdom's being dropped. This still is annoying as all hell, though. It's going to be second villager being idled out, right? Like, actually, villager goes with the ship. I love how Louis understands the timing so well. He's like, it's not enough to just use the spear. Stab with everything. This does, however, make it a little bit obvious you're going for an outpost rush. Louis, come on. So CSO is going to get the gold required. Second Spearman is on the way, so you can't contest the tower now. This is going to happen whether you like it or lump it. You could pull all villagers to outpost, like burn down the outposts. I think that's the only way you stop this now. But 2 spears are here. And please tell me, yeah, he has got the gold to drop off. So 219, and this should be Desert Raider, right? Yeah. It has to be the Desert Raider. Unfortunately, it's not going to do anything against this, because now, with this outpost up, you've lost your berries, and you've lost your gold. Oh, such a powerful play. A lot of sheep, at least, so, you know, game isn't over for CSO. They have got 16 sheep to work with. On the other side of it, it's only 8 for Louis. So that's the price they pay by running the scout down the center. That's the negative, is the center of the map doesn't really have much sheep in it. So you choosing to use your first 15 seconds to scout your opponent's base, that's 15 seconds they're picking up sheep. In 15 seconds, your opponent could have a 6 or 7 sheep lead. Interesting that he didn't go for Jeanne, though. Like, most players who've been doing this type of play seem to pull Jeanne. We watched, I believe it was Zertin earlier up against B, do that exact type of play. Spearman at least could get through the mining camp. Desert Raider halfway to coming out. Louis is going to have to probably put 5 on this tech up timing to make it work. I think he's realizing that as well. Like, it's pretty expected that you're going to have to go between 3 and 5 villages. You don't really want to be lagging an age behind, because if you can't get arrow slits out in a rush, or you can't get a knight out to protect this, villagers will come and burn it down, even with 3 spears inside. What if Chamber of Comp... No. Now, this is the unfortunate reality of stopping at 1 outpost, isn't it? There is going to be a move out onto the flank here. So well played by CSO. They are going to still find gold, but this is slowing the timing quite a bit, actually. Also, they still have food issues. Like, sure, you've got deer up here, but do you really want to run 15 villages in total into this area with 1 outpost? That doesn't feel great. And no, you're all wrong. It's going to be the sock. School of Cavalry on the way. It's going to be 4 villages anticipated here. Remember, this has the build speed of 5 and like a half, because Jeanne is 33% quicker at building. It does mean she's getting less XP overall, but considering the timing, the extra time you spent gathering resources, level 2 Jeanne shouldn't be too far away. Desert Raider's at least on the way, but obviously can't dive that TC. The question now is, do you do anything but go fast castle? And does it work well here? Because while you could get Castle Age, I'm still a little bit worried about where you're getting long-term resources. So it's going to be moved out in the stone. So understands he's going to need arrow slits to defend this area over here. Is also moving to the deer on the backside. Okay, well played. I forgot about that on the spawn, but it's still an area you need to wall in if you want to be safe here. Otherwise, the Knights can hit this up. It's still you taking resources away from the safety of your TC. The question is, how does Louis want to play this? He'll be cognitive of the fact it's going to be a fast castle build. It's to be expected here. Iabids don't play feudal very well. I think, like, honestly, if your plan at the get-go is to play feudal, there's just better civs to do it. Interesting choice by Louis. Actually, who am I kidding, dude? Any other player, and I could describe this as an interesting choice. I have watched countless Louis Jeanne d'Arc games. Do you want to know how many of them involved a sword in the hands of Louis, folks? 1. He doesn't do women at arms because Louis likes to insulate himself in the late game, and I can confirm that late game Jeanne de Hunter is so much better than the melee form. Did Louis ever go woman at arms? He did once. It was a prairie game. It was against, I think it was Mongols. And his starting goal got blocked out, and he went Jean melee and just went around slicing down on the flanks. Outside that, every game is Hunter. And you know what? I imagine Louis had a bigger smile on his face than any other player when Jean got buffed in Hunter form. 1.38 movement speed is what she needed. She is... What, Lamborghini, I feel like? Someone more fragile. Someone will fall apart. I love Skyline Nissan. She's a Skyline Nissan. Fast. But one dent, and it's just going to fall to pieces. Unless you play Midnight Club. This is also tough for the Desert Raiders, to be honest with you. Yeah, you have a problem because this unit, you don't negate any of the damage it does. It's like there's no Knights coming in to assist. Spearmen are on the way, however, and if you bait them towards this, a little bit of a miss micro there. Louis ran underneath the tower, but Jean is not dying quick enough to this. Well played. Those Desert Raiders heavily injured now. And of course, CSO doesn't want to come off of his timing here, right? He just has one goal in mind. Divine Restoration is about to come off. Cooldown, though. Just about gets the Spearman in time. However, the Knight is in. And that's the problem here. New Divine Arrow is there, which means the Desert Raider can easily die here. One more shot. Oh, Louis, I think the better way would have been to start a step, shoot, and then smite. But basically, the Desert Raider is dead. Not going to do anything now. We are going to get the ball kill. More XP. Tech up is going to be on the way soon, and this is going to be a fully fledged tech up. No advancement wing coming out, so we're looking at growth, surely. Most of these games are going to be growth wing if they're not advancement wing. I don't like how locked in the meta kind of is. I think there is some flexi elsewhere. I think logistics has some viability, certain matchups very specifically. I have seen a very interesting eco wing industry builds. Wait, what the f... We're getting trade wing. We're getting trade wing. It's the Atabegs. Oh, but and this isn't for Golem spam. This is for Lancers, which kind of makes sense, right? You're up against the Knights. That's okay. That's actually very creative. So here's why that's creative, folks. You're up against Jeanne d'Arc. Jeanne d'Arc wants to trade units. Get unit kill, get XP. It's kind of like a tax rebate on the fight. Atabegs is going to add 50 extra health into these already insanely tanky Camel Lancers. And you've got a very squishy Hunter that hits a little pew-pew of 40 damage, right? So your ability, which takes 60 seconds to get a new charge off, is going to not even offset the health you get from Atabegs. That's a very creative build by CSO. I'm impressed, actually. I like that. That's cool. And he's going to have the ability to go up to 4 stables. He can even look to like buff up the archer health. You're probably going to look to actually maybe go, in this matchup, maybe Men at Arms plus Camel Lancers. It's a bit dangerous if Jean ever gets level 3 or gets to like Castle Age, but if not, it's absolutely fine, right? And as we can see, Louis right now has no intent of rushing towards Castle. Fortified outposts. has been abandoned fully. I love how we get this a lot of the time in Gorge. Have you noticed how many players end up doing this, right? The eco gets trapped outside and they just find a tree line, hide a lumber camp, and get gathering. So tech out complete. I'm wondering, like, Louis can't stray too far from this outpost, right? Because if he does, at this stage, a few Lancers, it's very easy for CSO to reclaim the safe resources near his base. So definitely not a comfortable position yet for Louis. I like CSO's pivot. I wonder as well if Louis is aware of it. The thing you have to remember is these two scrim a lot together, so fully aware of what each other do. So I'm sure this Atabeg build isn't too much of a surprise for Louis. Nice little snipe down. That's expensive as well. That's the awkward part about this, right? Hunter versus Desert Raiders, you're just giving 18 XP over. Dive in underneath the double outpost. Divine Restoration does get pumped. One Knight is going to go down, though. We'll find 2 villagers in return. It looks like he's going to stay in Torch. So looks to get rid of this outpost. He's trying to force the fight. Camel Lancers are on the way, and I believe they have indeed got the Adabegs. So check this. 42 extra HP. 252 HP on one Lancer. Jean in trouble. Nice blocker there. Villagers are going to try to run away. More snipes coming in, though, and the damage is adding up here. No Growth Wing means each of these eco losses actually hurt so much for CSO. He's now trailing by 8 villagers. Outpost is going to be garrisoned. Spearman just going to keep contesting. Now, you do have extra health, folks, but it doesn't really matter if you run into Spearman mass like this. This is so infuriating what Louis is doing to him, right? Like, CSO, this is an uncomfortable game. Camel Lance account's not really getting big enough to now dive the outpost on the south side. He's getting idled on the deer on the north. He doesn't really have much food access. We've even got a Knight camping the deer to the south. So we're in a game right now where CSO is going to run out of food in probably the next 3 minutes. He needs to get out soon. These Knights are just not making it easy, though. Jean is still alive! Are you kidding me right now? The fact that she's lived this long, despite being so low on HP, finally she goes down. But she has farmed up a storm here. Lancer's just still not able to fight. Simply just too many Knights, right? Like, it's kind of weird because you say, oh, Camelanese is a really big deal. It is, but the interesting thing is when you get a charge off as these Knights, the bonus damage you get kind of mitigates a big impact of the Camelanese. So you fight for 5 seconds and then peel, right? The other interesting part is if you turn and then charge straight into the Camel Lancers immediately, the Camel Lancers suck because they don't get the full damage charge out. But you just inflated your own damage, no matter how long the charge was. So pretty interesting detail in this matchup. Louis, my god, does he have the Knight lead to keep fighting. And here comes the moment. Like, he's trying to play for the outpost now, but there's just too many Knights here. That's going to come in underneath it. Jean is on the way. New Spearman also coming in. I don't think that CSO is going to be quick enough here. No, Outpost stays alive, so still no access to the gold or berries at home, which means you're still playing a game of Risk on the flanks, and Louis is looking to exploit that. Moves in on the gold. Forces the Outpost garrison, and instead now he's going to shift to the right side. Kind of an interesting choice from Louis, considering that his opponent has got a fortified outpost out here. Not really something you want to be trying to torch down. Then again, look at the desperation to get out of here. CSO, he doesn't want to hang around. Credit to him, he dodged death here. Other side of this, though, Louis is completely unhindered, right? He's playing on the pocket resources. He's got the boar and the deer on top of each other in the corner. Very safe game for him at this stage. And yes, Wheelbarrow was forgotten us on the way. Honestly, like, Wheelbarrow, it's one of those things where you have to remember that he didn't have great gold access, and when he finally did, he ended to spam Lances. So I don't blame him for delaying that. Fast's going to come in here, though. There's a few Divine Arrow left over to use here, right? So another Divine Arrow should be coming off cooldown soon. Camel Lancers barely limping away. I mean, this is the thing, right? Because he doesn't have the Dervish timing, this kind of sucks. Adabegs doesn't work because your units, while tankier, are never healing off the damage done. And that is going to be game 1. Louis MT and his relentless aggression able to answer the Ibids out.
means that we look forward to the next game with 3 options left for each player. Mongols, Chinese, or Byzantines for Louis. And CSO has a pretty interesting draft here, actually. Malians, HRE, and Japanese. So I imagine that the Frisian Marshes was in the rotation. That's how I'd make sense of the fact that he went for HRE. Louis having Mongols and Chinese is actually a pretty decent answer to that. I think China does fairly well there, just because you're able to block out on the scout and get more sheep. So let's have a look and see where they're going to be heading for game number 2. I would be surprised if Holy Island was in the rotation, because Louis' draft doesn't make sense for Holy Island. So, we had Gorge. Okay, game 2 is actually Dry Arabia, so I imagine Frisian Marshes was the final pick. It's going to be a Malian-Mongol game. I still remember the B game earlier today. So Mongols are slightly favored in this matchup, about 55%, no more than 60. Mongols used to be much more favored, actually. Malians used to get completely crapped on, especially when the houses had a lot less health. However, Louis MT, after that first game, has got to be feeling confident. Let's see if he can actually use that 5%, 10% win rate advantage to turn it into a big, overwhelming 2-0 advantage here in what will be game number 2 of this series. Louis MT spawning in the south in the green. Of course, you got to get green when you're playing on a green canvas here, right? Great camo. North side, meanwhile, we're going to have CSO with the weirdest names playing as the Malians. A bit of a weird spawn, actually. A double gold at the backside, but very loose. Has got a potential wall in, but the question is whether you get to that stage. Mongols is a very aggressive civ, so there might not be enough time to wall this in, which means you might be forced to play on very exposed gold veins here. Opening-wise, Louis. He's going for the racks, isn't he? Looks like it. Probably wants to send one villager over right now. Wait, Louis? Okay, yeah, he is. I was a bit worried there. I was like, what the hell's happening? It was just a little bit of automatic behavior. He's going to move down for the racks now. And Ger's going to pack up and move over, interestingly enough, because he already has everything else he needs here, right? He's got the gold, he's got the wood. He doesn't know fully about the deer. I think the icon might be missing to him. And to be honest, walking over is just not worth it right now. This, by the way, oh my god, dude, this is an insane trade spawn. It's very defendable as well. Look at Louis' base layout. A lot of tree lines just naturally force choke points here. So we're probably going to be looking at Silver Tree gameplay for the Mongols. Now, last time we saw this matchup, it ended up being a deer stone into a bait, right? Because it wasn't Silver Tree, but it was the discount Silver Tree, as in a normal marketplace was built. I don't expect that same level of craftiness in the way Louis wants to execute this. I'm going to hit the fast forward in the early game, actually, because I don't... I'm wondering where this Rax is going to slap. Probably just immediately on top of the houses. The question is whether it's going to be an outpost drop, and it is. Early scout by CSO. CSO is now going to react with the racks. Notice that he delays doing this until it's time. Until he sees that it's going to be a racks all in. Nice, loose the Falcon. Does see actually what's happening in the base. Just gets the lay of the land so you can see if there's an extra Donzo count. I love how powerful this Falcon is. I wish we had like more of these kind of unique tools that require activation in the early game. I think it just makes early game a lot more engaging than, you know, I build one, you build one. He may build 2, but he's built 5. Rest are on the way. Villager's going to pull back. Dude, I love this detail by Louis. I've watched a few players try to make this outpost work. It's terrible. It just doesn't work. The moment your opponent starts pumping Donzos, if you're not halfway there, if you haven't started the outpost before the first Donzos come out, you're not going to start it. So this is a great read by Louis. Just pull back, keep all your villagers working, and now see how much you can milk out your opponent. How many Donzos can you get him to commit to? Remember, these Donzos too, of course, cost more resources as well. 90 compared to 80. Louis has gone up to 9 spears, so if he shows these, he could actually bait his opponent to build up to 7 Donzos, which is very expensive, actually, for the Malians. You can already see the expensiveness to it, right? He's holding way too much gold. Gonna be a turnaround. Movement speed arrow
Oh, that... Louis, that wasn't ideal. He accidentally clipped it. Only 2 Spearmen, I think, actually got boosted on the movement speed there. But look at what it forces in the production queue. So Louis, I'm not expecting any more spears. Wait, what? He's actually going to keep going. I'm a little bit surprised, actually. I thought he'd stop at this point because this is where you want to try to milk a lead, right? But I guess from his perspective, if he doesn't keep showing more spears, he's not going to keep getting more Donzos out of his opponent. This is where sheep count matters a lot, by the way. Yeah, 7 sheep on one side, 9 on the other. But notice, because he's got too much gold, we've actually now got a stage of the game where the Marlians are starting to pump out cattle to eat. Dude, that torch throw, Louis. The cool thing about doing this is once you reach the houses, your opponent can't just javelin throw you, he has to commit. This is pretty crafty, actually. Louis, 50 resources paid. Let's go for more. Reminder, this used to be the ultimate way to ruin a Mongol's day. Ruin the Malian's day, rather. Because the Mongols, they used to be able to burn these down easily. 400 HP was the old metric on houses. That buff to 500 made it much slower, but this is still rough. Second house gets burned. Oh, no! CSO! More houses quicker. He's going for the Manta. Oh, my God. I can't believe Louis just done that to him. He's still housed. He's about to be housed again. Oh my god. Louis is being so annoying with this. 19 spears? What the duck am I looking at here? Tech up's on the way, but Louis is on the way in a different form. He has 21 spears. And he's willing to engage. Donzos have to peel away, but Louis, this is where you just turn and burn. Literally. Well, congrats on your tech up. Firm handshakes all around, gentlemen. It seems like it might not have been worthwhile. 22 spearmen from Louis. Louis, who, by the way, is now on the boar. I was worried about the sheep situation. It seems I should have just checked what he was doing with his economy. 17 spears, 5 more on the way. Donzos, this damage just tickles at this point. He needs so many more. I just can't believe this. There's a cutoff point here, right? Like, unless there's ward in the middle, most people just accept 10 or 15 is the point. Not Louis. And look how quickly he catches up. That board drop-off gets him what he needs. Silver Tree on the way. Meanwhile, it's a housing crisis for CSO. Okay, just think about the amount of resources he made out of this as well, right? 50 per, he's burned, what was this? 6, gonna be 7 buildings? 350 resources. And now he still gets to fight with the Donzos. Upgrade comes in. He's gonna burn the mining camp and just walk away, right? Yep. Oh, this is why I love watching Louis. Yeah, we highlight the fact that he's very good at the late game. You're seeing he doesn't just play late game. He's very creative about his aggro plays in the early game as well. Well, good news at least for CSO. He does have gold to get javelins out. He's going to need them because with this rush up, we're probably looking at mass archers. Walls have at least gone up. I don't think that's what you want to be spending your wood on right now. He's going for more houses. Louis is like, I don't want this crap anymore. What can these spears still do for me? Oh my god. What a game. What an insane game. Louis, now all this gold gathering, surely we're going to be looking at stables drop? Keshik's on the way? No. What? So, okay, this has to be a fast blacksmith then. Like, there's no reason to go archery range without blacksmith follow-up because you're now floating way too much gold. In fact, he's actively still gathering gold. Even with all the things he burnt down. Will Baron more or less mirrored. That's a miracle for the guy who basically didn't have his pit mine. And now the wall's going to be burnt through. Louis is such a pain in the ass, man. He's forcing archers out of his opponent, so you're not even seeing the Marlian's true strength, which is Jav Donze, right? They're having to go spear, archer, and now you're going to see the double archer production ramp in. In fact, is double archer range with double production. Oh my god. I mean, in fairness, Louis, although he's gathering a lot of gold, remember he does need that gold to get traders. Those traders are going to start coming out soon. Silver Tree is about to reach the corner. For the first time, he's discovering, wait, there's stuff back here. Is it possible that Louis is trading? CSO is going to find out. Unfortunately, what he can do with that info may be heavily limited. I can't believe my brain is like, this is what games of AO4 are meant to be. Because I feel dirty thinking that, because that means like spamming Dark Age Spearman and griefing your opponent is the way, but it's a very smart read here, man. Like, I feel like a lot of the time, Mongols can't do this because their opponent just builds enough Donzos to repel you and you feel worthless, but who expects over 20 Spearmen, right? There's such a thing as a measured reaction. This was overkill. To the point that it was the perfect kill. Wait, what was that vision? That was weird. There we go. He's got the Falcon up. Louis. Oh, that Falcon play. Just forcing idle time for nothing in return, right? Other side of this, Scout, I believe might have got a glimpse at this trade going on. I'm just not sure what you can do about it. You're still on one pit mine, by the way. We're only now seeing the second one come in after a heavy delay. Magic count up to 14 though, and you just see he realizes he got tricked, he got bamboozled. Javelins are now being added in, but my god, if I'm not mistaken, is this just going to be Castle? Louis genuinely floating towards Castle. Oh my god, dude, this is... Do you guys remember the B game earlier where we saw like a different approach but the same goal? You force mass javelins and then you scale into veterancy on archers and pull the Kurultai. There's no Deerstone in this game, but like the Kurultai buff with veterancy on archers will beat javelins. It's insane. I mean, then why not go Castle, right? Like, what advantage does your opponent have right now? He's only now adding the first ranch at 11.5 minutes. There is no food boom for the Malians right now. This is crazy. It's putting through the walls. This is relentless right now. Where is the Khan, though? I'm a little bit surprised that Mr. Khanster isn't here, because if he brings the Falcon, you'll be able to snipe over the tree line again. He's going to start diving in. So this is the thing, right? You see the jabs, and you're like, okay, back away, start the tech up. Steel Arrow is on the way. And trade count is now up to 6, and they are getting a lot. 62 gold each way. This wolf is eventually going to kill them. I just think the interesting thing is, does this wolf kill a trader before the game is over? That's the thing I'm wondering. Because this is a very aggressive timing by Louis. Kurultai now on the way. He has already got the pack-up tech being researched. Dude, this build is so clean, man. It's impressive, actually. We're seeing multiple Mongol players do this now. I think Mongols may have once again solved the Malian issue. This is very powerful. Wow. Castle on the way. He's got enough gold for the veterancy. He'll probably have enough gold quite quickly to get Undermesh level 2. And I wouldn't be surprised if that becomes a priority. Instead, Louis is going to start spamming men-at-arms. Kurultai already targeting right next to the enemy base. Alright, can CSO survive the coming Mongol tide? It's going to be a tough hold. Even these spearmen are going to pack quite the punch, right? And you do have the maneuver arrow to gap close quite quickly. I think we're going to see the defense arrow, though. Defense arrow against mass javelins that are meant to be the counter to archers. You feel like a kitten challenging a Rottweiler. It's not pretty. Kurultai's going to move in now. Trader count is up to 9. We're going to see men-at-arms to follow this up. And move into the base. And we've been here before, haven't we? It's time to get paid! Only this time it's much quicker. Kurultai is not unpacked yet, so Louis MT needs to fix that. Once it does, the damage you're going to be doing here. So 2 houses gone just like that. It's not going to be a housing crisis anymore. He's got enough to keep himself alive there in that department. But it's still payday, right? It's still all of a sudden 100 resources you gave your opponent. And now he's going to come for more houses. Wait, what's that wall? Oh, God. Get me out. CSO's just trying to get towards the tech up. Meanwhile, Louis, he's like, yeah, I want to tech up again too. Can you pay me? Kurtai deploying. Veterancy in for the archers and the spearmen. They just hit so damn hard here. Dive underneath the TC. Attack speed arrow is going to be the choice. Louis commits to the dive. He's out of range of the Kurtai though, so Army is not getting buffed up right now. Not the best of exchanges, but remember, men-at-arms are in there. These units will not die. Oh my god. And this is before we get the ranged upgrades, level 2 coming in, right? Archers are going to just trade out. Javelin count is getting far too low here. I think we might be looking at CSO waving the white flag in the next minute. He hasn't started the tech up yet. He's not even halfway to what he needs. And with the second wave of men-at-arms coming in, I don't think he ever will be. What a sick game by Louis. Game 1 and Game 2, you know, this is the guy that people watch scrim with Beastie and they were like, oh, this guy, yeah, he's so good in the late game. It's all about the late game. He loves the late. No, this is the Louis that I've come to anticipate. This is the Louis that I've expected and seen time and time again. If you give him late game, sure, but if you can get it earlier, why wait? So, Army completely wiped. Men-at-arms are starting to spread out. They're idling out the entire eco. At this stage, I mean, you basically have no one working in your base. I think you've got a few people, 2 people out on the gold, and that is it. And I believe this is going to be it. There's just nowhere to go anymore. The men-at-arms spam is not going to stop, right? He's got deer stacks on the left side, or right side of his base. Left side already taken. He's going to keep this spam going. Now the Kurtai! Oh my god! Mongols are the #1 answer to Malians. Oh, dude, this is... I just can't believe this series. That's the second time. That's the second time today I've watched a Mongol player park his landmark in the enemy Fulani location. Oh, it's so cursed. It's so freaking cursed. That build is so good. That build is so insanely good. Oh my god. Alright. Do the cows get 30% attack speed? No, but they get 20% damage cap on. Yo! What is up, Steel Legion? Welcome to the Bird Legion. Appreciate it, buddy. Welcome to Swarm. Thank you very much. Oh, man. What an insane game. So, I'm weighing up whether we come back after I eat. I think what I'll do today, we'll leave it a 6-hour stream for today. Thursday, Friday, I think we'll try to like go a little bit longer. So Thursday, Friday, we might try to do some community games after we've done a bunch of the casts. That way, it also leaves us things to cast on Thursday, which is quite nice. So, one second. I just need to move another series across. So, that was Louis versus CSO. Dude, this series is insane. So, we've still got Wham versus Anatan, Baltoon versus Kiljadi, Recon versus Numidan, Vortex versus Cat. I believe there's also B versus Kiljadi. All those still to cast. We'll try to squeeze them in on Thursday. They should probably still be there. But what I'm going to do now, I think we're going to get ready to call it. My recommendation, make sure you're tuned into the stream. Make sure you're watching on Thursday. We should start around midday, as we always do. And then we'll be the same for Friday. And what we'll do is we'll look to cast a bunch of these games on Thursday, a bunch more of these. I think at that point we'll almost be complete. There won't be many games left to cast from the weekend. We would have caught most of them. And so Friday might be, you know, catch some pub games, maybe do some low elo Legends games, and then we'll switch into community games. But yeah, have a good day. I'm going to find someone to raid now. I will be back, like I said, on Thursday and Friday. So make sure you've got notifications turned on. I know some people here like, I didn't know the stream was on. The best way to know the stream is on is making sure you've got notifications turned on. Also, join my Discord, !Discord. Trying to get that a little bit more community focused, a lot more chatter going on. So feel free to go there, make some friends. And I always post there when I'm going live, so you know exactly when I'm on. I am now going to find someone to raid, though. Let's see who we've got. Who did I raid recently? We raided Vortex yesterday. Let's go for a Crackmeister.
Over
Raid.
here.
Crackety, what
Placement.
team games? Oh, dude, I love that. I absolutely love this. I said to Crackety in BC stream, I was like, "Are you gonna start Q sniping with Baltoon?" He's Q sniping with Baltoon. Because Core and BC have started queuing. I was like, you should try to Q snipe him with Baltoon. I know the pairings, man. I know them straight away. Okay, guys, so I'm gonna get ready to raid Crackety. I'm gonna go eat now and chill. I got a bunch of things to sort behind the scene. I'll be back Thursday, Friday. Make sure you're there for both. Do not miss it. Appreciate you, everyone watching on YouTube, everyone watching on Twitch. Mwah. Go have some fun with Crackety. Remember, the thing to spam in the chat is going to be, have you got any crack? Make sure you put, have you got any crack? Definitely not trying to get him banned. Just ask if he's got any crack. Feel free to put a pigeon emote next to it. Actually, if you're subscribed to me, use this emote next to have you got any crack. That's perfect. All right, go have some fun with him, and I will see you all again on Thursday, Friday. Adios.